All right, we are live. All of you wonderful men and women, boys and girls, freedom-loving individuals, wherever you are in this world, welcome to Mission Critical Podcast. If you are watching or listening to this podcast, and we say it all the time and we mean it, you are the resistance. Welcome to, we're your guests. I'm Mark and
Redbeard.
Hey, as you probably have seen through some of the social media, the last week, we didn't do any podcasts. We got a million things going on in life, and we're not making excuses or any of that kind of stuff. It just is what it is, right? And I'm sure, if you're watching or listening to this, it's the same with you. You got a bunch of stuff going on in life, and that's what we got going on. So there is no necessary format to tonight's podcast. We're going to cover a bunch of issues. We're going to explain why we're doing what we're doing. We're going to have as many of our previous guests come on for just, whatever they're able to do. And so whoever you are watching, I hope you can, here, I got one over here someplace. Yep. Pour yourself an adult beverage. I'd love it if I could smoke a cigar right now, but I can't. But yeah, and then just enjoy it for the ride and leave comments, questions. Again, we're going to bring up some subjects, talk about some things. And then just bring our guests on. But Redbeard, is it fair to say our ultimate objective here, and this the, quote unquote final, and that'll come through. I mean, Mission Critical might come back, but if we just called it the final podcast for this episode or this chapter in history, what kind of message would you want to say and convey to everybody? Like, what is it that we're trying to get out there right now?
Well, I think overall, I guess the biggest thing is now it's time for us to or however you want to say, maybe proverbially, pass the torch on to you guys and to take all of these different discussions and whatever else that you might have gotten from our episodes and for you guys to go out and make that difference and be the difference that you seek and make the changes that you want to make. And I know it's easier said than done. But in the end of the day, we really overall just really appreciate you guys. And we hope you guys and gals, and hope that you got something out of this for you guys to be able to now go forth and to do the things that you want to do and to be the difference that you want to be. So
I really liked how you said that. And I think that would be, if we want to summarize what we're going to accomplish here tonight, if we're going to reflect back upon, the whatever number of episodes we did, 50 episodes or whatever it was, is, Jeremy and I both, we're friends. We talk on the phone all the time, and there was an itch and it had to be scratched. And Mission Critical was the back scratcher for that. But that doesn't mean, just because Mission Critical we're wrapping it up, that doesn't mean it ends. And that doesn't mean we were just talking about this in the rush to get everything set up here.
Yeah.
We were just talking about it. It's hopefully people will take this opportunity to realize hey, if those two knuckleheads did this, why can't I do this? It doesn't have to end here with anybody, whether it's Mission Critical or you, the end user, the citizen, the person who yearns for freedom wherever you are, or yearns for a return to freedom like it's supposed to be if you're here in this, whatever it is, whoever you are. There's no reason that you can't grab the torch, the baton, and then you take it for the next 100 yards, or whatever's going on, right?
Yeah, 100%. And hopefully, obviously we're going to have different things going on endeavor-wise for ourselves, and we have our own goals and ambitions that we're trying to do. And somehow in between, we're going to keep trying to make that change on our side individually and perhaps together, depending on what that looks like. And we just hope that you guys are going to be able to go forth and do the same thing and be able to be that difference that we've always tried to talk about and emphasize so much here on Mission Critical. So,
and I like, and Jeremy, and maybe that's what we do for tonight, is it doesn't matter what we've spoken about in the past, right? It's what we're doing right now, or what we are doing, your actions, what you're, how you're presenting yourself, what it is that you, the individual, are doing, for your family, your friends, your community, your country, however you want to view that, right? I think that's different for every person, but I like that. So it's be the difference. And I think that's a good, if we're going to go out on anything, it's and we'll talk about this more. I'm doing things to be the difference in my life and the life of other people, to include vets. if this comes up, you want to see me start losing my shit? Well, if we start talking about the VA, yeah. So, but you got to be the difference and see. So these podcasts have even really motivated me to, okay, I can no longer be quiet. I cannot, as the dude says, the dude will not abide. I can no longer abide this foolishness and this bullshit. And if it costs me on some level, then so be it. But, you know, we've got to start shedding light onto the evils and the depravities and the just basic lame ass excuses out there. Like, oh, well, don't lump me in like with all the other people. Like, so hang on, you're admitting and you know that everybody else in your system is messed up, but you're not taking any positive action to try to correct it. You're just going along to get along. Yeah, that no longer works in my world anymore. And and on that note, Redbeard, you want to add something to that? Because otherwise, you know, we got Chip, great American hero, in the ready room, and he's only got about 15 minutes now, and I'm going to bring him on. Yeah, and there's going to be. Well, just be real quickly, just for everybody watching. There's no set order to tonight, right? We're just going to try to have some fun, and if you can hear it, Jeremy and I. Like I literally, we're just like bouncing to try to get this set up tonight, So now it's time to relax, take a breath, like whatever you want to do. Right, Redbeard. But we'll bring Chip on, and for everybody else, it's just whenever our guests can come on. We don't even know who's going to show up tonight or when they're going to show up, but we're just going to deal with it as it happens. So, Redbeard, what can you add? I see.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say there's going to be more than enough time tonight for me to add my little quips and little bits and bobs as time goes on. So I think we'll let Chip kind of take it away as our first guest of honor, and we'll just keep going. So.
Well, and on that note, without further ado, there he is, the man, the myth. Let me hide this because it's taken up too much of his space. The man, the myth, the legend. And Chip, before you introduce yourself, even though you've been on a couple times, with your permission, and I don't want to blindside you, so you can either do a private chat and tell me I'm effed up, but I think we should tell a few stories about when we first met each other and that whole shit sandwich, if you want. But on that note, please come on and say hi. Maybe somebody for the first time has never seen you, but tell everybody a little bit about yourself, and then we'll just go from there.
First, I do want to thank the Mission Critical community for letting me spend some time with you all tonight. Mark and Redbeard, many thanks for the invite and the chance to chat with some great Americans for a little while. For those of you who do not know me, I am retired from the FBI after almost 24 years, spent a couple years in the Marine Corps before that, and had the great opportunity to work with Mark overseas, and have been able to maintain that friendship for almost 20 years now. That's crazy.
Seriously, yeah.
Holy shit.
Fuck, dude. You just, I'm like, hold on, when was that? That was 2004.
It was 2005. It was 2005 when you were there before I was. But by the time I got there, it was early 2005. And that's, like I said, I can't believe that's, almost 20 years ago.
I have to say real quick, that's 2 decades of tolerating Mark's shenanigans.
Do not
and I gotta say, what a wonderful person to have shenanigans with, honestly.
Just hang on, I have the power. I can mute both of you. So before you start picking on me and ganging up on me, I just want to point out some shit. Chip doesn't know anything about fishing, so he likes me as a friend because I'm from northern Minnesota. So I've been trying to teach him how to fish, and he's got a shitty baseball team. So he looks to me to give him advice on baseball and how the American League is played. So
I guess Thursday afternoons in Minnesota is smoke crack day or something, because that's the only thing that would cause that to come out of your mouth.
Oh no! Oh no!
Well,
you might have settled your cruiser.
I raise my glass to you, Chip, on all sincerity, right? There you go. You got a good one. I'm gonna take a little sip and just let everyone know. So what we're talking about, like the whole purpose of this podcast, and maybe some of our conversations or, the insights that our guests have brought on and their backgrounds has maybe helped you think about the world around you, how you view it, how you interact with it a little differently. Because, you know, Chip and I think we've been exchanging shit talking for, well, again, almost 20 years now. And sometimes it can get a little, I think he still owes me a keg of beer though, because we did, or do I owe you a keg of beer? I'm not 100% sure.
But you are so far behind, it's not even funny.
Well, so how about this? And we got Blake in the background now too. So we got a couple people kind of starting to show up, and that's good. And we'll bring Blake on a second. Blake, I know you can hear us, sir. So just, I see you drinking, so that's good. So stand fast. Hey, I got to just do this. This is for Chip. All right, David, thank you. I just got Chip. One of the people watching just made a comment. This is totally for you. Good fishing over deer, yeah?
Yeah.
That was awesome. Thank you, David. That was pretty funny. That was pretty good. Hey, Chip, before we kind of move in, so do you want to, I'm going to defer to you, even though you don't know anything about baseball. Do you want to tell a story of when we first met each other almost 20 years ago? Oh my God, that is just so crazy. I didn't even think about that until you brought it up. Or do you want to use a couple seconds of your time to kind of elucidate, or, you know, share your thoughts or elucidate people on, you know, how you like maybe a way of life that they haven't looked at, or like, again, the whole message that we were trying to do, Mission Critical, like be the difference, you know, you can't just sit on your hands and wait for somebody else to save you, right? You've got to step into the breach and start throwing some punches. I defer to you where you want to go on that.
Why don't we tell a story or two first, and then with regards to doing what you can, I'm a big fan of baby steps, and that's how as long as you keep pushing forward, you're good. It's when you get hung up, or you just fucking drop your pack and quit. That's when life goes bad. But we can talk more about that in a couple minutes if you like.
Oh no, this is your time. I mean, that's what we want to have you guys on, and just
so Mark and I had the good pleasure of meeting in early 2005 when we were both over in Iraq. I was representing DOJ over there. Mark was doing his thing. And the thing that brought us both together was we're both working hostages. And from there, we did that for a couple months. Then Mark launched. I stuck around for a little while longer, and have just, like I said, been able to stay in the fight since then for both of us.
So
and remain friends.
Well, so Chip, your storytelling is about as good as your.
Yeah, so my kids are usually like, "Is that all you got?"
I was like, "What the?" So let me add a little bit of flavor to what Chip said. So yeah, Chip is over there representing DOJ. We were working some hostage cases, so Americans, some AMCITs, American citizens who, you know, and if I know, see, we're dating ourselves. Most people may not even remember what that was like back then, but there was like contractors and construction. There was all this stuff going on. Al Qaeda was, really swinging, for the fences, and they were capturing people and cutting off people's heads. So this is like no shit, real world stuff. And, we're not just, it's all elements of the government, because then we had tier 1 military units working with us as well. And I guess where I was kind of hoping Chip would go, although he did say he invited me over to go fishing and go to hang out with him and his family. But just on that note, Chip is such a good man. And what we're trying to do, Mission Critical, like, trying to get you to realize and find those other people, even though he came from an organization that in the government, organizations, different agencies hate each other. There's only one agency, that's the CIA, Federal Bureau of Investigation. That's a bureau, right? But it's rice bowls and but I don't, I hope I didn't come across that way to you, but I never felt that way I thought we were both focused on a mission. I mean, and then I broke cover with you. I mean, like, you're never supposed to do that. I'm like, oh, this is a solid American. If I can't trust this guy, I can't trust anybody. Right. So, and then, broke cover. And I think once I was done with my tour, I came and visited you and reminded you how to run distances.
Yeah, you are the tall tale teller today, my friend.
Hey, it's the final podcast. We got to have fun with it, you know? Hey, yeah. So Angry Viking, 05 and Balad. Yeah, I know some of that same dirt, my good man. Yep. So that's kind of what we're talking about there. So you know that time period we're talking about as well. Yeah, Angry Viking veteran. Yep. But so again, Chip, just a solid human being. So, you know, some of the things that, you know, when Redbeard said, hey, let's switch the direction, let's do, you know, Be the Difference and, you know, the war, all this. I mean, I loved it so much because I thought that kind of, you know, our friendship and how we came in contact with each other, and then how, you know, and looking at just Be the Difference. I mean, you made a difference in my life. I mean, I must have either pissed you off or you were told to keep me on a short leash or something like that. But, you know, next thing I know, I'm hanging out with your family. We're going fishing. We're going baseball games. And, you know, yeah. And we've been in contact and friends ever since. So we don't get to see each other as much, but, you know, well, maybe we'll catch you this summer, but.
Inshallah.
Right. Exactly. So you got to tell one more story. Come on, give us, put a little. I know you're only drinking a Yingling, so that's probably why you don't have the spice. You know,
one of my, I'll leave the stuff downrange off of this topic or off of this show. But when you had introduced me, we had stopped. It was a beautiful, like late summer day. We link up with you and another Devil Dog friend of yours who you had been downrange with. I guess was on a next cycle through for you, and we were at the Marine Corps at the Iwo Jima Memorial for a Tuesday night parade. I was with the family. We were bothering you. We were bothering the Devil Dog, and it just made me laugh that a guy who I thought was a Lance Corporal was that's how old I was at that point, was a young captain actually. And I'm like, holy shit. And now my three guys are all in the service doing their thing and helping to defend this great country of ours. So yeah, and they were little people back then. Daggone.
Great. So there's another great example, just to take that story and add to it. So there's two guys. So, you know, I did a lot of work. I was very successful where I was in doing great part to the United States Marine Corps. And prior to that, I'd only had limited experience or exposure with the Marines from a military basis. We'd done some training exercises in the Army where Marines were present or they were doing something right next to us. But I had to work by, with, and through the Marines out there out West. I mean, and it was the wild, wild West. And, you know, some people fell into that stereotypical, you know, and I hate to say it, one or two more officers. But for the most part, the officer corps, the NCO corps, the enlisted men, I mean, just awesome, just great individuals. And it always hurt whenever one of them was lost, you know, or, you know, yeah, you know, like I'm just thinking of like the 6 snipers out there that, you know, and I think that was from a Marine Reserve unit. But they got rolled up and everybody just went into overdrive everybody was chipping in, trying to figure out how to, you know, save them and find them and all that kind of crap. And I think that just same thing with like you and I were talking about, Chip, and you're a Marine. You would thought that I would have, like, you know, been giving you more. I don't even think I give you very many Marine jokes or hard time about the Marine Corps, you know, but no, it's just good people. And I'm still in touch with, well, one of those people I'm not in touch with anymore. I mean, there's a reason for it. And it's not bad. It's not nefarious. Just, it kind of is. But the other one, you know, we're still in contact. He actually just sent me some text messages over Easter and pictures of his fire team that he's got going and stuff like that. Now, by fire team, I mean his 3 kids. So him and his wife and his 3 kids got a fire team. You know, Chip, your kids are like combat multipliers. So, you know, well, your wife is the equivalent of a platoon worth of Marines. I think.
The sergeant major.
Right on. Hey, you know what? I can see, I don't know why the private chat's blown up. What's going on over there? Okay. All right, here we go. I'm going to bring Blake on here. So, Chip, how much more time you got, sir?
I got to say we'll stick around 15 minutes. I know my wife will want to go out.
Okay, I'm going to bring Blake on, Redbeard. and then we'll just have all 4 of us. I don't know if Blake's got good. Blake, wave if you're ready to come on. Okay, you're good to go.
Oh, he's ready. Yeah, he's wired.
Well, he just did that. I don't know. All right. We got Blake.
How's it going this evening?
Hey, just as kind of what we're always doing, just people have probably seen you on previous podcasts, but just give a quick down and dirty who you are. Explain to everybody how we bribed you to be here tonight. And then I don't know if you've got any follow-up questions for the conversation that we were just having, or if we want to move it into a different direction and everybody just jumps in.
Man, I'm just here to enjoy the good time more than anything else. For those of you that don't know who I am, my name's Blake. Live in northern Minnesota. I'm a gunsmith by trade. I do a little bit of everything, honestly. Yeah, good fishing over there. Yeah, you know, that's an accurate statement there, but I do like talking in the accent. It's fun. Oli and Lena, you know, we go down to the bar, have a few drinks. But no, anyway, I'm an average American, honestly, or at least I like to try to be as much of an American as I can be in the sense
that's what she said.
As far as trying to just do your own thing, be as independent as possible. And, you know, I think that goes into kind of what these 2 fine gentlemen here that host this podcast have talked about a lot, as being that change is, you know, trying to be that old cliche, the change in the world you want to see, right? Like you want to have healthier food. We'll go harvest that food. You know, you want to eat better or have better vegetables. We'll grow them yourself, you know? So anyway, that's about it.
Hey, you know, but I like what you just said, and I'm going to bring this back over to Chip. Everybody can kind of jump on this but I'm just going to use the time, what I was doing, what Chip was doing, how we met, and how that led to a 20-year friendship. But to your point, Blake, you know, again, and Redbeard, you know, be the difference. Look, I mean, you know, I know there's a bunch of people out there who think, you know, if you're in the FBI or the CIA or anything in the government, you're automatically evil, right? For whatever reason. That's like saying, you know, like that's saying, like, oh, if you don't like cops, all cops are bad, or firefighters. Or, what? That's just too much of a blanket statement. You got to judge people by the individual, right? You know, the character or the quality of their character, right? I thought that's how we did it. You know, you can sit there and talk about the Bureau. I mean, look, the Bureau, like where Chip and I came from, those 2 organizations definitely have a black eye. I mean, and but that you can't condemn everybody who works there. Chip, I would never have been friends and kept doing things with Chip, and Chip wouldn't have been able to influence me and help me grow and develop as a man, as a human, if he didn't see something in me. Probably saw in me a need for, you know, an individual needs a lot of help, but you know, to that extent. But you know what I'm saying. So you got to get out there and be the difference. So and Blake, you just brought that kind of up, and it's the same thing with you. Like, why do any of us gravitate to anyone else? There's what is the common denominator that brings us all together? I kind of think in this group, and if you watch these podcasts or listen, you're probably part of this group too, because you want to do the right thing at some level. On some level, you want to do the right thing. You want to help your fellow man, whether that's your family, your community, your state, you know, your country. Like Chip and I, like, you know, you're going out there and don't anyone take this. We're not trying to be cool guys, but anybody who's downrange, hell, anybody who's even not downrange, and if you're in the military or firefighter, there is an inherent risk with all that stuff. And you're the idiot who's willing to raise your hand and say, yeah, this pay is so awesome, I'm willing to go, and, you know, like, you know, because that's of course why we do it. But actually I shouldn't have made light of that, because nowadays I think that probably is the case in the military and law enforcement. But you see where I'm going with this whole thing. Like, you know, like-minded people's goodness, I think, attracts good.
Well, I would tend to agree with that. I actually think what it is that there's a common moral fabric that a lot of individuals both still have and are desiring for more of. They seek it out. You know, like people try to look out like people. And there is that ethical framework that used to make this nation work really, really well, this cultural homogeny, and it's kind of broken down. So I think the people that still strive for that are still looking for this are attracted to each other. They're kind of beacons of light that kind of come together, I suppose. So
Chip,
and dark humor and caffeine too. I gotta agree with the gallows humor. Like me and Mark were actually talking about this the other day. If it wasn't for gallows humor, I would not be this far.
Oh yeah, yep.
Oh.
No, Angry Viking ain't wrong on that one right there. Yeah, dark humor, caffeine, nicotine. Devil Dog, what do you got in response to that? Is he just flapping his pie hole, or is there any truth in his words, sir?
No, I think he's spot on. And I just go back to, you don't have to you don't have to make a big splash every time. It can be incremental. Kind of like what Blake said, take care of yourself, square your shit away personally, or in the way that you want to before you go out and try and adjust other people. But if you're doing those things to help yourself be the person you want to be, then you can then go out and help the community be the community that hopefully is helpful to everybody in there, or at least the vast majority of the folks in the community. And so that's why I always say, just stay in the fight, and move the ball forward. And you're going to be successful.
Chip is a, pretty avid, athlete and pretty, dynamic individual. So, the sporting analogies, come easily and they ring true, but that's just it. So kind of bringing this over to Redbeard and Blake for commentary, and for everyone else, what Chip just said, I mean, that's absolutely right. I remember, and I'll just, because tonight's going to be a night of anecdotes and stories and bullshit, but there's so many people in the agency. There was a lot of them where, and I heard this from somebody I trusted in there. There's not 15 minutes of fame for every person. There's only 15 minutes of fame, period. So everybody, in some organizations, and it depends on the type of person, they'll cut you out down at the knees so they get the credit, because there's only 15 minutes worth of credit and whatever. But to Chip's point, but then there's the people who aren't motivated that way, who that's not with the gyroscope that keeps them moving forward. No, I advanced the ball a yard. That's still 1 yard closer to where we need to be. I want our team to win. And I don't care if it comes at, a 30-yard pass, a 10-yard run, or a 1 yard, quarterback sneak. We're moving the ball forward. And as a team, as a group of individuals with a like-minded purpose, what does it matter? Okay, maybe it was Blake who caught a great catch and ran it for another 20 yards. Okay, that's awesome. But that doesn't diminish that Jeremy was in there throwing freaking elbows and blocks to make that even, everybody plays.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Does anyone want to jump that? Because, I kind of set that up because there's also something that's going on in our world today where it's like, and Blake, this kind of goes into what we were talking about. I had a different way of looking at it, but it's what did you say earlier? The focus is on me. Like I said, it's my world and you're just driving it.
There's this concept online. It's basically called main character syndrome.
Oh yeah.
And the problem behind main character syndrome is everybody feels like their own special little unique person, that their life is the center of the galaxy. All right. Everything that revolves around them. So when they go and they get their coffee, when they're driving down the road, whatever it is, everything that they do, they are the main character. Everybody else is just a non-playable character in their story. So they have this entitlement theory that walks around and they feel like they're the special person and everything, and will be damned everybody else around them. And a lot of people are suffering from this because of things like social media use and addiction, from the constant curation of, I want my life to look as pretty and beautiful as possible, to, just trying to come out smelling like roses. It's just these people have a main character syndrome. So not my theory. It's just one of the things people talk about on the internet. And it is really pretty pertinent to a lot of individuals anymore, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Redbeard, what do you got to add to that?
So these two guys have kind of hit on some pretty interesting points. And I think,
first time for everything.
Character, what's that?
I said first time for everything.
Yeah. Well,
that clock is right twice a day, no matter what.
I'm going to kind of tie what Blake just said into something that Chip brought up, because I feel like this has been a pretty consistent theme, both of these things that we've talked about, which is, you have these people that they have this gravitational pull, and everything just, bends to the will of whatever it is they want. And then when they find out that it doesn't work out that way, their whole worldview is shattered to a point of absolute hysteria. But then, these are also the types of individuals that are, when they have an opportunity to help one of their neighbors, whether it's just jumping their car or whatever the case is, I mean, they're going to be like, oh, somebody else can do that. And the kind of what Chip was saying, about community and building a bond with people. I mean, I personally have never had a problem going across the road and helping a neighbor jump their car or helping them dig out after snow or whatever the case is, because, if we can create some type of connection or establish some type of connection, you might not agree on everything with that neighbor, but if something happens, that person's more inclined to probably help you if you need help than if you never talk to that person whatsoever. And that escalates into making a difference in your little 1 block area of your neighborhood to several block area, to making a difference in your little town or your community, to your city, to your state. And it all basically is a very well orchestrated domino effect, to where once you start to cultivate those relationships, really good things can happen from there. And in order to do that, you have to realize that your self-importance is not the primary gravitational center that you think it is. And that's okay. Like, sometimes if you just do things without the expectation that somebody's going to see it, those are often times the best things that come about. So you both made very good points, and I really enjoy kind of where the conversation is going tonight.
And just to dovetail on that, because it's a great point, I think that's one of the reasons why, Mark, you and I had hit it off so well, because for just what Jeremy was saying, neither of us at that point were looking for, like, we were just trying to get the shit done, and maybe even have a good time while we were doing it, especially when we were down range. And so it wasn't a matter of, okay, and trust me, my agency, my colleagues from other agencies always like to kid us about doing press conferences. There wasn't any press conferences we were going to be doing. It was just us trying to complete a mission, and neither of us took ourselves too seriously, and that's why it worked out so well.
I'm going to just share a quick story, and Chip, I think you were in the room at this time. This was a briefing, because I know our boys in green were there, and it was like one of a final briefing that we were given to COS. You had to have been there, because of course DOJ would have been represented. And I remember COS turning me and asking me, like, what my thoughts on something were, but to the point you're making, that's all I'm trying to say. It had nothing to do with me, right? I'm doing my job. My job is to do X. And then I'm presenting it to you, whether it's the war fighter or the intel lead who's got to make this decision. And then you, because you represent DOJ, it's not my place, I mean, if you want my personal opinion, I'll give it, but that's not what I'm here to do. And I know that kind of is like, hey, pat yourself on the back, but that was one of my very first times in the agency. And honestly, I'll remember that, because because we all can make mistakes. I in my mind, and someone say, oh, you didn't handle that right, Mark. You should have been, interjecting and doing this and, letting everyone know. I'm like, it's not about me. Like, Chip's got a job to do. These guys got a job to do. He's got a decision to make. My job is to present the facts as clearly as I possibly can, and then present, our options, and highlight the pros and cons, or the pitfalls, or well, if we do this, hey, I don't want to get in your lane, but, isn't that going to pose an issue because of the terrain involved? Like, how are you guys going to helo offset? Are you guys going to, what do you, like, da-da-da-da-da. But it's not my place to make that kind of comment. And Chip, what you just said, that's what reminded me of that moment right there. Kind of, again, we're just, doing some story times, but why does it always have to be me? Right. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I guess kind of throwing it to everybody here, the group. And then so for everybody watching, why does it always have to be me? Or does it? See what I'm kind of asking, fellas?
Well, Blake had brought that up, as far as, I forget whatever the nice term you had for it. And the opposite of that is just stay in your fucking lane. Like, if you have a, if the good idea fairy shows up, yeah, if you just want to voice it, but then shut your mouth if it's outside your lane. And I think that's where folks in Blake's story about online, where folks
main character syndrome.
Yeah, exactly. What was it again?
Yeah.
Main characters.
Yeah. Like, everything is their lane is everywhere. Well, it's not. And
well, I had one of them in front of me for like 2 miles.
That's what brought this up earlier today, Mark.
That's how it came up. I was on the phone with Blake, and this person, like, Duluth, because we want to be so much like Europeans, and so they put a roundabout and spent shit tons of tax dollars where there was a 4-way intersection that was working just fine. And this poor person in front of me, and I have to take a step back, and has probably never seen a traffic circle in her whole life. And even though she lives here, just could not handle, and it was stopping. And I'm just like, oh, and I was losing my shit. They're driving 30 in a 45, and, you got to take a step back. And, and Blake, I didn't do this when we were talking, but I've chastised myself. Like, hey, I don't know.
You did. You asked the good Lord for forgiveness right after you said some pretty naughty stuff on the phone. It was literally without a breath. It was like, you mother effer.
Naughty.
Oh, dear Lord, please forgive me.
Because to what we're talking about, like, I don't know that person. I mean, maybe that person's like has a phobia against driving, or maybe they've never really have seen a traffic circle before, and it's freaking. I don't know, right? But
real quick, just want to put my tinfoil hat on, just because you happen to bring up traffic circles. But I've had like this gripe against traffic circles for like a decade now. I swear they are just installing them in bumfuck nowhere places that are strategic crossroads, because they are perfect traffic stop checkpoints. Correct. And they are setting up checkpoints for when something goes on. That's my tinfoil hat. I'm gonna take my tinfoil hat off. But
I can kind of validate this real quick, Blake, because years ago when I had a buddy that lived out by the Ashland area, I was driving out there, and Ashland's about like an hour away. Would you say, Mark? It's roughly about an hour.
Depends on how fast or slow you drive. If you're that person in front of me, that would have been 3 hours for me.
And so like there's a crossroads, like literally in the middle of nowhere on your way out that way, and they turned that crossroad into a traffic circle. And the first time I came up on it was in the middle of winter, and I'm like, oh crap. Like, no, there was no notification whatsoever. So I'm like trying to decrease speed down, kind of downshift and get ready to take this corner. And I made it around the corner, but I was like, dude, like, this is the most impractical thing in the world. So either they're going for insurance or they're going for their quotas. Either way, I don't like it at all.
Well, yeah, and there's something to be said about the insurance aspect of it too. I don't want to go too off in the weeds on friggin' traffic circles, because that's exhilarating. But there is something to be said about like the insurance quota. All this green measure updating nonsense. If you look at it from the wind turbine fields that are down south to here to the infrastructure upgrade and everything, it's all a big friggin' Ponzi scheme. It's taking money out of our pockets and putting it into friends' pockets. I mean, these things are horribly ineffective across the board on any of these schemes. And this is shovel-ready nonsense. And the hey, we're going to rebuild our infrastructure. When they say, hey, it's the we're going to add infrastructure and be good bill, it really means the hey, we're going to bend you over a barrel and take every fucking dime you got bill. No. Sorry, I'm kind of black-pilled today. This really was not a good day for me to be on the podcast.
Although, to be fair, it's hard to not be black-pilled when it comes to horrid infrastructure issues. Like, it's like, we're just going to put a wall here. Okay, but why? Like, there's no reason. No, we're just going to do this. Like, we don't need to justify this to you. It's going to happen and you're going to like it. It's like, no, like there's zero reason to put a wall in the middle of the intersection. And you can't reason with these people.
Yeah, and maybe this is a good little sidebar to go on just for a little bit, but to that same point, Jeremy, I think this was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was saying this to you. I heard somebody else use the analogy kind of the other way. There's a wall, and this wall's been here for 100 years.
Yep. And
then somebody comes along and just says, well, let's just tear the wall down. And the point when I first heard it, I'll see if I can do this appropriate, was like, do you know why the wall's there? Well, no. Yeah. Well, so before you even start talking about the wall, you better fully understand why that wall was built to begin with. And then only if you fully understand, because time. You may have forgotten, like, oh, that wall's there to keep out the mythical dragon that's really not mythical, or the White Walkers, or use your whatever analogy, like, or preventing a flood. So, but to your point, I mean, look on social media. And, I'm going to throw PayPal under the bus here. And it's the same in the military. People are just recreating the wheel simply because they need a new officer evaluation report, bullet comment, or something within their organization. Like, there was nothing wrong with the old system. Why are you didn't make it better. You just made it different. And now everybody's either, and maybe it is equal, but now we have to relearn your new system. Or you forgot the fact that this wall was there to keep the barbarians out. And now you've got all these other issues that are taking place. It's the same with the traffic circle. But Chip, I see you laughing about something. I don't know if it's about your baseball team or what you got going on. You mind sharing?
No. I just saw something that you had asked about.
I did that in the private chat.
I'm not familiar with it. Or
you guys see the private chat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
You guys want to maybe, Chip, are you okay talking about, and before anyone else says anything, Chip, I just don't want to make it seem like I'm ambushing you, but while you're here, it's not a good thing. And it's, nothing to do with you. But if you don't know that current event, I don't know if you can speak to it. Maybe. Yeah,
I don't know the current. I'm not sure of the specifics on what.
Okay, how about this? Redbeard or Blake? You guys know what I'm talking about there in the private chat, right?
We'll let Redbeard go ahead.
Yeah. Redbeard, you just want to maybe just talk about what that is. And Chip, we're having fun, but if this is the last time that people see you in this platform, if you're willing to do it, maybe it just sheds a little bit more light and insight on just what the WTF over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Redbeard, does that make sense? Where I'm kind of going with that? Okay.
Yep. Yeah. It's I guess the long and the short of it is basically, people might make something that's considered unsavory to those of whom are in positions of assumed authority. And, it's one of those things to where, okay, as long as, it's one of those things to where I feel like anytime that there's criticism about an apparatus, whether it's an agency, whether it's the president or whatever the case is, there's clear defined things as it pertains to okay, this person's legitimately an actual concern. There's some pretty glaring obvious issues whether or not somebody's an actual concern. But the problem is when you start getting situations where people end up on your doorstep over the fact that they say, screw Joe Biden, I don't like this, there's got to be consequences for these actions. Okay, well, that's and that's just a general example. But if somebody says that, it's okay, well, that's also very general in context. What does that even mean? That's not something that indicates an overwhelming amount of concern. They're obviously displeased with something, but I mean, you also look at something going back to, I would even argue back to even January 6th, where people just simply commented on something going on with January 6th, if you will. And people are getting questions still to this day about so you must know something about January 6th. It's no, all I did was make a post, and they could say that to whomever it may concern, and it doesn't really seem to matter. So yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. Well, I was actually kind of curious in what Mark was referring to, so I did a quick little look. And as far as because I've been hearing more and more of this happening, but as far as the most recent one I see here is on April 2nd of this year. Intimidation. FBI visits Stillwater woman's home over social media. Post attorney says Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, an attorney is raising concerns after agents with the Federal Bureau of Investigation allegedly visit a home client Stillwater home on March 19th after her social media posts. I'm going to go ahead and just jump forward real quick here to some of the quotes. The video shows an agent saying he wouldn't show her credentials while she was recording. Are you going to show me your credentials or no? She asked. Yes, we did already. We identified ourselves. The agent responded. I didn't look at your credentials again. I didn't verify them. I told you to wait, and I went inside. The agent then said, yeah, okay, that's correct. Well, what we'd like to do is just have a conversation with you about some social media posts that you've made. Now, I'm not going to go any further really quick on this. This is the first I've heard about this, but I have been hearing more of cases like this. And what's concerning to me is we can look at the United Kingdom as a precursor to what we're going down as far as the Orwellian totalitarian language police state that's happening. Because if you see what happened in the UK over the last 10 years, it was social media posts. I mean, one of my favorite commentators. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I want to be able to flesh that out. We can flesh that out more, but I want to come over to Chip again. Chip, I'm not trying to blindside you, but this has really made the news. I mean, so Blake just read the transcript. Watching the video is even more egregious. I mean, they're flat out, they're refusing to ID themselves, and they're playing this little 3-card Monty game. Like, well, we already did it. She's like, no, you didn't. I asked you to hang on a second. I had to put the dog away, and it's all on video, so. It's even stronger than the transcript, but it was all about something she posted on Facebook, and totally within her First Amendment rights to do it. It wasn't even over the top. It was just like, hey, I have a concern over this. And in the video, though, one of the agents says, we talk to hundreds of people every day. So what are your thoughts on that? I'm like, we've having fun talking, but kind of going into a little bit slightly more serious conversation, to try to lead everybody down the path of be the difference, and question things. That's your right to do, right? That actually used to make America great. I loved it when the left questioned everything that the government did. Now the left is all about throwing you in jail if you question what the government is doing. So you see where I'm kind of going with that? Not trying to set you up, but there is this weird little dichotomy, and you're the only one in the group who's got, well, besides Patrick, and he doesn't have federal law enforcement, but you're the only guy in the group that's got that law enforcement background.
Yeah, and again, I haven't seen that post, so I'm not gonna, I won't speak to that specifically, but just so that. And you all probably know this already, but I'll say it anyway, just so that I can say, I explained to the best of my knowledge. So what happens is there's a system. It's basically a nationwide suspicious activity collection reporting system. And so somebody, let's say you're not happy with your neighbor. You think your neighbor's up to something nefarious, like is a terrorist, supporting a terrorist organization. You can contact the local intelligence center or FBI.gov or whatever your local PD is, and say, hey, look, and a lot of these are just done online too. So that makes it so much easier for people to really go out on a limb, because it's a lot of times it's not going to blow back. You can either do it anonymously or you can actually put your contact info down so that the investigators can then recontact you to try and get a better idea on what you were actually describing as suspicious activity. But then it goes through the various state or local, state, and federal. Finally, if it comes to the FBI's purview, it gets pushed to them, and then agents or investigators, folks on the Joint Terrorist Task Force, for the most part, are going to be tasked with, okay, go out and chat with this person, if it's deemed to be a credible, suspicious activity report. Now, I'm not even going to touch January 6th because I was out of the view by then, and there's so much.
We don't want to get you in trouble because
well, not so much even get in trouble, but there's
I don't want
many things I'm not comfortable with there.
And that's what I mean. I don't want to.
There's a lot to unpack with that.
Well, and by the way, the FBI did just arrest a couple 3 years after the fact. That just happened earlier this week, and they were only in the rotunda.
And that's the bigger thing. This is what I was going on about with the UK being a precursor to what we're going through.
Well, the UK is bad.
Well, it is, and Europe in general is. But if you look at, and yes, Viking, the way Canada is, it's spot on. The other Western nations are ahead of us right now. And whether, because there's absolutely no question about it, just like you were talking about earlier, Mark, there are good people in all of these organizations still. But the problem is they're good people in a sick body. All right. They're like those few little white blood cells trying to fight off an infection. The infection's taking over everything. And the issue is you have people strong. I mean, here's an anecdotal story about this. I had a gunsmithing customer one time. I had his gun for about 2.5 months. All right. I told him it was going to be a while. Instead of him calling me to ask, hey, how the work's going, he called a personal friend who was a law enforcement officer, who then off duty called me and said, my friend has said you stole his gun. I said, okay, well, what's your badge number? Because this is obviously not official. So although that's extremely anecdotal and nothing came of it, the point is there are individuals inside of these organizations that are going to misuse their power. And as that structure continues to support this and allow for more of it for both personal gain and wealth and power, you're going to see more people become attracted to these organizations to utilize and reap these benefits, thus making the host body sicker and more of a problem. And those that are good, fewer and fewer, and their voice smaller and smaller. And in the process, you see strong arm tactics. You see people coming to the house. You know, one of my favorite YouTubers is Count Dankula. The dude's hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely love him. His story is absolutely ludicrous. He taught his then at the time girlfriend.
Hey, quick time up. Yeah, you got to say that again for Chip, because if you don't know who he's talking about, you would love.
Awesome.
So
you would love.
Let me give a little more.
Hang on, let me just finish. Yeah. You got to. But the Mad Labs. So say it because maybe people watching and listening.
And for anyone listening, you guys might really enjoy this.
Say who it is again.
So the guy's name is Count Dankula as far as his YouTube presence goes. I can't remember his actual real life name, but this would have been shortly after the original Gamergate thing went down, which is kind of when the meme war started, around the time period when Trump was first elected. There was the joke on the internet is meme war veteran. Like it's a bunch of nonsensical stuff. But Dankula, he had made a video, and he lives in Scotland, of his girlfriend at the time, now wife's pug. And he had taught pug how to do the Nazi salute. Okay. And basically it was to piss off his girlfriend. Well, that video ended up going viral, and the Scottish authorities, actually the United Kingdom authorities, got their hands on it. They took him to trial over it. They destroyed his life. He could not get a job anywhere. They tried to put him in prison over the whole thing, and he basically flipped him the double bird and said, you know what, come at me. I don't really care. I'm going to fight for freedom of speech. Well, it ended up launching his YouTube career, and he's now been a very, very strong advocate for freedom of speech. He's very consistent. What's interesting is his story arc, he started as a communist. Actually, he was a very foolish young communist, found libertarianism, kind of made a choice to sort of switch from that. He's got some interesting concepts, but that's the beautiful part. We don't all have to agree about everything, right? Well, now he does this second channel, and he does these things called Mad Labs that are just they're awesome. Great. They're great. Like if you want to watch like a historical character or something and a good historical breakdown, wonderful. But he also does some basic news stuff. But I'm beside the point in the weeds now, because this is just one event in a lot. There are constantly people in the UK getting arrested, taken to court for simple things like social media posts or stating what they did to a coworker or someone else. You know, you're starting to see the framework of that being set down now. These railroad tracks, like red flag laws, various different ways of reporting your neighbors. We were just talking about earlier on. You have the community breaking down and not trusting each other because they don't know their neighbors anymore. So how can you know what they're up to if you don't even know their damn name? So there's a lot of problems coming, and it seems like, I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of people misusing the authority that we, the people, have granted them.
Yeah, and I'll jump in real quick, just because I'll jump out pretty soon.
Well, hey, Chip. So before you do that, allow me just one moment, because we just kind of talked around it, and this is the way the podcast is going to go tonight, because I would not have thought about bringing up Count Dankula. So
I'm so happy he did.
And I'm here to tell you, Chip, if you haven't, go find this guy.
Yeah,
he's an interesting character,
so everybody can see it again. He's friggin' hilarious, but the way he tells his Mad Lads stories are just
they're fantastic.
I mean, and it goes from everything from, it could be something like the Killdozer guy to Ruby Ridge to a boxer. You know, it doesn't matter. He picks it.
General Butt Naked. That's a crazy story.
No. But give me a second here. I actually found the video clip while we were talking. of the FBI. And I'm just going to play just the opening bit. And then Chip, again, we're not trying to put you on the spot, but back to what we were kind of just talking about there and how to be the difference to people going forward. Because this is part of, I think, of what it's going to be like in our world going forward. Although I think there's rays of sunshine, because over in the UK, in Scotland, they tried passing that law, and I don't even like I want to say
J.K. Rowling's.
Yeah, but she just came out and
yep.
said, "I dare you, take it," boom, and they well, okay, maybe, but so I think people are kind of starting to wake up to that and resent it. But give me a second here. Share screen. Here we go. I'm going to share this. Stay on this mode. Give me 1 second. I'm going to bring this full screen on our side, and then I'll hit play, and then that way everybody can see it. I'm only going to play just maybe a minute or so. Just stay tuned here, guys.
Have a conversation with you about some social media posts that you've made. Would you be willing to talk to us?
So 3 FBI agents show up to this woman's house because of a post or multiple posts that she made on Facebook, in which Facebook took a captured image of this, sent it to the FBI. So far, the only information we have is that she said something like F Joe Biden. There's nothing else that has popped up that she would have said that would have been more severe. Let me show you this entire clip in context, and then afterwards, I have some really important things to share with you. Check it out.
Can we just move in front of the house so the dogs don't go crazy? I need you to identify yourself and let me take imagery of your IDs.
I'm not going to share my credentials on the phone.
So you said you were with the FBI? And why won't you show me your credentials?
I showed you my
I didn't take a look at them. I said, 1 second, I'll be right back. Are you going to show me your credentials or no?
Yeah, we did already. So, and we identified ourselves. So what we'd like to do.
I didn't look at your credentials. Again, I didn't verify them. I told you to wait, and I went inside.
Okay, that's correct. What we'd like to do is just have a conversation with you about some social media posts that you've made. Would you be willing to talk to us today about that?
No, I would not. I would like you to later talk on with my lawyer.
Okay.
Do you have
Do you
identification?
have a card or something
cards?
from your attorney that we can reach out
No.
to?
No, I'll get back to you.
Okay. All right.
And I think just for what we're trying to do here tonight, that was more than enough. And I don't know. I should give credit because I didn't know that was. I thought this was just the raw video. This is a channel called According to Vin. I just grabbed the first one I saw that actually looked like they were going to play the video. His video is almost 9 minutes long. I think this whole interaction was about 5 or 6 minutes long.
Sure.
I've seen the original video. I can't quite remember, but okay. So Chip, that's kind of what we were just talking right there. And I hate to say this, and this isn't just for you. We'll probably bring this up 1 or 2 more times through the course of tonight's conversation. It goes with the auditors, and we just see this happening so frequently now. And it's nice. And there are auditors out there that when they have a police officer who knows the Constitution, like, yeah, no, that guy's got to write the photograph. What are you harassing for? No, so you're not detained. Get the hell out. You do what you want. It's nice to see that, but unfortunately, more and more, it's that. And I'm just going to put my agency hat on. And this isn't a baseball game between the agency and the bureau, but I think anybody watching that doesn't even have to have been in the agency or received any advanced training to see the deception indicated, and they were trying to control that and move it into. Yeah, we already showed you our ID. And she's like, not to my satisfaction, you haven't. And she listed out a pretty good, legitimate reason. Like, hey, dude, I told you to hang on a second. You saying you've got an ID or showing it to me from 30 feet away, that's not showing me an ID. They seem really deceptive, right? They seem really something shady there. That's, so Chip, forget the FBI agency stuff. Doesn't that seem a little shady? How about that? Maybe that's the better question.
Yeah, again, we're only seeing a portion of it. So I don't know what happened before, and I don't know what happened after, which is why I'm not going to specifically address that. Now, as far as the only thing that I would have just said is, oh, ma'am, I'll show you my creds. I'll show my credentials again, but I just can't have them photographed. That would be the only thing really is, yeah, you'd want to make sure she fully understands who you are, because you're going to leave a card with her anyway, or you should leave a card
Right.
with her.
No, so I didn't play the whole video. They refused to leave a card. They didn't even know the bureau office for where they were. The guy steps off to the side. She's asking for that, and he Googles it on his phone and then gives her the number. No cards, no official identification.
Well, let's take this from another perspective real quick, because we don't know. I mean, it could very well be these guys aren't even part of the FBI. They could have been trying to get access into the house. They could have been trying to get after something else. So, I mean, she handled it in the right way for her stop not letting them in the house and asking for ID. If they don't want to give their ID, you know what? From my perspective is instantly I'm going to go, are you really who you even say you are? You are now up on a level higher on threat of me. Like now I'm on edge. So we don't know the situation. I got to agree with that.
So something I will say that I have seen some people do when they're approached, especially by the ATF, is they'll get on the horn with the sheriff and be like, hey, these guys aren't providing me enough proof to verify who they are. Like, I want a sheriff's deputy out here to make sure I'm protected. And I will say some of the videos are kind of, I don't want to say they're funny, but they get really interesting, because when the sheriff deputy comes up and he's like, all right, you guys need to verify who you say you are, because you're in my county and I can't have people just coming and doing this without like, any form of identification or whatever. And so some of them get really heated.
And a lot of times what I would do in those type of situations is just say, oh yes, this is the number to the FBI office. Call it right now. And so that you can verify who I am.
I want to kind of bring it all the way full circle. And so Chip, that exchange that, you and Redbeard and, Blake just kind of chimed in. What I really like about that is, see, this isn't a gotcha or, us versus them. There's just the right way and a common sense way. And then there's just obfuscation or deception or just, belligerence or arrogance. And what you just said, and I know you well enough, and I know again, I'm not condemning anyone who's a law enforcement officer, whether that's state, county, federal, whatever. There's good people in those occupations, and there's bad apples. It just is. Because we're you know why? Because we're all fucking human beings, and everybody's a little different. But
to speak to Jeremy's point, a lot of times I would bring a local PD with me if I knew I was going to go. I'd give them a ring. Hey, can you, whoever's the sector car out there, can you just meet me there?
So hang on.
I'll introduce myself to him first.
So we don't have it on baseball, but we've got a mental telepathy on that point right there. Because I was going to say, like Chip, I was like, I know for a fact you would have like, hey guys, I'm going to be operating in your AOR, your area of responsibilities, your jurisdiction. Hey, or like, hey, can somebody come out there because it's just me and I wouldn't mind having a little backup. I know you would have done that because I know you, right?
I'll tell you a funny story. So I'm new, I don't know, probably 6 months out of the academy, and I'm in the Honolulu office, and I go to one of the housing complexes that was primarily Polynesian, or like Samoan, and where I was going to be the littlest boy in the block.
Oh, yeah. And listen, let's just be honest, Samoans, dude, you're a Holly boy.
But well, I go across the street. There happened to be a Honolulu Police Department substation. HPD was just phenomenal. My whole time there. So I roll into that. There's a desk sergeant there. I'm like, hey, how's it going? I'm Chip Garden with the View here, and I got to go across the street to interview someone. It was a big old Hawaiian sergeant, and he just starts rolling. He's like, yo, Holly boy, you going over there by yourself? Oh no. And so he was kind enough to send over, a couple more.
And for the record, Chip isn't small. Chip's like, what are you, like 6'3" or 6'2"? Chip is not a little dude,
But it was just, and from that point on, and especially if you're working on a task force, you just bring one of the detectives on the task force with you who's from that community. Because if things go sideways, the first thing you want to be able to do is get the cavalry, and the cavalry is going to be the locals in that area. So yeah, I love the View. I actually love it. There are some things that we haven't done great of late, and I'm a believer that they'll get fixed, but yeah, I love the view.
Hey, so that was a great story, and I don't want to, again, I'm totally not trying to put you on the spot, but I got to take advantage of you being here. And I don't know if this is the 600-pound gorilla in the room, but what, in your personal opinion, you know, this upcoming election, there's a lot of people who've been calling for the View to be dismantled. Pros and cons, agree, disagree? Chip, what are your, like, I think there's some bad things to that. Like, that's a bad idea on some levels, but on other levels, well, there's going to have to be some type of reform or something, you know. What are your thoughts on that, sir?
I truly hope that it doesn't, because you look at agents, and I definitely don't want to monopolize this. I'll give you my 2-minute spiel, then I'll jump off so you guys can have an adult conversation and not be dragged down by what I'm saying.
Well, no, hang on. No, this is an adult. We haven't.
Yeah, Jose, it will not be adult after you.
You're the one.
We're gonna be down in the gutter.
Pants on right now. You know, so no, this is an adult conversation due to you.
The vast majority of the agencies around the world have a different system than the View. They'll have a federal law enforcement, then they'll have an internal security service and an external security service. Their external would be, say, an agency equivalent or a liaison to what the CIA would be. The beauty of the View is, and there was talk about dismantling it after 9/11. And I'm very glad that they did not do that, because yes, there are going to be times, there are going to be instances of abuse, and I hope that they get not only rectified but adjudicated. Folks go to jail for if you're an agent and you do something wrong, or if you're an FBI employee and you do something wrong, you're going to fucking jail. But for the most part, and I spent a lot of time on the terrorist task force up in New York. That was the best running machine I could have ever asked for. And if the general public actually got to see the stuff that was going on, and I think, Mark, you could probably attest to it. There's so many bad things that go on that the public never sees because they are stopped. They're either stopped overseas by your agency, or they're stopped in the States by the JTTF working with the View, the local and state and local agencies in their AOR. But when it works right, and it works right most of the time, I don't want to see it broken up. Personally, do not want to see it broken up, and I hope that they don't do it. But that's my opinion.
Hey, I'm just going to pop this up here on your opinion. I think our friend Angry Viking veteran, quick question. Now, I'm going to read it just in case, for just the listeners. How does that questioning work? Like, he's going back to that line of questioning. Can it be used in court? I know lawyers always say don't talk to law enforcement. So are the questions just part of an investigation? Chip, again, is our only resident actual practicing former law enforcement officer. How would you respond to that?
If Angry Viking, if you're with regards to that video, the lady who was doing the taping she really didn't say anything. So a lot of times I would just come back and get written up. Agents responded to whatever the address was. Attempts were made to discuss the concerns of the postings with whoever the lady's name was. She would provide no additional information and asked us to contact the lawyer. Boom. That would be the extent of nothing that she said was bad. The only thing I would have done is probably ask them to leave her property. And maybe she did that later in the video. But she said, hey, I'll talk to you through my lawyer. And that's where the agents should just say, thank you very much, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Yeah, so I think that last part is kind of AVV. Leave a comment if I'm understanding you correctly. And Chip, I think the line of questioning is slightly different. I think what he's really asking is, the line of questioning that the officers use, the agents use, and to everybody's point, Redbeard, I think, or it may have been Blake, you brought up too. We don't even know if these were real. They could have been people impersonating. To this point, we don't know, right? Hell, to this point, we don't know if that whole thing was a fake, a bullshit video, right? But I think the other part of it is because, again, you've got tactical questioning, battlefield interrogation. I mean, there's, some of you know what I'm talking about. Other people would understand it. And your law enforcement uses techniques very similar. You hear it spoken of called phishing expeditions. I think that's kind of what he's really going at.
If she had answered the questions, they would have been documented in a summary of the interview, and that could have been introduced in court.
Yes.
Okay.
But she didn't say anything, to her credit.
But just to reiterate what. Go ahead, Blake. Sorry, I talked.
I was just saying, I think that was just the right move. I think you're right. It's not saying anything in that situation when they were being as, quite frankly, belligerent as they were is the right move. I think you're right, though. The only other thing I'd have said is, can you please leave my property?
Yeah, agreed.
But so I think, again, going back into this, into AVV's points, and then Chip, to your experience and background. But again, you're different, right? This is what makes you you. This is why we've been friends for 20, because you're not that belligerent, just, hey, look at the size of my dick. I think I'm going to bust heads and all this kind of crap, right? You're one of the good guys, and you've already demonstrated that.
I'm an average Joe. I don't know if it was, Jeremy or Blake that had mentioned the yeah, I'm just an average guy. That's what my girlfriend says, or that's what my wife says now.
Yeah. Well, but to my point though, is again, you can still do your job, and you can be adamant in the pursuit of your job, right? I mean, I was accused of having sharp elbows. That's because I wanted to do my job. I viewed my job as saving American lives, and I didn't give a shit about somebody's feelings. Oh, you didn't like the fact that I called you at 4 a.m. and reminded you that you needed to have your counter surveillance people on the fucking street 30 minutes ago. I'm sorry, you weren't there, but I could die, our asset could die, and as a result, other people could die. So, sorry because you're nursing a hangover from drinking all night overseas in a war zone type of thing. But see what I'm kind of getting at there? I'm trying to throw my own little spice in it. You're the same way, Chip. So, it's almost kind of like, should you even talk to people? AVV, is that kind of right? But if she would have answered the questions you said, I'm like, exactly. So AVV, are you asking for Chip's opinion on whether you should or should not talk to police at all? I mean, is that what your question is? Chip, and if you don't mind just fielding this question if AVV chimes in, but I just want to clarify that because you hear a lot of people talking about that stuff right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
AVV, let us know if that's really what you meant. Is the question should a person to talk with law enforcement, or should a person just plead the fifth and shut the F up?
Well, why don't we just
I'm not a cop, but I taught, and Blake teaches permit to carry, so he has to know a bunch of laws too, just like I did. I always advise my students, dude, you were just involved in a very high stress altercation. You may have just taken somebody's life. You may have just almost died yourself. And I don't care how many times that's happened. That freaks people out. That is the time you should probably just shut your mouth because your memory is clouded. Did I fire, what is that, Clint Eastwood? You got to ask yourself, punk, did I fire 5 shots or 6? Well, the reason that's so funny is because that guy doesn't know. They were in the middle of a gunfight, right? Only Archer knows how many rounds you ever shoot. Archer's little thing is he always knows how many rounds you shoot. Right?
I thought I was the only one that watched that.
Oh, no. You can love Archer. Love Mom. Okay, so here's Angry Viking. Right, here's Angry Viking. Right, but if she would have answered questions. Okay, Chip, thoughts on that then? And then we got another person joining in saying it's best not to talk. I think without knowing all the circumstances, I'm going to kind of agree with Clishan. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Clishan. Chip, why don't you, what are your thoughts, man?
I agree. Again, there are individuals who are what I would call the subject of the complaint. In this particular case, that lady was the subject because apparently she was the one that had allegedly done the post. Yeah. And then there are other folks that may be just a witness or something. If you're a witness, I got no issues talking to because you want to provide them with as
Yes.
much information as you want to provide local and law enforcement with as much information if there was a threat or something violent happened, so that threat can get addressed.
Yeah, Angry Viking. He would.
I see that. That's a good question.
Hey, just let me read it out loud, just in case somebody's just listening, not watching. So our friend Angry Viking veteran, I was just wondering if Miranda warnings are required before your words can be used in court.
There was no intent from, again, I want to address this particular one. If you intend to arrest the individual after you're done talking with them, you need to Mirandize them. If you're just out chit-chatting, like if you're just out doing a fact finding or something like that, you have no intention of putting anyone in cuffs or anything like that. You just ask them some questions because they have every right to tell you to go fucking pound sand. If they have a spontaneous utterance, or not so much even a spontaneous, if they say something, yes, it can get used in court. But you're only, from my experience, I'm only going to Mirandize somebody that I anticipate arresting right then.
I'm going to bring up another comment. I think we've hit a nerve here. So again,
and I got to run out for like 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that. Yeah, go.
Okay.
Yeah, go do what you got to do there. Good man.
To
Here,
that
get
point,
yourself another beer. Let's bring it over to Blake
real quick then, because what we're talking about too here in this specific case that's being discussed is her social media posts. And if you can go to court for your social media posts, well, then we've fallen a lot further than anybody really wants to admit, because that's kind of, we're off in the weeds right now. There shouldn't even be a court case for your comments about a social media post you made. So again, this is, are we classifying now as literal actionable hate speech or whatever the crap quote unquote statement would be? Oh,
hey, well, I was going to bring this up when Chip was still here, and it doesn't matter if he's here or not. We can circle back to it, but you as a licensed certified firearms instructor in Minnesota, you have to go get certified. Let's put the Second Amendment off to the side for a second. Clearly says shall not be infringed, but it's taxed in Minnesota in the form of a licensing. So I remember when I was talking about lethal force, and Blake, I want to bring this over to you, to like how you guys do it, because I know you use the NRA kind of right. Yeah, you're an NRA.
We do a hybrid version of the NRA.
Hybrid of NRA,
yeah.
And I was more of a hybrid USCCA and NRA. But I remember when I was talking about lethal force, just trying to get people to do some memory, just to build some muscle memory, which is because cops are going to question you. If you've been involved in a shooting, even if you had to draw and present, you need to be making a phone call, or somebody's going to probably call on you. Right. So,
yeah,
without getting into that class, as a matter of fact, Blake, see, we should do this over on Centerline Systems and one of those.
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
And stuff. Yeah. And just have little snippets like this. And now Chip is
real
coming
quick
back.
Though,
so
to that point, like you were just saying too, with the whole law enforcement and talking about
slow down. I'm going to get into that, but now
okay.
We got Chip back. So now it's a good point because Chip can hear what we're saying. So the other part though, I think, you and I can talk offline, because this might be a good 30-minute video over on Centerline Systems. But when I, without, not trying to teach the whole course, but I tried to build into their muscle memory, their brain muscle memory, that look, there's going to be a line of questioning, right? Because an event just took place, and you can either approach it from one of two ways. I'm not talking until I see an attorney, and you just plain out, I am not saying shit until I see an attorney. Redbeard, I'll come right to you in a second.
Sure.
Or you say, this guy, whether it's there on the ground or description, because if the guy's still loose in the neighborhood, you give a description. A white male, 6'2", who likes the New York Yankees. Because why do I say that? Because he was wearing all this New York Yankees, regalia, approached me. He pulled out his New York Yankees Glock 19. I defended myself. There's the witnesses. There's the evidence. I'm not saying anything else without my attorney. Well, come on, Mark, just tell me what happened. This guy over here assaulted me. Here's the evidence. Here's the witnesses. That's all I'm saying until I get an attorney. So that you could either just shut the F up, or you just give the bare bones minimum so the police can, because potentially there might be harm to other people in your community out there, right? A threat. So, I mean, I don't know about you, but I know I've got to protect myself legally, but I don't want Charlie Manson running through the neighborhood and just killing all these other people, right? You know, hey, yeah, because if you can't find a guy with a swastika scrawled into his skull with a knife, you know, like, so that would be something you'd want to share, whether, you know, you don't want to incriminate yourself, but you still got to share something. So Chip, you kind of came in on the tail end, and then Blake will come over to you on the, well, Redbeard, does your comment add to that? Or I don't want to sidetrack us. I want to come over to Chip on this while we've got limited time with him.
I was just going to say something quick about Miranda.
Let's come back to Miranda then.
Yeah.
Let's let Chip just answer that first kind of question. Chip,
yeah,
you came in and you heard. What do you think?
Are you talking about learning me something's?
Yep.
Yeah. Again, you have every right to say I don't want. You know, I'm not discussing this. I'd like an attorney present. And if you feel that the questions are leading somewhere that you don't want them to go, end the conversation. By all means. So I agree with what Learn Me Something has stated, because it looks to be a statement, not a question.
Well, yeah, I think he's saying, you know, he's kind of saying if they're doing leading questions, but a lot of people, and let's just be honest, even if you know what a leading question is, but again, you've got an adrenaline dump, you may have pooped yourself. I'm not even messing around. You could be shaking. Your body's going through a whole bunch of different, you know, reactions to the event.
If we're talking about a kill or shooting now,
well, just any physical threat, it doesn't even have to have resulted in violence. It is traumatic, right? And so, you know, you might not even know what a leading question is. So that's why I'm saying that memorization, either having that card and you just present it to them and you just shut up and the card just says everything you need. Like, I was just involved in a traumatic event. I'm not saying a damn thing until my attorneys are present. Stop asking me questions. I plead the fifth. Here's my ID.
Yeah, I mean, you're not even pleading the fifth. You just say, I want to speak to an attorney. Boom. That's pretty much
it.
You're right.
Okay.
That's the beautiful part about this country, or at least was at one point. We'll see if that stands still.
Yeah.
But real quick, I want to make one real fast point. So you're talking about leading questions. Well, and that's the thing. A lot of people don't realize language is warfare. I mean, that really is what it is. And if you're not trained in how to identify a leading question, how to identify when somebody's assaulting you verbally in the sense where they're trying to get a specific answer out of you, you're way outside of your depth. Everyone should get honed on communication, understand what people are truly saying to you, and actually listen and don't just talk to people. That's a very, very important thing nowadays.
I just got to add one thing. And Blake, I know you've heard me say this before. Hey, you can't just listen. You have to hear what I'm saying.
No.
You can't just like, oh, I hear you talking. You've got to digest that. It can't just be Mark's mouth was moving, so I know he was lying. Well, did you hear what I actually said? Well, no. Then how the hell do you know I was lying, right? You actually have to listen to it, digest it, so you can actually hear the message that's being conveyed by our actual language.
And again, to even take that a step further, if you're being questioned, you want to make sure you understand where you might say, okay, so I'm hearing you say blah blah blah, just to hammer down to make sure that you're both on the same proverbial page with whatever the question may have been. But yeah, if you're witnesses, great. But if you're the person either involved, like Mark and Blake, I think you were talking to, the best thing to do is just say, yeah, I'm going to wait till I got an attorney. Even and that verbiage of I've just been involved in a traumatic event. Before I speak, I want to talk to an attorney. Unless there's a threat out there that still needs to get neutralized or addressed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Redbeard, what were you going to say then about Miranda?
Yeah. Now we're bringing it over to Redbeard. Yep.
So I can't do this in the professional constitutional attorney way, because Chris Ann Hall is far more astute at addressing constitutional things. But
Hey,
I
can we
do
just
remember
one and the final episode, one pause. You just mentioned Chris Ann Hall. If somebody's just here new, seriously, I'll type it in as a chat for everybody to see, but
yeah.
you got to plug her at the end of whatever you're going to say too, because she
Yeah.
is freaking stellar.
So Chris Ann Hall was actually talking about Fifth Amendment issues. I don't remember if it was during a podcast or one of her lessons that she provides through her Liberty First Society. I'd have to look, but she was talking about Miranda, and she said that basically, like, when you look at the realm of Miranda, and it's supposed to be kind of like a stand-in or like a fast, efficient way of explaining the Fifth Amendment. She's like, when you start to use something in place of just saying, would you like to invoke your Fifth Amendment right? She's like, that allows you a lot of leeway to be able to change that verbiage and that conversation and stuff like that. And she's like, she had brought up why the whole realm of Miranda should be completely done away with and irrelevant, because really we're talking about your Fifth Amendment right. Are you going to speak on this, or are you not going to speak on this? If you're not going to speak on this, then you need to basically shut up, get a lawyer, and don't say anything. Because what happens, at least from how I understood she was explaining it, is Miranda takes the Fifth Amendment, that reduces it down to a simple, stupid type thing. But in doing that, you're diminishing the whole purpose of the Fifth Amendment to begin with, because there's more to it than that. And if you're going to tell somebody to invoke, your right to an attorney, so on and so forth, like you have to explain the whole realm of it. You can't just, bring it down to this level to where it's diminished. And so she does a far better job of explaining it, because I'm not a constitutional attorney. I'm just, I get mildly autistic when it comes to constitutional things, but
you're just an autistic patriot with an awesome red beard.
100%. Yeah, no, but like the way that she can explain it, is essentially like that whole thing is a reduction of what our rights should be. And if you're looking for the explanation as to what you should and what you shouldn't do, it's already there. So there's no reason to have to create a whole new thing to emphasize that, hey, Mark, you have a Fifth Amendment right. If you would like me to read your Fifth Amendment right, I can do that. Otherwise, you can talk to me or keep your mouth shut. That's it.
Chip, let's get your commentary on this, because you're the only practicing law enforcement officer. Do you think Redbeard, by the way, it's legal in Minnesota. He might be smoking dope. Is he smoking dope? Crack is not legal. Marijuana is. Is he smoking dope, or is he on point here?
No, I would say he's on point, and the attorney there is absolutely right. The problem is you got freaking knuckle draggers like me and a bunch of other law enforcement folks who know what Miranda is, and to try and go
Right.
over the Constitution at a traffic stop is not going to happen. That's why we have very smart attorneys like that will then argue that statement in court, whether it's admissible or not. But to really dumb it down is, you just decide, I'd like to speak to an attorney before I make a statement.
Yeah.
That's
crazy how that works, right?
Yeah. And that's where it should end. That's where it should end.
Blake, you wanted to jump in?
Well, I wanted to go back to talking about what Christiane Hall says about kind of can you guys still hear me? My camera's been
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay,
your camera
great.
bounced you out though.
So anyway, what she was kind of talking about, how it's more of a devolvement of what our rights actually are based from the Constitution into a more simplistic fashion. And it reminds me a lot of kind of the concept in the book 1984 by George Orwell of the Newspeak Dictionary. And I know a lot of people always go, oh, Orwellian in 1984, but they rarely ever talk about the meat and potatoes of the book. And this is one of the core parts of this book. And basically the whole concept of the main character was he was an editor for the Newspeak Dictionary. And what they would do is they would reduce the specificity of the language. So instead of it being awesome, it was just good. or double plus good or triple good. And you use the base words to explain emotions, because the idea behind it is you can devolve the language, devolve the understanding to such a specific point where you can no longer articulate your need to have a revolution to throw off the powers that be. That's the ultimate end state goal of this, is we are trying to reduce language where you don't have the mental capacity to actually discuss these concepts.
Right.
And it's sort of the same thing is going on with our Constitution and how we see the living document concept that's out there, and the rewording of what a citizen
I just got to say
is.
this. I'm sorry. I don't even want you to go any further. The Constitution's not a living document. It's set in stone. It's not a living document. That's no. There is no living document implies that. Oh, but because it's grown a third arm, now there's a third arm to it. No, there's nowhere in the Constitution.
Is it going to cook me dinner?
Third arm.
Because I don't think a living document is it capable of making me a sandwich. But the thing is, at the end of the day, is they're seriously trying to devolve our understanding of our own rights and freedoms in the nation. And we don't teach civics anymore. You want to talk about one of the biggest problems is how the hell do you expect to have good citizens when they've never been told what a good citizen is? And I don't mean a good citizen is you're going to punch the clock, you're going to go to work, and you're going to make money for the government, and you're going to shut the hell up, and you're going to go back, and you're going to eat the bugs, and you're going to live in your pot. No, that's not a good citizen. A good citizen is an extremely dangerous yet capable and well-adjusted individual that's trying to build his community.
Well spoken.
That is not something they want.
Articulate, well-read, courteous, kind, generous, and then once you break one of his fucking toys, he crushes you, right?
And that's just it.
Hey, just real quickly, I'm sorry, I just wanted to do that as a fun little intervention here. I just want to read a couple comments. You guys have been going in such a great direction. I kind of stopped on the comments for a second. Let me bring some of these up before we get too far away from them. So this is where it kind of started. AVV, his comment back to that video, that little clip I showed. His comment was, so in this case, they were just there to intimidate her over a post. That's even worse. That's objective or that's subjective, right? I mean, like from the law enforcement perspective, they could try to make the argument all day that, and they do it in that video. They're like, oh, we're just trying to keep people safe. But everybody knows what that's the umbrella term. Oh, this is for public safety. Like, no,
that's when you should
no
be
offense
scared.
to Chip, but this is where I'm not going to agree with him if he does think this way. A lot of times, because of battlefield interrogation and tactical questioning, it is a fishing expedition. In your brain, even if you can't articulate a reasonable suspicion for what you're doing, your gut is saying, I think this guy's up to something. So, don't just cast stones is what I'm saying. So, because, fuck, I had to do that shit quite often. I'm like, I've got no real reason to, but my gut is telling me this guy's got an AK in the back of his car. And I mean, that's I know that's different because it's a war zone and I've never been a cop. I'd be a horrible cop. I'd let everybody go, I think. Anyway, I just want to give everybody some quick props. So that's AVV with that question.
Can I actually bring up Mish has a comment?
Well, no, Blake, I'm getting to all of them. I'm going to get us caught up here. Yep. So, so anybody got a comment to AVV what I'm posting right now? Nothing. Okay. Moving on to the next one. This is egotistically. Thank you. This can't be the last show. The topics are too good. Where have you been? We did like 50. We've done 50, but it's time for us to move on. Well, and Redbeard and I will probably save the very ending to kind of talk about that. I mean, I think it's just pretty obvious. So it's just life. We got a million things going on and they're all personal or business related, but anyway, we're just trying to do the best and pass the torch off. And that's where, if you go back to the very beginning, that's what we were talking to Chip and everybody about. It's like, hey, just trying to be the difference and hand off the baton to other people. But thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Glad to hear that you like what we're talking about. This actually, of course, Chip comes on, says he's going to be here for 5 minutes. He's been here for like an hour and a half. And he's been hitting for the first time ever. Somebody from a New York baseball team is hitting
my
home
wife
run.
is going to kill me.
All right, here we go.
Now we can't have fratricide in the home now.
But I'll tell her not to say anything if the cops show up.
There you go. That's a good thing. All right, now let's go to David. We got Double D, not Devil Dog, but Double D. David. Too often the victim becomes the perpetrator. Decrease your odds of becoming the latter by shutting the F up. Not 100% sure if I get it, but yeah, like I think the point going back to that previous conversation,
i.e. home defense cases, Mark. So if somebody defends their home, you're the one going to jail because for some reason they're underprivileged and they needed to rob your house or
Well,
something.
and to that point, I actually do want to bring something up. If you are in a self-defense situation, if you have taken someone's life, whether it was in your house or on the streets or whatever it is, your guns are going to get taken for you, at least for a temporary basis. You are going to go to court to it. And a prosecutor's job is to get a prosecution. So whether you're right, you were in the wrong, doesn't matter. They are going to do everything in their power to pay the bad guy.
This is maybe we'll circle back to this. I disagree with you on some aspects of that, because not all prosecutors are there just, but you're right. Selfishly speaking, there's a lot of prosecutors who just want the W's, and they'll pass on court cases that they think they're going to lose. And then they'll go for a slam dunk. And look, I just saw something the other day where a prosecuting attorney completely misconstrued the local state, the state statutes and tried to, it was shameful. And that person should be debarred. But I think, and I see Chip kind of nodding a little bit. I mean, that's the point. Like, if you're an officer of the court or an officer of law and you do that stuff, well, not shame on you. You're fired and get a job in the next county over. It's like, no, you violated the civic trust. And I'm putting words in Chip's mouth, so I'll be quiet there. But like, that's how I feel. If you're in a position of that type of position, that authority, and you do something like that so shamefully, sorry, I just spittled. But yeah, no, there should be a separate little category of law. Like, you violated, because you're eroding the trust. You're eroding the public's trust in the government at that time, and that's never going to be good, in my opinion. Anybody want to chime in on what I just said or what David did? And otherwise, I'm going to keep going. I just want to catch up on some of these comments here, guys. Anybody want to say something to this point so far?
The only thing I'd say is, to Blake's point, I agree. Just be aware of whatever the law is going to change depending on your municipality. In New York, you're going to a grand jury. No matter what, you're going to a grand jury. Whereas in other places, the DA can choose not to even bring the case in front of a grand
might not
jury.
even be a case. Yeah. You might just go in for some general questioning and then just go home and have some cornflakes.
Yep.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, we're not lawyers when we're not trying to pretend. And so you've got to know your own laws, and you've got to know because it varies from state to state and municipalities, or counties within the state sometimes. So now we got AVV back with another great question or comment. But it's kind of a trick. And this is why I wanted to get to before we got too far away from stuff, because we want to be helpful in general as people. However, we may say something unartful and suffer in court for it. That was exactly the point, like Chips was saying earlier. Chip, you want to address that one more time?
Yeah, unfortunately, he's right. But some of the onus falls on the investigator to not try and play verbal judo when you're just trying to get the facts, basically. And so, to AVV, you're right, but that's why it's just best to just shut your mouth.
Well, and to that point, going back to our previous stories, like when we first met each other, and how many times, whether it's in anything, like, any organization that's designed to do good, whether it's law enforcement, the bureau, the agency, at the end of the day, these are supposed to be good organizations. But you always have those people who are so overzealous. And I'm a street cop. I should just be getting the facts and then, bringing this over to a detective or whatever else. They're sitting there acting like they're case officers. Like, I've seen this. Like, Chip, I think you kind of picking up what I'm putting down. We're like, dude, like you said earlier, get back in your lane, dude. You're doing cross-border operations. You're not even authorized to do that. You're going to get people killed. What the fuck are you doing, right? It's the kind of same thing when hey, man, you've got this guy. Why are you sitting there doing battlefield interrogation on him? Well, because I want to make detective and I want to look good for the. Yeah, see, I got a smile out of you on that one, right? Isn't that kind of the truth?
And I say I'm not a big. I have my druthers with NYPD, even though we have family in NYPD. But there are some detectives that are just fantastic. They have the gift of gab, and actually there are a number of agents that I've run into too, and on the agency side, the same thing. That they're not out to screw you, but they're very effective interviewers.
Well, because what they're really trying to do is find a way to make themselves get that little bit of that slice of the 15 minutes of fame pie, right? Because
but I don't say that in a bad way. They're just very effective at at
But
putting
here's
people at ease.
here's the distinction: being effective at getting at the truth, or being effective in distorting people's comments or tricking somebody.
Yeah,
So
no,
you can
yeah,
get a
those are two
prosecution. That's
different
different.
things. And like
Yeah.
I said, the ones that I've had the most experience with are the latter, the ones trying to just figure out what the hell happened, not trying to either trying to put the right person in jail or figure out that this is not something we need to be involved in.
All right, continuing on, we've got again, Clashane. I think that's how I would pronounce it. I hope I'm saying your name right. Clashane. Here we go. The Essays of the English Language by Orwell is a good example. That goes back into what you were talking about earlier, Blake. Again, just trying to give everybody some credit here for the comments. Not really that's just a comment, not really a question, but a good example. Orwell. Back to what you were just saying, Blake. And I think, and maybe we can elucidate or expand upon this further. But there's an effort to destroy language because, as you said, that made everybody this is good, plus, as opposed to a more effective way of communicating.
Exactly.
All right, then we got Niche here. This was when we were talking about the Constitution. They would like it to be a living document. Yeah, of course. I mean, because if it's a living document, then we don't have to take it at the word. And then just kind of following up. And then she says the Constitution limits their power. Because yes, it is a restrictor device. And I think one of the most famous quotes, and then we'll take a quick pause, let everybody kind of catch up or make some comments. But I remember Barack Obama saying, one of his and he's supposedly a constitutional scholar. And one of his biggest complaints about the Constitution is because it limits government.
No wonder his favorite president was Abraham Lincoln.
Well, don't ruin it. I've got to get to that. So, all right. So let's kind of stop right there. Anybody got any comments? On the comments that are coming in?
To what Mish was saying, I think that the restrictive document part, it's spot on. I mean, a lot of people have forgotten the point that our government's kind of designed to be at a gridlock and fighting itself, because when they do that, they don't slit our throats. The problem is it's a uniparty and everything's kind of behind back rooms and they're all helping each other out. So they're going, hey, you know what we can do? We can slit their throats. And that's the problem that we're at right now, is that because the government's not fighting itself, it's fighting us. And that has to stop.
I can't argue with that because at first I was going to say, well, that's why the three branches, but it's all becoming two wings and a tail of the same bird.
Yeah, and that's the thing when they say left wing, right wing. Well, it's attached to the same body.
Same body, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go through these couple ones quick just to get us kind of caught up, and we can just keep going here. Because we had AVV. Well, it is living in that it can be amended. So you're right, but there's a process for that. But that's not what I meant when I said that they want when people say it's a living document, they don't want to actually go through the process of amending it. They want to distort what the actual language is. Redbeard. I'm looking at the camera, but I just looked down in time to see that. Here, hang on, Redbeard. I'm going to bring you full screen right there. Hang on a second. Right there. There you go. AVV. Not a living, breathing document. Reclaiming Our Constitution by Chris Ann Hall. It is not a living, breathing document, but AVV is correct. There is a process by which amendments, we can make amendments. And he's absolutely right.
And she does a pretty good job, not just in this book, but if you take the time to go through a lot of her different content and what she puts out there, she does a very good job of explaining how there are certain mechanisms and things like that make it appear as such, but in the end of the day, it's still not a living document. And again, she's a constitutional attorney. She does this far better than me. She explains it far better than me. And I think that anybody who wants to learn more about it and not only the arguments for the Constitution and how it works, but also arguments that are against it and how to understand it and how to address those certain things. Like, she does such a good job, and not just her, but the 10th Amendment Center as well. Like, those are two of the best resources, in my opinion, for learning about the Constitution, about liberty, and about what your rights are. Highly recommend checking out both of those resources. But I had to show that book because I felt it was pertinent. So,
hey, I was going to say maybe we put it in here, but everybody can always just hit.
I did
pause
drop the
back
book
there.
in the comment section.
Oh,
as
okay,
well.
good
So,
for you. All right, so here's what I'm going to do, Redbeard. Chip, you still doing good?
Yeah, I'll roll in about 5, unless there are more questions.
No, because here's I just kind of skimmed through the questions. There's 2 more I'm going to bring up, but then I think we need to bring it back to you guys because you're taking the time. You're not taking the time out of your life to listen to me read somebody else's questions. So let's get you guys talking again. But I'm just going to bring up 2 more questions, and they're all good comments. I mean, everybody can see the comments in the chat. Thank you to everybody here doing it, and I'm just going to bring. And I haven't heard you yell at me yet, sir. So Clashane is what I'm going to say. You haven't said, Mark, you are such an idiot. I thought you spoke a couple languages. That's not my name. But how about once a month shows? We do the footwork and get out the word about the show. The only thing I'm going to say about that, and Redbeard and I were going to kind of save this near the end. I'm going to start doing, like, the itch is still there. I have to scratch it. That's what this podcast was. It might not be as fun as this episode right here, but once every 2 or 3 weeks over on Centerline Systems, I'm going to start teaching classes, and hopefully Chip will be there for something, or Blake will be there, like little segments, or Redbeard. So I'll bring in some other people, and we're going to start trying to take this format. We can't commit to it as what we were doing. I mean, Redbeard, we've never really even said why we're stopping it yet.
yeah.
Maybe we should have done that at the beginning. I don't know, but maybe we'll do that once Blake and Chip have to bounce. But so no, I think what we'll do is I'm going to just start. I want to keep giving back. And I think what we're going to do is take little 30-minute live stream, maybe 30 minutes to an hour, no more than an hour segments. Like Blake and I talked about this earlier today, to talk about something about handguns that like we just did. Maybe we just have that whole conversation about what should you do if you're in a defensive shooting situation. Blake, you know what I'm saying? So not trying to put anybody on the spot, but I'm going to do more of that, but I'm going to do that over on Centerline Systems. We just got a shit ton of stuff going on in life, and I don't want to speak for Redbeard, but we will address it. But I mean, I thank you very much. That's very, it's very kind of you. I mean it very seriously, but it's just life. And hey, no offense. You put on a podcast, and I'll come on your podcast as a guest if it works out. I mean, like, I'm not trying to I didn't mean that to be like, back on you, but no, we've got things that we're trying to do in our personal lives that it's just becoming really, I mean, honestly, boys and girls, it's just, life's getting really fucking tough. Right. And then one last one I want to bring up here, because I do want to plug somebody else. So AVV, thank you for all your comments, but I also want to plug Jack at Black Scout Survival. You don't have to like the guy. You don't have to like all of his commentary, but but going back into that. Yeah. So, again, and Shane, if you don't know who Black Scout Survival is, you might want to start following him. He does 30-minute, talks a lot about these same types of issues. His format is different from ours, but just find there's so many other great spots out there. I mean, I personally, and Blake, and maybe this will be a good segue to come back to you and get you back in the fight. We've mentioned Count Dankula, really graceful, Russell Brand. I mean, there are a good number of really good podcasts out there. Joe Rogan, obviously, is the T-Rex of the podcast world, but there's some really good sources of information out there.
There's a lot of content out there from a lot of different angles. Yeah. And I think that's the thing, is a lot of people, especially the generation before me. I mean, I'm a millennial, but a lot of the generations before me, it was, nightly news. That's what we got. We got ABC, CBS. There you go. There's choices. And those are your spectrum of views. Now we have Jim Bob down at the corner store, and he's talking about the local problems, and he hates it, and this is what's going on here. And then you got someone else talking about their issues and their concepts and their views. So you can go from people like, I'm gonna do a bunch of name dropping I'm sure a lot of the people here that listen to it and are in the alternative media section listen to a lot of these people. But you got the founder, and you got Sticks Hexenhammer 666, you got Tim Pool, you got Dankula, you've got Really Graceful, and I can just keep going on, and there's a lot of names out there. But the thing that's nice is all these people, they're like us. There's this meme, and I love this meme. It's one of the reasons I love podcasts. It's this guy down in Brazil, and he's sitting next to an advertisement of these 3 guys talking, 2 girls and a guy talking, and they're laughing, and he's eating Cheerios next to it, and he's laughing. And it says, this is what I feel like when I watch a podcast. I'm part of this conversation, and I've said it before in the past too. I'm going to say how nerdy I am. I'm a Stargate fan, but you're the 5th member of Stargate. You know, it's that's the concept behind things. It's incorporating into making you feel part of it. And the beautiful part about this new form of media and how we can sit here in our houses with no funding whatsoever and have these conversations, and it can be our own opinions, and you can now do this and listen to thousands and thousands of hours, millions of hours, billions of hours of humans talking about their opinion on it. You don't have to go through the curated news program anymore, and that's terrifying again to the powers that be. So,
and why is that? I mean, that's another good jumping off point into another area of conversation. Now, Chip, Devil Dog, I know you're going to have to bounce, but do you want to bounce in that kind of direction? Like, why is what Blake just said, why does that ring true? Or do you want to like wrap up your portion of your participation either with like another just awe-inspiring, incredibly visual story of our past in Iraq? Or do you want to talk some baseball or some shit? I mean, what do you got?
I agree with what Blake was saying, and I'm probably the oldest person on this podcast, and so I'm still getting
saying much. I mean,
from the nightly news. It's my kids that introduced me to podcasts. So I think that's the way things are going to go. That's absolutely the future, which is a good thing. But it's also a bad thing because there's only so many hours in a day. You're going to have to find so many, a certain number of people that scratch your itch because there's only 24 hours in a day. And if you gotta, I hope you got a job, so you just can't be listening to the shit 24/7. But that is what's gonna be the future. Yeah. TV, the networks are gonna go away because the money is in podcasts.
Well, even beyond the money thing, I mean, the viewership that podcasts are capable of pulling in is immense. I mean, you've got people that are doing on a shoestring budget, and they're pulling in more nightly views than CNN does. And I think
not saying much, though. Seriously, brother.
No, that ain't saying much. That's also true.
That wasn't even apples to oranges. That was like,
if it wasn't for airports, CNN wouldn't.
That was like apples to garlic.
Yeah,
that wasn't even in the same freaking food category.
I think the reason, though, that the powers that be, in my opinion, are scared of this concept is because they're realizing we have this powerful tool called the internet. We can discuss openly without censorship in real time with people from any country, anywhere on the world, as soon as we want to. And what terrifies them is the fact that when we all start talking and we start actually breaking down what matters to us, what we try to do and accomplish in our daily life, you realize we're all a lot more similar than they tell us we are. And that's what scares them is when the people go, well, I can pretty much grow everything I need to eat on property, have a little bit of leisure time, spend some time building community, but yet I'm constantly told to fight my neighbors. I'm constantly told to consume. I'm constantly told that this is the way it has to be. There is a better way out there. There really, really is. And we need to revamp our societies for that better way. Now, that can be a conversation for another time, I could talk the rest of the day about it, because that's kind of community building is really, I think, the medicine for the sickness we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Chip, how much more time you got?
I got we're at 1:52 now. I'm till 2 hours, and then I'm gonna launch. I haven't talked this much in months.
You're doing great.
Yeah. Do you talk more than this when you're teaching your students? I mean, I hope so, right? I mean, boys and girls, page 152 to 250. I'm done. Drops the mic and walks away.
I'll be right back.
Hey, but I want to see if you want to comment on what Blake just said right there, because I kind of really like that. I think that's again, that's been one of the main Redbeard. I see you nodding your head. So I think I'm speaking for both of us. So has that not been one of our driving motivations or, impetus behind what we were trying to do here?
Through the slew of issues that we've talked about, whether it's been domestic issues or foreign issues or whatever, it's always come down to the core of, look, if you want to fix this, you have to start with your neighbors next door. Because if you're going to try and get after a bigger issue, you have to lay the groundwork for other people that want to. First off, you got to get people to kind of like you, and you can't do that if you never talk to them, right? Even people who disagree with you can like you just by talking to them, and they're more, even if they disagree with you, if they do get to know you, they're going to be more inclined to want to follow you or elect you or do whatever, because you're a more desirable person. You're getting involved with them, so you can work at that ground level. Yes, like we've always said, that it always starts and emanates from the community level, from the ground level, and working your way back up. Because if you have a strong foundation, you have a strong basis for which you can build up on, you can then start to work your way up and make the changes you want, because you don't have to worry about the ground caving in beneath you. And when you can get people on the same page, like your neighbors, and again, you don't, I know this is earth shattering to people, but you don't have to agree with every single one of your neighbors. But if you're a likable person and you help each other, it's amazing what you can get done. And people, it's weird. And Chip, I don't know if you and Mark noticed this, because I know you guys deal with people in a different way that me and Blake might, but from a psychological perspective, if people like you, they will do something in which they will give you a little bit of leeway, even if it's promoting something they don't like, because, hey, you're a nice guy, you're likable, and maybe you do something I don't like, but you can't be all that bad. So then they're just like, hey, like, we'll give you a shot anyways, right? Like, there is a psychological component. And I'm not saying that to put a message of subversiveness, but I'm just saying, like, if you get to know people, even if they disagree with you, they'll still be more willing to support you if you treat them well, if you help them out, if you get to know who they are and show a vested interest in your neighbor. So
you just yeah, Jeremy, you just taught a class. You just taught a class on elicitation. It was spot on. So well done. Yeah, they're either you can pick up folks in a bar setting, or get folks to come help you solve your case.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
everything you said was absolutely right. Absolutely on the mark.
Yeah, I mean, it in the end of the day, like, again, I'm going to go back to her, but in one of Chris Ann Hall's educational courses, she talks about how you can get into areas of like committees and work your way into the system so you can make those changes. And I remember her husband was saying, like, look, like, in the end of the day, if people don't like you, you're not going to get anywhere. So, like, you got to make you don't have to necessarily make friends, but just like be likable, get out there and talk to people and do things. Like,
fucking lead with a smile.
That's a shirt right there. Fucking lead with a smile.
Yeah.
We got to put that on a shirt somehow.
It's absolutely all about. And I think Mark's background would attest to that too. That's what they should be teaching, and they try and teach.
Yeah.
God dang it. Why did you do that? You're the one who said you have to bounce here in a couple seconds. You're just going to float that at us and then walk away. Hey, here's this really steamy hot comment.
Well, it was Jeremy that brought it up. That was a great point.
Yeah, but
I take full blame for this. 100%.
All right. Hey,
plus, I want to leave room for Patrick.
Well, so we got Patrick on deck. He's now joined us.
Oh crap! I didn't even see that.
Oh no! So he's here. He's kind of hidden down below. If you're looking at the same view I'm, Jeremy. But I did get text messages from two other guests. They're going to try to get in here. It just depends on how long we're doing this. So we've got two other guys who are, and I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna do this for the record. Sheriff Eliason, I went to high school with you. You said you were going to be, where the F are you? We were talking law enforcement. We can't revisit this whole law enforcement conversation when you come in after Chipley's. We're going to have to talk about
aliens. Aliens, the giant.
Yeah, aliens.
Yes.
So wherever Pat Eliason is right now, I'm a little like, what the hell, man? I thought you were going to be here. We could have had all kinds of law enforcement. Hey, but I want to just throw out Well, actually, I want to give Chip. I know you're kind of coming up on the end. We got 2 minutes. Actually, it's less than that. I want to give you the last minute and a half here before you get really in trouble. More than you're going to be right now. But
no fratricide in the
Yeah,
household.
it'll be justifiable homicide. That's all right.
What do you got for it?
I would just want to finish up with how I started it to say how much I appreciate you gentlemen, and even more importantly, the mission critical family community who listen to the podcast and come up with fantastic questions or comments that allow the conversation to continue to be productive, hopefully for everybody. Blake, great to meet you. Jeremy, Mark, great seeing you guys as always, and look forward to catching up.
Hey, if you do make it up here this summer, there's a chance that you'll be having this conversation with all three of us.
You know what?
I don't know if there's enough alcohol. I mean, Jeremy would be the designated driver, though. I mean, because he doesn't drink.
I still have a couple bottles of mead left that I made.
Oh my God. So good.
Hey, but all the best. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Be safe.
Buddy.
See you, buddy.
Thanks, Devil Dog. We'll talk to you later. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Stay safe.
All right, blame it on me. You know the deal. You just blame it on me. Blame the other guy.
Take care.
Blame the innocent. You know how it goes. Deny everything. Admit nothing. Deny everything. Admit nothing. Make counter accusations and blame the innocent. That's what we were trained to do. So just go ahead and do all that stuff when it comes to me.
I'll do everything except the last one. I'll see you
later. Thank you, Chip. See you, Double Dog. All right. Hey, I'm going to bring Patrick on here in a second, but I've got just a handful of real quick comments I wanted to bring up. And thank you to everybody. You guys are obviously having a fun time in the chat. You guys are all like giving each other shit and talking. I don't even know what happened. Like I don't know. You guys are having your own little comments in there. I'm trying to keep up, but I do want to bring this up. And not because it's just a nice thing. And thank you, Angry Viking, AVV. Really do mean that. But I think this goes into what, when Jeremy brought up the be the difference. So I like your quote and I want to highlight it again, not for egotistical look at us reasons. That's not the point. It's for the message, be the difference, because you obviously get it. And all of you, everybody in the chat here tonight, and just whoever watches, I think if you're watching this, you already understand what AVV is saying because it resonates with you. These podcasts work because, just like tonight, we can ask questions of guests who have great insight. That's what we've been trying to do. Seriously. If you look at, we're a little nobody, hardly any subscribers. Dude, we're bringing on FBI agents, sheriffs, CIA guys, gunsmiths. We've been bringing on a pretty good group of guests. Small business owners, crazy wackadoodles. So, but anyway, and then back to your thing. You AVV, you can send Tim Pool a $100 super chat and never get a question answered. That's an issue. I agree with you 100%. So even if this would have been a super successful channel, I never would have done a super chat. There's got to be a way where you can let people actually reach out to you, and it can't be based on like how much of a tip or a super chat you gave me. I've never been a fan on that. And then David kind of echoing that. So you guys are awesome. We really appreciate it. But then Cliche, I mean, there it is. Build a community. It's the key to taking it back. You're absolutely right.
100%.
And Blake, I know, matter of fact, let me just take a quick peek ahead, and maybe that's where we'll bring in. Okay, you know what? There's a couple more comments, but let's stop right there on the comments and use that as the next segue. Let me bring in Patrick, and why don't we start this next section on what Cliche said?
What's up, gents?
How are you?
Patrick, you've been here before, but don't be offended. I'm going to use an excuse for me to use the restroom. I see everybody else has gone like 3 times. I guess I'm the only one with a bladder of iron. Or is that supposed to be a stomach of iron?
I just got dogs that are driving me nuts, man.
Hey, do you mind, Patrick? Thank you again. So happy that you could make it here tonight. Just remind everybody a little bit about who you are, your background, and then Redbeard. I'll be right back, but let's take Cliché's comments. Building community, because I know Patrick and and Blake have something to say about that. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right,
You gotta introduce yourself, Patrick.
All right. I'll reintroduce myself again. I'm I guess a government mutt. So let's see. Marine Corps, local law enforcement, county law enforcement, CIA, federal government, DHS. Yeah. So all of that and then also the Army too. So yeah, kind of all over the place. But that's what happens when you get old. You compile experiences and stuff like that. So by no means am I any type of master at anything, but I've got a pretty good exposure. And as I like to say, I'm never the smartest guy in the room, but I'm probably the most resourceful because I know people everywhere. So and not only knowing them, but also understanding like, hey, what their backgrounds are, what they bring to the table, and what some of the challenges are in that. And everybody's got challenges in every facet of the government, every facet of society. So yeah, I picked up on some of the conversation before Chip left about, just basically, being a human being and treating people with respect. And I think that's one thing from a law enforcement perspective, it's always caused issues because the new officers, they go through training and they learn that, hey, everybody could possibly, take your head off at any moment. So they walk around with this, oh shit, this guy might have a gun, he might have this, and then they're never, it's a hard transition to go into being a human being and treating people with respect. And if you're on the receiving end, and I have too, I've been on the receiving end of some bad law enforcement experience, people that have a chip on their shoulder or whatnot. It's frustrating, and and if you don't understand their culture, your takeaway is going to be, hey, these guys are all assholes. So being a human being is like core to everything, and again, you don't have to even be in government to benefit from that, but I think that's just core to everything. Just treating other people with respect. Just do your best and don't worry about any naysayers and people that want to chop you down, because there's always some asshole out there, especially on social media, because it's a free shot. You don't even know who they are to chop you down. So anyway, that's my little soapbox moment and / intro to this.
I came back at the perfect time.
Yeah, you did.
I still want to bring this over to Blake for the community argument, but I just love what you said at the end, Patrick. And both Redbeard and you kind of missed it earlier. So when we had Chip on, Redbeard, Blake, and Chip kind of already hit on this. The anonymity of this. I mean, this is great. This is a great way for us all to reach out to each other. But so it's also so easy and for people to just be, like you just said at the end, oh, I'm going to be a keyboard warrior. I'm going to say this. I'm going to do that. There's no, there's no consequences. I'm not going to throw this guy under the bus, but I don't know if he backtracked on it or again, because when you type it out, it's not the same as the spoken word or when I can see you speak, so I can see the language of your body. It's different, like if it's just a typed up, and then maybe I misinterpreted, but it wasn't very kind. It wasn't very polite. And then I kind of called it. And then there was some nice comments afterwards, but then there was still a little bit of whatever. And so you're absolutely right. I mean, so I don't know if that was a good enough segue, but I heard that at the end. Blake, I know we wanted to talk about community. I know that's something Patrick's also big into. And Redbeard has already given personal examples of his history where, hey, you don't have to like me. You're the guy across the street, but I'm going to fricking help you jump your car or shovel your snow or, if their communities in So I know Redbeard's already got it. You guys want to jump on that?
I got a good little story to throw in there eventually. So
well, let's just start off there then. Why don't you throw it in?
Let's just start off there. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think I brought this up. I don't know if it was like in the last two podcasts episodes or if it was.
Whoa! I'm sorry, guys. Slow down. I'm sorry. Did you guys know that freaking Sheriff Ellison is here?
I've been talking with him. Yeah. I
just saw that.
We're gonna try and you want to bring him on now, or
I'm bringing him on right now because I think perfect. Community. Well, let's get the sheriff in here. It's going to be a little crowded. It's going to be a little crowded on the screen. I apologize to everybody. Yeah. But if we're going to sit and talk about community, because Pat, Sheriff Ellison, we've already kind of covered a large, a pretty good swath of some law enforcement related questions. So unfortunately, your experience no longer applies. we're moving on.
Wow, Mark.
Wow.
I'm having fun, but you know what I mean. But let's talk about
No.
community, right? And let's use your position. And now let's get into community.
You know-
I love how you guys, you know what I meant. Why'd you just
You know,
throw me under the
Mark,
bus like that?
you
That was
know,
bullshit. you know?
The first thing I thought of when you said that is that song, I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy, and you shot him verbally, I feel like. So
Hey, why
I
is our screen
apologize,
so
Pat.
why? Hey, Jeremy, why is it so small here? This doesn't make sense. Okay.
Because you have the comment up, I think, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But okay, anyway, all
Yeah.
jokes aside, Pat, before we go into where we just left off, gentlemen, we're going to talk about community. Sheriff Eliason, if you don't mind, could you please just reintroduce yourself and tell everybody who you are and tell them how much we bribed you to be here tonight, and then we'll go on from there.
Yeah, you bet. So I'm Sheriff Pat Eliason, Cook County Sheriff in Cook County, Minnesota. We are up in the Arrowhead of Minnesota. If you're wondering where that is, I've been a lifelong friend of Mark. We went to school together. We hung out together until he went off and toured the world, and I kind of did my own touring and went into law enforcement. And I've been this is my third term as sheriff now, and I've been in law enforcement just a little bit over 29 years now, and yeah, that's about it. So they did not have to bribe me to be on this show. As a matter of fact, I love being on this show, and I'm happy to be here tonight. But my time is limited tonight, unfortunately. But I just wanted to stop in and say hi, since I heard that this is the last show. This is it. It's finito. It's done.
Redbeard, you want to respond to that? I'm going to get a little too emotional because I know the guy.
Yeah, and I just want to say, and I know that there may or may not be more people coming in later, obviously, but I do want to first and foremost say that we really do appreciate each and every one of you guys that we have on. It's a really big deal, and in the fact that you guys have been able to provide your unique insights, taking your backgrounds and applying it to different conversations, and it's been pretty cool. And the reason, and Mark kind of elaborated on this a little bit, but the reason we are making this shift is because we have pressing issues and things that we have to deal with in our personal lives, and unfortunately that requires time, it requires money, it requires shifting our focus on things that are a little bit more immediate and in the in the front window, so to speak, that we can't shift away from. So we have to make this pivot, and but we've really enjoyed thoroughly having everybody on here. You guys, I would say more than Mark and I, you guys are what really made this podcast, and as well as the people that we have in the comment section. I mean, every single person that comes and watches these videos and comments and provides questions, comments, and their input for you guys, and you guys being able to reciprocate likewise. Like this is what makes it. So we have thoroughly enjoyed this.
So as we transition back over into the conversation about community, Redbeard, that's a great point. I mean, I don't know if you saw this comment. I'm trying to catch up on the comments, but Phioxerus, if I'm saying that right, although I'm supposed to say Clishan with like a Cajun, I don't know if I can do a Cajun. Let me see if I can do a Cajun. Nah, see, I can't do a Cajun. But Phioxerus, the rotating panel of presenters on this podcast. So just on a little note, tonight we're bringing in as many of the people who've been on the podcast in the past as possible. But that was always Redbeard and Jeremy. Our goal is to bring on other people, so it isn't just the two of us. But so to that point is what the conversation where it's going, and as we get into community, to your point, sir or ma'am, the rotating panel of presenters brings insights from people whose backgrounds and work experiences are foreign to my own, which helps me view situations from new perspectives. You just nailed it. That you are a TAC driver. That's I think in a nutshell, Redbeard. I think that's what we just want to try to bring to people. Blake's different from me. even though all of us get along, but we all also disagree on many levels. And that actually just makes us better people. My bullshit's been called out by all 5 of these guys before in my life, sometimes more often than I want to admit, but whatever.
And I would say likewise, vice versa. I mean, there's certain things I think we've all been able to learn from you, Mark, and likewise from each other and from the people in the comments. I mean, there's stuff that people have brought up through our podcast, and we're like, oh, well, we'll take a look at that and we'll evaluate that. I mean, I guess
and let's stop with our own back patting or patting ourselves on the back. But I just did you see Angry Vikings post here? I can't lie. The show made me reevaluate and improve my preps. Some of the shows poked holes in what I thought were solid preparations. Redbeard, I just wanted to bring that up because that tied into where you were going. So please continue. And let's bring it back over because Mr. Wyson only's got a few minutes.
I was just going to say real quick, like in the end of the day, this has been something to where I think we've all been able to learn from each other. It's not really pointed from one perspective to the other. It's an opportunity for everybody to learn something. And I feel blessed to have had the many opportunities to be with the comment section and everybody here to learn from all you guys. You guys are awesome. So.
Yeah. Okay. Now look at Blake's about to tap out.
Sorry, I got a lot on my plate right now.
Hang on. Are you a small business owner working like 12, 16-hour days? What is your problem?
And I totally don't have a baby coming in 24 days.
No big deal, right?
You got more time available to you than, come on, man. What's up?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I just got done texting my wife saying I'm a terrible husband and I didn't cook dinner. So I think she's bringing a roasted bird or Dairy Queen or something. Ooh. I don't know. No.
All right, let's get it back on point here, though. I mean, because it is fun, but all right. We got a limited time with Patrick. How much time do you got? I didn't quite get that in the intro.
I'm coming up to the end here.
Oh, seriously?
I'm gonna have to roll. Yeah.
You were like a streaker running across the stadium.
That's what. All right, it's a nice try. I'm not going to do that.
Okay, then let's come to you first, and then let's go over to Blake. And I just, you got to.
I can just be quiet.
Or no. If you can stay on.
Yeah. I'll eat chicken tenders or something down the street.
Whatever. Okay, it's all good. All right, Patrick, my good man. In the spirit of this is, quite possibly the last on the Mission Critical. Maybe it'll be reborn again under a different name or guise or auspice or flag. But what are your comments, sir? Community, right?
Yeah.
We were doing a lot of law enforcement stuff, which would have been nice for you guys to have been there. Well, Pat's a sheriff and you got a law enforcement background as well. But I think we're transitioning more into trying to again, be the difference. Community is a huge part,
Yeah.
What do you think there, man?
I can take that and run with it for a little bit. So first off, thanks again for having me all the times I've been on here. I hope the listeners have gotten something out of it. It looks like they have. So, that's that's rewarding knowing that, hey, actually people are paying attention to what's being said. Because a lot of the lessons that we talk about or topics we talk about, these weren't just our experiences. These are things that were passed down to us from generations of people that, literally, bled, fought, and died for this type of stuff. So, so I'll take that and kind of kick into the community piece, right? So we often talk about that and being self-sufficient, self-reliant. And you absolutely should. There's individual things that you can do, like, hey, take care of your body. And that doesn't mean joining a CrossFit gym or running a marathon. It just means, hey, start watching out after your health so you have better longevity and you live a better life. Under stress, it's going to do you a lot of benefit as well. It's going to enhance your literal survivability. But this is a team sport. So the idea of building community is like reaching out to people, because if you think about, whenever there's a natural disaster or something like that, hey, my house just got destroyed. So I'm not just going to pick up the pieces by myself. I need help, right? Everybody needs help and resources. So before the, the dark thing comes, start reaching out and building those communities and those groups, now in your community, and getting to know neighbors or people that at least, hey, you can rely on. It doesn't have to be family. It doesn't have to be friends. Just neighbors, right? So get to know people. I think that's what social media and staring at screens all day has really degraded in the country is those relationships. So that's a key thing right there. And then start to, don't be the guy who's afraid to have an honest discussion about, hey, what if something did go wrong? You don't want to come across as the tinfoil hat wearing prepper guy, but there is some some practicality to be discussed. And I think that's something right now that with what's going on in America, and I'm in a major urban area and seeing all the migrant crisis / invasion, whatever you want to label it, it just increases the probability of you experiencing crime or something that you don't want to. So now's the time, folks. Get to know each other, learn how to build a community, build your capabilities, and those capabilities start with your physicality. Learn how to use certain weapons. Learn how to use obviously we're a big firearm group here, but doing so responsibly, because going to a flat range and shooting marksmanship drills and thinking, hey, I'm great, I'm good to go, that's not reality. So seek the most realistic thing that you can possibly find, and usually that's going to equate to some outdoor training with somebody from like a SWAT or a military special operations background. And there's plenty of those guys out there, but we need to start building these communities up, and that's where it starts. The fact that we've got a sheriff on there, that's fantastic, because the one thing I always I've learned too, even in an urban environment, if something bad happens, law enforcement at the most maybe like 5-6 minutes away, which is a pretty fast response. In your guys' area, hey, that might be like 15-20 minutes, right? So there's a lot of things that can happen in that time frame. So start learning, how to respond and taking care of your teammates, which will be your new community and your neighbors. So that's pretty much it. I think that we're well past the point of that needing to happen, and now it's becoming more urgent. So last thing I'll say is I kind of came up with this thing on the podcast I said, hey, if you love America, I love you. And it's true. So let's find like-minded people who care about the country and bond with them.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick, I know you got to bounce, but if you can stay on for a little bit, I would actually, Sheriff Eliason, if you can kind of directly respond to what Patrick just said. I kind of want to, I think you guys could really tag team something here. If Patrick, if you can stay on a little bit, you guys are really like-minded. So yeah, Sheriff Eliason, can you respond to that? What are your thoughts on that? Is it agree, disagree, full of shit, quit smoking dope, even though it's legal? What do you want to say?
No, I totally agree with that. You find like-minded individuals, form some alliances, get some communication going. Absolutely. The other thing that I would suggest is not just like-minded individuals, but also form some alliances with people that have some other skills that maybe you don't have. Maybe some herbalists, maybe some natural healer type people. I mean, if things go bad, I mean, especially up here in Cook County, I mean, excuse me, I want to know somebody who knows the local plants and what they can do for me, what I can eat, what I can use for medicine, what's going to come, what's going to be a perennial, what's not. Things like that. I want somebody around me that has skills that I don't have.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's
so just on that note, and then I'm sorry, just my glasses off. So here I'm sorry for cutting off who was about to respond, but I love what Sheriff Eliason just said, because it's been in my hip pocket of saying that you cannot do it by yourself. And I know Patrick alluded to this exact thing. You have to. You do not have, even if you were Elon Musk, you do not have the time. You may have the money, but you don't have the time to learn everything. You have to find other people who can cover down in other key or strategic areas to help you, your community, that kind of stuff. And Sheriff Eliason, you kind of missed this, but just to reiterate this one more time. So even though mission critical might go away, I'm going to start doing some short, not full on training courses, but like maybe 30 minutes to an hour. And what you just said right there, and I'll reach out to you offline. I would love to have you on, and I'll even share the course with you so you see it ahead of time. It's all a conversation about what you just said right there, and it goes into what Blake said. I actually did this course before I even saw Blake, but it resonated. But once I started talking to Blake, his understanding community, and you can't do it by yourself. And that's exactly what Patrick was just saying. That's what Redbeard's saying. And I think that's something right there. I would love to have you 4 guys in my fire team. You know why? Because we're all hey, I don't know everything. Can you do this better? Can you do this better? Can you do this? Okay, It's like a special forces A team, right? Everybody can cover down and knows all the other skill sets, but he's the specialist on medicine. He's the specialist on demo. He's the specialist on intel. He's the specialist on weapons. But everybody is cross-trained, but there is the one resident expert. And honestly, even that's not realistic for most of us as civilians, because that requires a lot of time and a lot of money. To sheriff a license point, and then I'll shut up. Yeah, you got to find the people that, and the reason I'm kind of jonesing out, because you just, without even knowing it, that's my one huge weakness that I really want to improve upon, Pat, is I want to learn more about foraging. I want to learn more about my natural edibles in the environment around me. I know some, but I don't know. I'm not comfortable with my level of knowledge. It needs to be improved. So I really like what you just said right there.
Well, and to that point, in our local woods here, if you know what you're looking for, there's a tremendous amount of calories out there. I mean, a tremendous amount. I do very, very minimal foraging, but I love to go foraging for mushrooms. And it's amazing the different species of edible mushrooms that you can find out in the forest with just a matter of a walk around my neighborhood to my mailbox. So beyond that, you can make aspirin out of birch bark. I mean, there's a lot of those things that are out there that you can augment your skills with. And blending nature with the skill set of the people like we're talking about here right now, building that community, trying to be more prepared for whatever's to come, because there's going to be a time here, potentially, don't know for sure, where the taps get shut off. You just can't go to the store and get what you need anymore. So how are you going to get it? No.
Hey, I just wanted to ask you, I apologize on my excitement. I was starting to talk over you. Weren't you guys really out looking for chaga last year? Was that
no, we didn't do chaga last year.
Chaga's still good.
Focus. We were really doing a lot more of like chicken fat bull eats and more bull eat species, and like I found a couple king bull eats and some chanterelles and stuff like that.
Okay. So, but you were doing some shroom hunting last year, weren't you?
Yeah, we've been trying to pick that up every year. So
have you ever tried wild wintergreen?
No.
Oh, it's so good. It's like nature's gum. It's fantastic.
Well, there you go. See, I didn't know.
Oh, super good.
You'll have to, next time you're out, show me someone we're out in the forest. So
hey, there's a comment in the private chat, and I apologize, guys. If I seem like I'm just a dyslexic old
excuse me, Mark. That's dyslexic. If you're gonna be backwards, let's say it backwards.
Okay. I was going to go into the Alzheimer's and stuff, but you just made me feel even better about myself. But I see over in the private chat now that Patrick had some comments. Now, I actually really like what Patrick said there. Yeah. It's been one of my kind of things. Everybody's got their own ways of saying that, but let's bring this back down to Patrick, if you don't mind. Communicate that out loud to everybody. I don't know if I'll be able to cut and paste this into a post so everybody can see it, like, in the things, but I think this will kind of flow into you, Blake, and Sheriff Elias. Redbeard knows it too. I mean, but I want to keep the focus on you guys. Can you start everybody off on that? Because that's part of, whether you want to say, like everybody thinks food, fire, shelter, water, right? Mm-hmm. There's more to that than that. And I like what you just did there. I think that flows into community because it highlights that you can't do all of this. Somebody's going to have to cover down in certain areas. So I like that. So are you okay with doing that? I know you're almost out of time, but
so I'll have to go after this. So this is going to kind of cue you guys up for some other things, I'm sure. But so we use this is like the basic military way of like training capabilities within an individual and within a unit, right? As they call it, the combat arms and special operations. These are the fundamentals. So the first one is shoot. And when you hear shoot, it's not just, okay, I go to the range and I shoot, targets. It's shooting in a way that if I had to fight for my life, I can actually be effective, right? It's also It goes into unarmed stuff, because what if, you know, you don't have a firearm? Do you have like the physical capability to fight your way out of something and move to a point of safety? That's you know, just a base level skill, right? And it doesn't have to, none of this stuff is beyond anyone's capability. The next one is move. And when you say move, it physically means, hey, do I have the capability to, you know, if something happens, can I move off of the X, off the attack site, or can I move to another area? And that could include both on foot, but it also could include, like, you know, motorized vehicles and whatnot, right? So learning how to drive, one of the things that I think a lot of folks have an issue with, when they start thinking about, like, oh no, somebody's going to come after me and in my car. Well, you know, and Mark knows this well, but you know, hey, you're driving around in anywhere from like a 2,500 to 3,000 pound weapon. And if you know how to use it, you know, you've kind of got some capability there. The other thing too is, you know, being able to drive the vehicle off road. We call it drivable terrain. You know, hey, if there's, you know, jammed up traffic, or some assholes are sitting and blocking a roadway because they're protesting, you know, pick your issue, and I'm in a hurry, or there's some other danger in the area, I can drive on a sidewalk or on the grass or whatever to get around them. You know, I'm not stuck to that roadway. Go ahead,
Can I
Mark.
just time you out real quickly?
Yeah.
I love where you're going, but you know, there were some comments. Oh, we want the war stories, but it's not a war story. It's a real story, but it goes exactly what Patrick was saying. I was in New York for 9/11, and it was like day 2 or day 3, and we had to go and get something, you know, and I was a lieutenant at this time, right? And I remember I'm driving down a one-way street in Uptown, you know, going to some Votech to get like welding equipment so we could cut some steel, you know, like, because that was what was necessary. And one of the guardsmen knew, you know, was part of that. And everybody's like, what are you doing? I'm like, there's almost no traffic, because traffic's been shut down, and this is the fastest route. And then I had to take like a full bird and a captain, and I think a major, to go look at this place where the New York National Guard was going to, like, you know, set up their base as they mobilized to come down there. And, you know, I don't know New York. I mean, I kind of did, but they're like, oh, there it is over there. I just drove over a sidewalk across a parking lot, and the senior officer's like, Lieutenant, what are you doing? And I'm driving. The captain was next to me. He's like, fucking infantry. But it goes to Patrick's point. It's like, good, just drive, man. You know, come on.
Yeah. I mean, there's certain circumstances, right? Like,
you don't drive down one-way streets that are full of traffic or sidewalks full of pedestrians. That's not what we're getting at. But it's like, dude, your vehicle is mobile. Use the mobility to your advantage. That's all I was trying to do with that story.
Yeah. And okay, well, I'm not going to get into a war story, but I've used a vehicle in an offensive way before, and it works very well. So there's that. I've also gone off terrain, or off of like the roadway on numerous occasions in different places. And, you know, you have to, and the most I've ever done that is in law enforcement. And the sheriff might be able to, you know, relate to this. Like, I used to be on a SWAT team, and say there's a SWAT call out, and you show up, and hey, I'm not the first guy there. There's 30 other cop cars there, and they're all parking, you know, willy-nilly all over the place, and to get to the command vehicle to get their assignments. And okay, I'm sorry, I have to drive on people's lawns or wherever just to kind of get to where I need to go. And we also have to clear a space out in case EMS or an ambulance needs to get through, right? So that's a kind of like a daily, or a more common thing. So,
but I like your last point before you go further. It's not just your ingress; it's also your egress, whether it's CASEVAC or whatever. Yep, that's a great point right there. Yep.
Yeah. The next one. So we've done shoot or fight.
We did shoot and move so far.
Movement. Yeah. So we've done movement, foot, and you know, mobile or motorized. Communication. How are you going to communicate with people? What if, you know, a lot of times there's a major, you know, catastrophe going on, or a man-made, you know, emergency, as they call it, like an active shooter, active threat. The cell towers get jammed. And if your only way of communicating that you're used to is a cell phone, what's next? You know, so what's your alternate means of communication? You know, sometimes text will go through, so that may be your alternate at most. But now, if that's even jammed up, what do you do, right? So if we have EMP or we have cell towers go down, now what? How are people going to communicate? We're so used to, you know, these that you know, people don't think of other means, right? So that's why there's a large community of ham radio operators around the country that all of the Homeland Security folks, and that's where I work, they try to identify them and say, hey, if we have something happen, can you guys come here and can we use you for communication? That's, I think at first I thought that was kind of wazoo and out there, but the more I kind of got used to it, I'm like, man, that's a pretty smart move.
I'm just going to throw one thing in there, and then I think Sheriff Eliason might be able to add to this. But you just talked ham radio. I meant to start my training this beginning this year. Just couldn't do it. My cousin's husband, so I just call him cousin husband. He's been on the podcast before. He will be part of one of these little 30-minute Centerline Systems training things, and we're going to talk about exactly what you just said right there, Patrick. And Sheriff Eliason, I think you can enunciate this or back it up. For the bear grease and for so many other events that take place, especially in your region of Minnesota, which is pretty effing remote by even remote standards. If you knew somebody had that capability, would you or would you not want to tap into that and take advantage of it? The ham radio capabilities.
Well, excuse me. Yeah, we use their capabilities all the time, and they are part of our countywide emergency plan. They're part of our communication plan. No matter any emergency, they're one of our contingencies.
Well, and that's cousin husband right there. I just brought up his comment. Ham. Yeah. So that's definitely something that is worth everybody's time to look into that. Patrick, sorry, even just that, this is where this stuff can be problematic. We're just still going down. We haven't even gotten down to the end of it, but these aren't just bullet points is what once you start taking all the bullet points that Patrick is throwing out there and you start bringing that down, there's intricate levels of detail that go into every one of these topics, conversations, thought process, whatever you want to say. All right, continue, sir. Sorry.
Yeah. Now, they're all categories of capabilities, right? And they can be as detailed as you want, or they could be as rudimentary as you want. But it behooves everyone to have some level of this, right? So the last one I'll mention, and I'm going back up to movement. So some people throw in navigate as a separate topic. When we're talking about movement, navigation is big too, right? So understanding where you're going, how to get there. If I have to go cross country, if hey, Google Maps or whatever your electronic means of navigation sat nav goes down, can I use the old school, Rand book, map, street map, right? So can I do that? A lot of people would be completely lost with that nowadays, right? So, and just understanding cardinal directions. I mean, I think we're losing some of that, but nonetheless, navigation goes with movement. The last thing I think it's imperative on everybody to have some level of capability at is medicate. Medicate starts with self-aid, right? It's helping yourself. Like, hey, if I, get an owie, if I get a cut, a bruise, a break, can I take care of myself? Do I understand, hey, can I self-assess whatever the wound is? Do I have to pack the wound? Do I have to use a tourniquet? Do I have to splint my arm, my leg, whatever, because I broke it? Can I do that, right? And then, try my best to deal with pain management. So once you get past that, if you can't help yourself, or let's say it's more important to focus on other people, you have to go to buddy aid, right? And now, hey, Mark, Redbeard, Pat, hey, these guys got a sucking chest wound. They can't really help themselves because they're gasping for air. I need to assess what that is. And these are topics that we've been exposed to quite a bit. The general public has this available to them. There's a Stop the Bleed campaign that I think pretty much anybody nationwide can go to. It's put on by Red Cross, or a lot of local law enforcement agencies and fire departments will host those things. Or just, get basic EMT stuff done. That goes a long way.
I just came up with a crazy idea. If you and Sheriff Eliason are willing to do this, I don't know how we would maybe be able to work this out because of schedules. We could just do 1 month. First week, shoot. Second week, move. Third week, communicate. Fourth week, shoot, move, communicate, medicate. Excuse me. See, you got me thinking about navigate, but that's because I would personally love to sit and talk about, when you say move, there's so many people who don't know how to they need a GPS. Like, what about a map and a compass? What about the celestial, the moon and stars, the shadow tip method, the watch method, we could actually have a pretty cool course of doing that stuff, which would be I think in the benefit of everybody, like it isn't John Rambo zombie apocalypse. This stuff might actually save your life, especially up in your area, Mr. Eliason, Sheriff Eliason. Like, dude, you're out there in the BWC. You think it's this all, I'm on my canoe trip. You're on your 4th portage in. There, ain't no one coming to get you. There's not even self, you know what I'm saying? Like, you better figure this stuff out, man.
Yeah.
Pat, you're mute.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, I'm here. Unfortunately, they do come to get you. We come to get you because now all of the outfitters and all of the canoeists, they have GPS trackers that they put in their packs, and all they have to do is activate those, and it sends a signal to whatever company that the tracker is outfitted through, and we drop everything that we're doing, and we paddle 4 portages back, and we splint their little finger, and then we carry them out, and we carry all their shit out with them for them. So, yeah, we do that for them.
Well, so I don't mean to throw you under the bus, but that was just a great comment and a great way of doing it. And this ties all the way back into Blake and Redbeard and things we've talked about before. People aren't taking the responsibility to take care of themselves, and they're misappropriating resources. And you just kind of said, splint their finger. But I know, look, we all, if you've been in this kind of field or this type of work in these occupations, the dark humor that comes with it.
Yeah.
Sheriff Eliason isn't saying that somebody went out there and they did that because somebody had a little boo-boo on their finger, but it is kind of to that point. It's like, you could have dealt with this yourself. You had all the capabilities. You're a human being. You shouldn't even been out here if you couldn't have dealt with this one thing. Now we've squandered resources, time, money, and I don't want to say squander, but this wasn't life-threatening, and this is something that you could have self-extricated yourself. But all the way to Patrick's point, dude, it's self-aid first, right? You've got to know how to take care of yourself. So I thought that was a very interesting point there, and I hope people didn't think that you were being flippant. I understood what you meant. It's like, yeah, we can make jokes about, well, why didn't the guy just put a Band-Aid on? Or why didn't they portage their asses out? They had all the capability of doing it. I mean, but I think that goes all the way back to Patrick. People aren't doing things for themselves, or actually it goes kind of to Redbeard. Redbeard, I see you're nodding right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody wants somebody else to take care of the problems for them, as opposed to learning and knowing what they should do to handle the problems first and foremost by themselves or their community. Redbeard, I know you want to jump in. I can see it.
Yeah, I just have something real quick, and I actually kind of want everybody's opinion on this, but I had read an article not long ago. I wish I could remember the state, but there's one state now that with those little trackers, if you push the button, the state now levies the full cost of the rescue on you because they had too many people calling out for just stupid reasons, and they kept using resources. And so I don't know, is that how does that dynamic work? First to you, Pat, is that something where that fee is covered by the company, or how does that whole thing work for the rescue in your experience? And then I'd like to know what you guys think about all of that.
That was for you, Sheriff Eliason.
Yeah.
Well, there is no fee. Yeah.
Okay.
We don't charge a fee. We just go do it. And I guess the downside is, we have had instances where a tracker has just gone up because it was bouncing around their backpack, and
sure,
and they don't even know what's going off, and they're having a good time, and they're going away, and we're chasing them basically back into the BWC, and they're portaging, and we're chasing, and we finally catch them 8 lakes back, and we're like, hey, is everything okay? And they're like, yeah, absolutely. But the bad thing about that is all of our search and rescue folks are volunteer. So they're taking time away from their jobs, their families, and they're dropping everything that they do because they think that there's an emergency going on, and they're running towards the emergency. Which
I
bless
sorry to
their hearts,
interrupt you,
because if we didn't have them, we would be screwed.
and thank you for just saying that. I was gonna interrupt you in case we didn't say, but that's what makes us as Americans, as humans. We Like there's some idiot who went up on a mountain in the middle of a snowstorm who shouldn't have done, and there's 100 people will go and risk their lives to try to save that person. That's who we are. And we should never forget that. We should be very proud of that, honestly.
Yep.
Hey, I got one, a question, a comment, and then let's kind of bring this back down to Patrick, because I know he's got to bounce. I've kind of lost this. I apologize, everybody. You guys in the chat are kicking my ass. I'm having a hard time keeping up with it.
They're tearing it up, man.
Apparently, I'm supposed to say, so I'm trying to find it. I've been saying the name wrong. I'm supposed to do it in a New Orleans accent, but
New Orleans accent.
Well, so Cajun in a New Orleans accent. All right, love that. Mish was talking about war stories. Moving on past this super chat. I lost it. Give me a second. Here we go. Well, no, almost got it. Sorry. I've missed so many comments. I apologize. I'm trying to find one I looked at. Okay, so Fioxerus had said this, and we already talked about AVV, that. David, no one's chasing clout. Yeah, exactly. We all put our pants on. There's the Cajun accent. Oh, there was Jeremy got props for actually doing it. Chris John, Clay Jean. I don't know. And they call him the streaker. But I'm serious. I'm trying to find where we were going here with this. So this wasn't exactly the post, but this is, I'm going to bring this up because I know Patrick's got to bounce. Community is important. This is why we're talking about this, because you never know. It doesn't have to be zombie apocalypse, and it doesn't have to be Red Dawn. Like, AVV's kind of like doing a little like sarcasm, tongue in cheek there, but like you don't know when a bridge is going to get hit, or a windstorm, or an ice storm, or a snowstorm, whatever it is. You don't know that. So, or an earthquake hits Taiwan, or the Chinese invade Taiwan. I mean,
one of the best ways I ever heard this described, I guess, is you don't have to get your neighbors worried that the world is going to end. You don't have to tell them that the sky is falling. You just got to go, do you got a little extra food on your pantry in case the storm hits? I mean, that's all it takes for preparation to start. In fact, I actually had that conversation with my neighbor across the road today, and we were talking about propane tank that he had in the back. He's like, well, I'm thinking about getting rid of that propane tank. I was like, well, why? Isn't it not a bad idea to have 500 extra gallons? And he goes, well, yeah, it actually is, No.
All right, here's the one I want to bring up. This is actually kind of specifically, I wanted to bring this up for Patrick. Patrick, I know this is part of your wheelhouse. It's part of everyone else's, but I know this is something that you really jive on and groove on. So I'll pop it up. So Clay Jean, trying to do my best New Orleans there. But what about mental health, guys? So in all the things that we've been talking about so far to this, whether it was that the law enforcement aspect, the how are you going to do this? How can you be the difference? Well, part of that is you're going to have to deal with stress, and war stories be damned and all that stuff. I can tell you, I've been stressed out almost as much as a civilian running a business. Combat sometimes is less stressful. We all have stress in our lives, and we deal with this differently. But in an emergency situation, so Patrick, from the I know you've got like a physical resilience perspective probably that you want to talk about. And then Sheriff Eliason just probably doing a lot of search and rescue, way more than any of us. My search and rescue is CSAR combat. That's nothing. What, you guys see a hell of a lot more than that. What about the mental health? Can you guys kind of talk about the mental health in a stress scenario a little bit? Patrick, I'm kind of thinking you first.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it, because I have to break here shortly. But one of the things I think, it's a great question, because no matter what happens in day-to-day life, your mind is always connected, and if you start seeing something that, hey, I haven't been exposed to, right? Whether it's a bad car accident, hey, there's a guy that's robbing a store that I'm in, or you pick whatever thing that you're not used to. There's going to be a level of fear, because it's an extreme unknown, and there's a potential for physical danger. So Mark and I'm not sure how everybody else on here is too, but like we went through a lot of training with some of the best folks that the government had to offer, and pretty all right.
Okay, I was trying to say in the private chat, Hey, Blake, just hang on a second. Let Patrick finish his comment. But now, no, now you've done it, Blake. So let's bring Kitty Cat on, and if you're willing to do it, let's share the good news with everybody who's watching.
Yeah, all right, we're unmuted. Go ahead, Cat. Sorry, I just saw the thing. She's been like over here waiting. She's like shaking her belly and all this shit. Go,
Kitty Cat.
We're pregnant. Yep, I'm pregnant. We're gonna have a son. No, I'm just joking.
Oh no, you're not joking. Look at that big belly. You are pregnant. You are gonna have a boy.
Yeah, like 20 some days away is it now? So
I'm pretty sure he was trying to get out today, actually.
She sent me she's actually one of the Cass County dispatchers here, and she sent me a message while she was working, and the little one was just kicking, looked like something out of Alien on her belly today. So but, yeah.
Or better aliens than Quato from from that Arnold. The reactor.
Yeah.
The reactor. Better aliens than Quato. Hey, congratulations! Come on, she didn't really.
I tried to get her back in. She's embarrassed, I think.
No, come on, do it. Let's see. Let's see what you got there, Kitty Cat.
You just showing on the belly.
Yeah, seriously, so happy for you guys. That's awesome.
Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Well, and I'll bring up. There's actually a point I want to bring up about that after we're done talking. I'll let Patrick say his thing, but I do want to talk about. There's something with little ones. So,
but that was awesome. I'm glad you just threw that in there. That was perfect. And yeah, there you go. All right, Patrick. I know that's a hard act to follow, but let's try to bring it back onto what you're saying here.
It's hard to compete with reproduction. So
both fun and necessity for the human survival.
Well, guess what? Yeah, there's fear in that too when that starts to happen too, right? So to think that you're not going to face any fear, you're just lying to yourself. Where you talk to somebody, it's like, I had this thing happen. Yeah, it didn't really bother me. I was fine. Yeah, okay. Either you're disconnected or you're lying. I can tell you, I was afraid on numerous occasions overseas, despite the level of training we had. It's like, yeah, that's cool, that's training, but this is real, and these people are trying to kill you. There's nothing fun about that at all. And so the way you address that, right, is number one, building capability within yourself and having a plan. It boils down to two things. Whenever you're faced with fear, and you can kind of apply this to sports, your day-to-day life, or like a life-threatening event. Are you threatened by that, or are you challenged by that? And there's a massive difference between those two. If you're threatened, you're more focused on what that event or that person is going to do to you versus, well, if I'm challenged, hey, what am I going to do?
What am I going to do to overcome it?
What am I going to do to overcome it? Because I've got options as well. And that's where, when you kind of get in that fear mode, if you can't snap out of that, because there's also that freeze point, but let's focus on what we can do. When you start thinking about what you can do, then you're closer to taking action and moving. And that's what's literally going to, get you through a scenario. And that's, I think, Mark and I, when you started the company, we talked about the motto of Centerline Systems was, keep thinking, keep moving, and never quit. And that's just literally a recipe for survival. Keep thinking, hey, you know what are my options? What can I do? This guy might be big and burly, and he might have a club in his hand, or a hatchet or whatever. What can I do? There's limitations to that hatchet and his size and everything. What can I do? If you can get past that and start taking action, that also builds your own encouragement. But you have to get around this and this goes to the sheriff down there. I'm sure he's done this numerous times throughout his career and encouraged other people to do it. Play that what if game. Play that what if game before the event happens. When you're looking at other people, treat the world as like your learning lab and wonder, hey, there's a shady dude or a group of people over there. What if they started doing something? What am I going to do right now? That what if builds that blueprint in your head of starting to think about what can I do versus, oh no, that's a shady looking group of folks over there. And you kind of go in that fear trap of being threatened and only thinking about what they're going to do to you. So long-winded way of going through that, but I hope that makes sense.
No, it totally does. And I've got to do a little bit of just kind of logistics, housekeeping here real quickly. We want to keep everybody, engaged. Blake, if you do have to bounce, because we do have DB and we've got Blackbeard, the first of his name, because somebody's already said, where's Blackbeard, the first of his name? Well, we got 5 people on the screen right now. But Blake, and I'm not kicking you off, if you do want to bounce to be with your, like, you know, almost like giving birth pregnant wife, you know, that's
No,
awesome.
she actually gave me permission to be on as long as I want tonight.
Well, then
But what
just
I'll
say-
do
No,
is
no,
I'll
no, just-
minimize for a little bit.
Yeah,
so.
okay. Yeah, just stay
Yeah,
on
I'll
and
be
do
back in like
whatever.
20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Well, we're going to be just moving back and forth. So yeah, stay on and then
we'll fit
and
you
then
back on.
minimize whatever you want to
All
do.
right, yeah,
and
just
then,
put me backstage
Yeah.
for a few.
you want me to put you
Perfect.
backstage?
And Patrick, it was good seeing you again, bud. I hope
You
to
too,
see
brother.
you again soon.
Well,
So,
and I'm not joking.
and
The
Pat, it was
three-
nice to meet you. So
the three of us and stuff, we need to kind of talk a little bit offline, right?
yeah,
What we're
we got a lot to
about-
talk about, guys.
Yep. Okay.
Like
All right, I'm
like
gonna minimize
I'm gonna
you
just
for,
tease the audience a little bit. We got
Sure.
a lot to talk about, so there's things in the works.
we got a lot to talk about.
All right, I'm gonna pause.
All right.
I'll see you guys in a few. I'll be back. in a
I'm
bit.
just going to
put me
minimize
back.
you right now. All right.
All right, brother. See you soon.
I'm removing you. All right. Good to go. Patrick, I want to bring this back over to you because I know you have to bounce, and then we'll bring on Blackbeard, the first of his name, and we got DB, who doesn't have a lot of time. But I do want to just point out, like, you know, I want to bring us all the way back to what you were talking about with shoot, move, communicate, medicate. Other people have thrown in pace in there. And again, I do think we should do these 30-minute segments, and we could break those down by each individual thing, because it's not just a simple shoot. What the hell does that mean? Well, there's a lot of stuff behind shoot. What does it mean to medicate? What does it mean to, blah, 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 blah. So I kind of want to, like, I like the back and forth of where you were going with it and how that applies to sheriff of license, current, everyday, potential search and rescue, wilderness. How do you even communicate with your deputies, who may be, I mean, honestly, 45 miles, 60 miles, 80 miles away from your base of operations, like that kind of stuff. I think that would be something that could be of interest to people. Like, and I'm not throwing you under the bus, and you don't have to answer this, but like, what are your guys carrying in their vehicles? If you're 60, 90 miles away out in the bush, do the men and women in uniform have the tools available to them to do what they need to do? And Patrick, that's why I'm kind of bringing it to you. And maybe that kind of segues into Sheriff Eliason, but I know you got a bounce. So let's give you that final word on that thought right there.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, thanks again. As far as, PACE plans, we could kind of go over, PACE can be applied to communications. It can be applied to movement because you're taking different routes, right? It can be applied to several things, but those are the two primary ones. I don't know what those guys are doing, but like an emergency would literally be like the last thing you can do. And that's like, hey, I'm using signals or something like that. And that could be smoke signals. It could be like I'm leaving marking signals to let aircraft know, hey, I'm here. I need help, whatever the case is. It's kind of a wide ranging topic, and a lot of it's situationally dependent. But I think, when people like apply this kind of framework to it, everything kind of makes sense. But I think that's the one thing that the military's got going for it is we all kind of play off the same playbook with that. Maybe we call our acronym something different, but the Navy, the Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, we're all pretty much on the same page with this stuff. And all we have to do on the civilian side is basically put this in plain speak and just explain the practicality behind each piece. I like what Blackbeard said before he left is try to just make this like day-to-day stuff. Nothing has to be this, big, like super detailed. The more work and the more effort people have to put into something without seeing the immediate benefit from it, the less likely they are to do it. But like you said, if you have more food or keep a little extra water in case something goes down, or, hey, do you have a medical kit? Do you have a fire extinguisher? Your vehicle, do you have these things too, right? Do you have extra food? Do you have blankets? Do you have signaling devices? Whatever the case, chargers, it goes on and on and on. So I'll just kind of leave it at that. I know this, you're right. This starts a whole different group of discussions in and of itself. And I know we're guilty of doing that a lot, but I'll just stop it there.
Sheriff Eliason, comments on that? Because again, this was kind of a section that was really kind of focused on the comments that the two of you have been making. Anything that you want to add to Patrick's point, or just generally in speaking to people when it comes to that? And don't forget, even if this doesn't fit in now, I'm going to come back to the mental health aspect of it as well, because, well, there's a lot to be said about that, but go where you want to go right now, Sheriff Eliason. Thank you.
I guess things were kind of breaking up right there, and I missed some of it. So what's the question, I guess?
Well, so Patrick, you just want to kind of reiterate your last comments, because that segued into where you and Sheriff Eliason were talking before we kind of did our little breakup. But can you just say your last points again? Because I think that'll be enough for the sheriff to.
Yeah, just talking about the shoot, move, communicate, medicate, navigate, and then somebody I think in the chat brought up PACE, because I brought it up too. But PACE is primarily a primary alternate contingency emergency. Those are things that are applied to communications, but also like routes and things you're going to take. And I know that factors into you guys too on a regular basis.
And as that was being brought up, I was asking you, like, so your officers could be operating 90 miles away. Like, Cook County is a very large and very, so what are they doing? How are you guys? And I wasn't trying to throw you under the bus or put you on the spot, but like, do they have the capabilities within the vehicle? You see where I'm going with this, like, because if the answer is like, well, no, we don't, that's not because you're a bad guy. Maybe you just got budgetary fiduciary constraints and X, Y's, and Z's, and you can't cover all bases. But you kind of see where we're going. Like, I'm trying to see if you, as a sheriff in a very remote and rural and let's face it, very dangerous. It's Mother Nature. Like, you'll drown. Like, there's all kinds of shit that can bite you in the ass. So you need to be thinking about the stuff that we were talking about, right? The shoot, move, communicate, medicate, primary, alternate, contingency, emergency, X, Y, and Z. If that made a little bit more sense.
They have just about anything you can imagine in their squad car. So I'm yeah. I mean, it's I'll just go off the. They have belts anymore. They have outside carriers, so they everything you have on there, and then in your squad car you have life jackets, you have combat first aid kits, you have multiple tourniquets, you have Narcan, you have fire extinguishers, you have snowsuits, you have flares, you have ropes, you have oh god, I mean you have just about anything to survive any weather you would have to if you got stranded anywhere in Cook County. You have say your squad car gets stuck somewhere. I mean, if you can.
So just to slow down, we could actually save that for a specific episode talking about gear, if you're willing to ever join me in having like a classing. But I think what we were really, and you've already demonstrated it. You guys are trying to cover as many scenarios and contingencies as you possibly can, right? It's just a squad car. It's not unless you guys are driving out in the backwoods with like what was that old 1999 science fiction, like giant rover machines with no, but you're carrying a lot of gear, and your officers, back to Redbeard's point, Patrick's point, and everyone else's point who's been on here tonight. You've got a, jack of all trade, master of none. You've got to know at a base level all of these tools and the techniques and the equipment that can help you, or you've got then you have to have a specialist who's going to be the person that you go to for whatever that thing is. But Sheriff Eliason, it sounds like you're pretty well, and not a lot of departments are. It sounds like you're pretty well thought out in what your guys and gals are carrying in their vehicles and on their person.
Yeah, I mean there's their squad car. That's their office. That's it. I mean that's their home away from home. So they need. We try to outfit them with everything that we can think of that they will need.
I'm gonna interject real quick.
Yeah, go ahead there, Redbeard.
Patrick's got a bounce, so let's let him do his outro quick, and then he can go to his family. So
do you mind? We didn't coordinate this before, but can you handle the private chat, because I'm trying to keep up with the comments, and God bless all the boys and girls out there. Like, I'm having a hard time keeping up with the friggin' comments right now, dude. So if you can handle the private chat and then keep me on board, so
got it covered.
Thank you. Let's bring it over to, I guess, over.
All right, brother.
This direction. Stupid backwards. Let's bring it over to Patrick, and then we'll bunce in. And seriously, and then we've got DB and the first of his name that need to come on. So let's come over to Patrick.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm serious. We need to talk offline. I want to rope you into some training things on Centerline, but I cannot tell you personally, I can't speak for anyone else but myself. I'm so happy that you've stood up, stepped up to the plate and helped out with these episodes, the podcast. You have made this better than what Redbeard and I could have done by ourselves. I really do appreciate it. I mean that sincerely. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, brother. I appreciate it. And if I get an ego boost out of that, my wife will put me back in check shortly. About that.
Fair enough.
No, hey, again, thanks for having me on all these. I think we've talked a lot about a variety of topics that are important to people that actually care about their community and care about the country. And I hope that they've gotten something out of it. I know our discussions going forward are going to be more in the training variety, and I think that's literally where the value is really going to come to the forefront for this group of guys. So the communities that are that we impact. So thank you again. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. We really, really appreciate all the contributions you've made and providing all of the people watching some valuable insight. And, I look forward to staying in contact if you're good with that and continuing some conversations. Because, these are, I really do value each and every one of the guys here. And I certainly want to maintain contact with you guys and check in with you from time to time, because that's just what good people do. So,
absolutely.
And you're not off the hook. You're going to have to come back up for some training.
So,
all right. Awesome. But as Blackbeard, the first of his name, would say, we are executing a Minnesota goodbye right now. So
he's probably just fuming.
He totally is. I'm sure he's laughing himself. Patrick.
Yeah.
I bid you adieu, my good man. Thank you, sir.
All right, brother.
Appreciate
Always
it.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you very much. And blame everything with the wife on me. So
okay,
I'm good for it. I'm good for it. All right,
thank
you.
Right.
We'll
be safe, everybody.
All right.
Cheers,
I've got
Patrick.
2 questions in the chat. I'm just going to keep us up for just one more second. So DB and Blackbeard, hang on 1 second. I think these are a little bit more directed towards Sheriff Eliason. Here it is right here. AVV, who's, everybody's been killing in the chat tonight, but Sheriff Eliason, his question was, a few years ago, one of my kids asked what to do if they were shot at in a car. Well, they were in a car while driving in Minneapolis, St. Paul. I found myself telling him to drive through the ambush. Strange times we live in. On the surface, I don't see anything right. You got to drive through the ambush. You're not going to fight through it. But what are your thoughts and comments on that as a law enforcement officer? If you're willing to do that,
absolutely.
It's not really on the record,
get the hell out of there.
Yeah, right.
No, I would advise anybody to do that. Get the hell out of there. Yeah, you get away from that as fast as you can. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even if you have to go up on the sidewalk, get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you're not putting other people's lives in risk, you're not running over infants, toddlers, elderly, in your panic.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And then one last thing. And then we've got Phioxerus, which should be the name of a dinosaur. I love it. Regarding search and rescue, if you're really lost, stop moving. And if you're in a place that's safe. Sheriff Eliason, and the sheriff of one of the largest counties in Minnesota, comments on that right there.
Yes.
So if you're lost and you're out in the woods, should you just stop? What are your thoughts on that?
It's best to stop. Especially if you can get up to if you can find high ground and stop on high ground, that's the best place to stop. Because you'll be, much easier to be seen on high ground, especially when we're up there flying. And you can signal a lot better from high ground. Low ground, it's going to get colder at night. It sucks being in low ground. But yeah, find high ground, stop, hunker down, and we'll get there sooner or later.
And so just right there, and in response to this question, so this is exactly what I want to do on Saturday Night Systems, because we could do that: shoot, move, communicate, medicate, because part of communicating is exactly this scenario. You're lost and out the woods. You're out in the woods and you're lost. What should you do? Well, you've got to have the ability to communicate with search and rescue. What are, just what you said, what are the best pieces of terrain you should be looking for? What are some of the preps that you can do in preparation from that? How to remain calm and not panic, and then get your commo plan for search and rescue, because you got to, if you're under triple canopy trees, they're not going to see you. So you've got to figure out a way to communicate with them, right? So I think that would be awesome right there. So thank you very much, Phioxerus, for that question. All right, you boys ready? Are we? I don't know if we're ready.
I think DB's going stir crazy, and Blackbeard, you know, he's been waiting a minute. So I mean, he's
okay. All right, let's do it. We're bringing in DB. We're bringing in the lefty. Bring in the lefty. I don't know if he's left-handed. And let's bring in the one and the only, the first.
Oh boy.
Name. Yep. Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. For everybody, because this might be the last episode, Blackbeard, take charge for a second. I'm going to use the restroom. DB, Blackbeard, introduce yourselves. Redbeard, and then realistically, Sheriff Eliason, how much more time do you have? Are you good to go for a while, or are you under the gun?
I should probably get going.
It's no harm, no foul. If you got to go, you got to go.
Yep.
Yeah, probably in just a little bit. I should probably get going.
Well, how about this then? Redbeard,
yep.
Drive this train for a second. Intros from these two guys, just in case people haven't seen them before. And then let's come over to Sheriff Eliason for final questions. DB, though, I know you've stated in private chat that you're running out of time. How much time do you have?
We'll see. I think I got 15 minutes or so left.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit more, depends.
So,
all right.
Blackbeard, how about you? Are you under the same? Are you under time constraints, or do you got a couple minutes?
I can wait.
Well, everybody's here. So, Redbeard, that's what I think. Intros, come over to Sheriff Eliason, DB. Yeah, okay, and I'll be right back in a second, guys.
Yeah, sounds good.
Go ahead.
All right, gentlemen. So, whoever wants to do their introduction first, whether it's you, DB, or Blackbeard, we'll get your guys' introduction. I guess DB, you're up, brother.
Looks like it's me. You know, I'm always a random guy who shows up late in every podcast, but I'm just that
so worth it.
CIA guy who served with Mark overseas. You know, doing the fun stuff that we still probably can't talk about, but we do somehow because, you know, whatever. Our training is sort of useful. If it helps somebody save somebody's life or gets them out of trouble, it makes it all worth it. So nothing crazy about that. I mean, I'm just sitting here in a parking lot. Geez, baseball game's about to start in a half hour or so. Of course, it's about to snow, and I'm not even in Minnesota. I'm holding up the West Coast here, and
oh man.
So that's my life in a nutshell. It's baseball, baseball, baseball. Well, and then in the fall it's football, but you know, that's me in a nutshell right there.
Right on, brother. Blackbeard. Uh-oh.
Sorry. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, I am
guy comes on your podcast and then doesn't listen to you.
I am an autodidact and an expert at hoping to one day become an expert in anything. I was never a part of the CIA or any other alphabet agency due to a strong childhood phobia of three-letter acronyms.
It's a good phobia.
But yeah,
I have to just point out that's exactly what somebody in one of those agencies would say.
I can neither confirm nor deny whether what Mark has just told you is accurate.
And if I did, I would have to kill you.
That's right.
Oh boy.
Hey, no, I do have to. Go ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
Oh no, I just I hope that from time to time I can pump something out of my mouth that has a modicum of value, and so you know, if you're interested in my thoughts, then I'll give them to you, and you can do your very best to ignore them.
I do believe you've made your own subculture following within Mission Critical. You know, just it may be the beard, the rebellious,
the Blackbeardians.
The beard is powerful.
I don't know.
You've
got a fan following. You've got a fan following.
You all have beards. So.
All right, let's come over. Redbeard. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just kind of walked in. Where were you moving this?
Yeah, so I was actually just going to ask Pat a little bit more about, you know, as it pertains to like the search and rescue aspect of it. I mean, what are some of the most common mistakes as to why, you know, people do get lost? I mean, in terms of like, is it just like people are just, they wander into unfamiliar territory? Is it people aren't paying attention, or is it a culmination of that and bad weather? Or, you know, what are the, just so, you know, if somebody's looking at going somewhere, they can be cognizant of like, okay, like these are things to check off that I shouldn't be doing. These are things that I should pay more attention to. How can people prevent themselves, I guess, from being lost, you know, based off of your experiences? What are the most likely predicaments a person could find themselves in?
Well, I guess based off my experience, we don't actually look for a lot of people who get lost.
Fair enough.
The people who we look for who actually get lost are usually kids,
Yeah.
and they wander off. They'll be camping, and a kid will just wander off on their own, you know,
Sure.
sometimes. And we've had a couple that you know, really gave us a pucker factor, because where they were camping was right on the edge of the middle of nowhere, and if we wouldn't have found those kids, it would have, you know, it could have turned out really bad. So a lot of what search and rescue does, a lot of times we're looking for drowning victims. We're looking for, like I said, people who are out in the wilderness. Maybe their spot locators have gone off. They have some type of emergency. It's things like that. Go ahead.
So just you mentioned this earlier, and I actually wanted to have an opportunity to bring it back up. So spot beacons, they're called spot beacons. So that's another one of the GPS locator devices. There's a number of them out there, but spot beacons are one of those things that you can have. You mentioned earlier, we're like, in somebody, like it's in their rucksack and then it just got jumbled around and it went off. You got to look at that. Part of your PACE plan, you know, for your communications in the case of emergency, is a spot beacon. It's not a really high end or very smart device. It's something that simply sends out a signal, GPS based, that says I'm here and I'm in trouble, type of thing. And it's part of a network. And Sheriff Eliason, I'm assuming that you've got something like that within your entity, within whether it's the sheriff's department or maybe the state, that is working off of, where you get some type of notification. I'm assuming it probably comes to you into an email. And DB, I'm bringing this up to you because you kind of might remember where I'm going with this. That's part of a PACE plus plan that, you know, back in the day type of thing. Like, hey, if nothing else, I can crush this button. Think of a Blue Force tracker. I can crush this button and it's sending out a signal and it says, I'm right here and I'm in trouble. So Sheriff Eliason, that I know that technology is available in the civilian world. Is that what you're talking about? A spot beacon?
It is, but actually they have advanced much further than that now. I mean, they're actually to the point now where you can send and receive text messages from that device.
Oh, wow.
And they're privately owned companies now. They're privately owned companies. So what happens is somebody will activate that device. The company will text them, you know, and they can text the company and say, yes, we've got a camper here with a broken leg, or it's a possible stroke, or some type of medical emergency. And then that company will call our dispatch, and they can relay all kinds of information to us, and we can relay that to the search and rescue folks and the medical folks who are on their way out there. So it's pretty advanced now. You know, like I said, a few years ago, they just had the spot locators, and that was just like you said, a button, and they bounce around in their pack, and they're throwing their packs around. It would get activated, and you know, like I said, they're 8 lakes back, and we're still chasing them down, and those days would suck. But like I said, yeah, now it's far better.
So would you recommend anybody that's, you know, whether it's just a day trip or a weekend trip, I mean, if they're going to be out in places like that, would you more than not recommend that people have some type of device like that? Or what's your opinion on that?
It depends on the person. You know, it's kind of like what Patrick said. You know, when I go out there, I'll take, you know, friends, my wife and I will go out there, or I take friends out there just for a day of fishing. Well, you know, I have paracord, I have rope, I have tourniquets, I have everything that I need, that I can get somebody back at least to the landing where I could meet the ambulance. You know, it's I guess it all depends on your skill level and what you feel like you're comfortable with.
Yeah, fair enough.
I want to throw this over to DB because I think this would hopefully this will be interesting. Hopefully I've found the right moment here. So many people want to criticize and talk about like military and cool guy stuff without realizing that that's where most of and it works both ways. It's a two-way street, but a lot of the stuff that happens in these organizations or in this downrange cool guy stuff, that information bleeds over into this. And I didn't mean it that way. I just realized I made a pun, but that bleeds over into the civilian world and vice versa, right? Innovations in the civilian world, that technology, somebody can, realize that there's a unique military aspect or technical or intelligence aspect. DB, what Sheriff Eliason was just saying, like, how they're looking at that. I'm thinking of, again, the moment in time I'm talking about. I think there's a lot of there's a correlation there between, that would have been nice to have. I mean, you and I both know I'd Pace plus, and yet people still didn't reach out and talk to me during, I'm saying, so is there a little bit of a fun bullshit war story, but yet very informative, useful conversation there based on what the sheriff just said?
Well, I'll defer to you on that specific war story, but they're actually, so my family skis, and not me because I freaking hate the snow. I live in the wrong place for that. but there's the skiers have something that that could go on the side of your jacket or whatever it is. I'm not like familiar with all that, but what's interesting, and I'm probably totally off base on this, but Apple iPhones, and I assume the others, are coming out with the technology where they have a geolocator or some sort of technology that communicates with the satellite when they're not in cell service. So I live up here in the mountains in the Sierra Nevadas. So, my coverage here in the middle of a freaking city it's not very big, but as spotty as it is. When we go in the mountains, we don't have any cell coverage. But from what I understand, like the phone still is able to communicate with the satellite with, some sort of geolocator information, SOS information. I don't know if the calling could be anything other than emergency, but I found that's actually kind of an interesting place that we're going to, where maybe the days of getting completely stuck and lost in the mountains are behind us, assuming you have a phone. And, I find that interesting because that kind of technology is useful. It could save lives. And the only purpose to have that on the phone, other than to spy on us and that other stuff, right? But the purpose is to help, if you are lost in the mountains, because, we are a recreational people. We like to go in the mountains. We like to go hiking. We like to go hunting, fishing, wherever it is. And there's hardly ever any cell coverage when you go out there. And, that kind of technologies could be useful. There is a practical application.
Well, so you kind of punted on the question, but it was a fair punt. But I want to bring it back to, Sheriff Eliason, but Blackbeard as well, get him in the fight. But I do want to just say one thing. So the things that and I mean this very seriously. So again, last episode, maybe we're doing a little war stories without doing war stories, but some of and David, I know you're going to laugh because you know what I'm talking about. Some of the shit that was cool guy cutting edge stuff when we were in there is, to Sheriff Eliason's point, dude, that's old business right now. Like the stuff that was right there. Yeah, dude, you dinosaurs, have
you ever thought how easy it would be to be a spy in 2024? Oh my God. They tracking, how hard it is you could just throw an Apple. What are those air tags in the back of someone's truck?
Yeah.
Like everyone's phones are tracking them. Like this is back in the day where we had the stupid Nokias and, who know what those capabilities were, but spying was hard back in the day. We'd bring in a tech ops guy to, plant a bug or something somewhere so we could track where a car's going. And now it's like, oh my God, this stuff's available off the market for $99.99. Throw it in the back of some dude's car and he'll tell us everywhere he's going. Can you imagine? You're getting paid now. Everybody's spying and being spied on. We've made it so easy, and we did it the hard way.
Well, but so that actually is why we, again, I'm going to do these little things on Centerline. You're going to have to be a part of it, because like a little 30-minute segment, because if you're really going to do a surveillance detection route, dude, you can't be in a vehicle. There can't be any electronics. You really got to go clean. And we'll talk about that in a different time, because there's just too much technology that's being used against you. So again, I don't even want to say the acronyms for things that I was trained in and how I could communicate with assets without actually be again, go ahead, Redbeard. Yeah.
I just have to say, you don't even need to use a tracker when the government will give you a $50 gift card to McDonald's for snitching your neighbor out.
Well, there's that too. There's that point too. All right, let's try to bring this back on track. I do have one question here that I highlighted. I want to bring up. So, Sheriff Eliason, I don't want to move past this. AVV, you see his question. Do these beacons require satellite uplink? Or he's talking about the spot beacons, I think. And do they work in the boundary waters? I want you to answer it. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but.
So, yes, and yes. Excuse me. Yeah, you have to have a satellite uplink. They work all over the boundary waters. And also, I'd like to just jump on DB's point about the Apple iPhone. Yes, the SOS function works. If you in an emergency situation, you do not need a cell signal to dial 911 using the SOS function. And also, there's a crash function on the iPhone, which really drives our dispatch center nuts, because all of the skiers have them in their pockets, and every time they fall down, the iPhone calls 911. And last year it got to be a real pain in the ass, because we were getting 911 calls. We're getting 100 of them a day, because people are falling down on the ski hill, and their phones were calling 911. I mean, it was designed for a specific purpose. It turned into a real pain in the ass, like I said. So,
but I like how you just said that, because it shows that there's two sides to all this. Like, some of it's good and some of it is just like horrendous. And from your perspective, like, how are you dealing with the logistics? And Blackbeard, I see you smiling. You need to chime in on this. You're laughing about that. Be like, when you're being inundated with like, it was just little Jimmy fell down on the bunny slope, or Susie was in the bathroom and dropped her rucks, and now you're getting and the SWAT teams are showing up. And you're like, I'm just trying to take a shit, type of thing. So technology can work, look, I don't know how, here's maybe what I'm trying to say. I'll try to find another example. Teslas. I've been in a Tesla. The immediate acceleration of that technology is phenomenal. It's awesome. It's not a great vehicle for our environment. I don't care what you say. Like, the information's out there. It does more ecological damage. Cobalt, do your own research. And you could say, Mark, you're an idiot here. But you hit the gas pedal, you're going 60 miles an hour. It's really cool. And that's probably why you're destroying those tires and polluting the environment more. But so there's a pro and a con. That's what I'm trying to say. There's two sides to every coin. Yeah, this is good for this things, but when it's really good, you should be scratching your head and saying, well, what are the negative things about it that I'm not thinking about, or I don't quite realize? Blackbeard, I got to get you in the fight. We've had so many people like, where's Blackbeard? He's the intellectual powerhouse of your guys' podcast. Where is he? And now that you're finally here, and you've just been quiet the whole time, man. Let's chime in here. What do you got to say about whatever you want to say? Well, actually, hang on. Sheriff Eliason, how much more time you got?
I'm going to take off, my friends. It's good seeing you all. I appreciate it.
All right, brother.
DB, Blackbeard, good seeing both of you guys. And I hope to see everybody someday. And thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Hey, before you jump off, the comment you made about the cell phones emergency thing going off, we use cell phones to stream the kids' baseball games, right? You attach it to the fence, and then a couple weeks ago, a foul ball hit the camera or hit the phone, and then the sheriff's calling. I pick it up and I answer, and I'm just dying. And they're like, "What's is there emergency? Whatever." They tell me their spiel, and I'm like, "Believe it or not, a foul ball just hit the camera." Don't send any units, and like they have to take it sort of seriously. I mean, if a bad thing just happened, I don't know.
Yeah.
And I kind of blew it off. I was like, hey, you guys could come out and check out the baseball game. It's like making light of it. But I can only imagine how annoying that is, where they're like, dang it, we got to make another call to.
Yeah.
Well, I, not being a cop, but Pat can't speak for you, but I would call bullshit on that. Like, hang on a second. The 911 went off, and you're telling me it's a baseball game and a foul ball hit that. Like, I'm not buying that shit.
Sounds like abuse to me. No.
And this is just 2 weeks ago. So, I mean, it's good stuff.
All right, Sheriff Eliason, I'm not serious.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to bribe you into helping out with some of the smaller, shorter training things in the future. Final comments, words of advice, closing comments over here on the Mission Critical podcast side, sir, please. And by the way, we make jokes about bribing, but you did this on your own volition and because you are that guy. So I really appreciate it. And thank you for coming on and sharing your wisdom and your experiences with everybody. Can you share one more wisdom and a little bit of experience with people before you tap out?
Here's some true Minnesota wisdom right here. Okay.
Oh boy.
Shit, we're in trouble.
You ready, Blackbeard?
Okay. Keep your stick on the ice. Okay.
That's actually good.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
I get that.
It. Yep. That's very good. Very good.
That was it. That was actually really good. Like I thought that was good advice.
Yeah, it's short, sweet, to the point.
Sir, my hat's off.
All right, Kat, we'll stay in touch.
Really
brother.
appreciate it. We'll be in touch, my good
Adios, man.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right.
Be good. Cheers. Sheriff Eliason. Hip, hip. Hooray. All right. What the puck? That's what somebody just said. What the puck? That's pretty good. David.
Yeah.
That was David. Double D. I can't say devil dog. I'll just say double D. Daredevil. All right. Blackbeard. We had a question coming back over to you. You've been like a ninja in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. You got to come in here now, dude. What do you got?
So one of the things that the conversation made me think about was the advancement of technology as the way he was relating it to, say, like surveillance and tracking and that. But as it relates to vehicles in particular, your former employer has the capability of remotely taking control of modern vehicles. And some people speculate, and it's really a little more than that because I wasn't there, but they speculate that the death of Michael Hastings was probably something along those lines, which is why his vehicle crashed. And so, and as it integrates further and further into, for example, just to go on a slight tangent, I was at a very cursory level, I was interested in the idea of an EMP-proof vehicle. And because of the introduction of chips, there's a year, and I can't remember the year, but I believe it's in the 1980s, where if you buy a vehicle at that time or prior to that, it's by default EMP proof. And of course, you can pay to have a modern vehicle made EMP proof, but it is not inexpensive to do. Yeah. So it's even more than just being tracked. If somebody commandeers control of your vehicle remotely, it's not your vehicle. And if your vehicle is driving itself and you're not even talking about a human operation, then you're again it's not your vehicle anymore. So it's just things to consider where we are with the progression of technology. Now, as to what you were talking about missing persons, the idea that of that code of 411 that David Paulides put out that everybody is very interested in right now because they're kind of like anomalous disappearances in national parks. I love that stuff, right? It's very interesting because anything that's on the edge, that's Portian or kind of liminal is very, it has mystery in it. So, I mean, what is a story but conflict in the presence of mystery? It's like, what's going to happen next? So there's that. But the truth of it is, as I understand it, and my lay understanding is that the vast majority of disappearances are very readily and easily explainable. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, a majority of people are found within a very short distance of where they initially lost their position. So, I mean, if you've spent any time in the woods, maybe not you because you have, substantial navigational skills, but you just wander off I mean, assuming you're even on a trail. I mean, I like to go out in the what do you call it, rustic camping, so there's not always trails in that, but if you are on a trail or something, it's very, very easy to get turned around extremely quickly, more than you would
I really
assume.
wish Sheriff Eliason was here. So when we were in high school together, there was a summer camping trip. I don't think he was on that one, but I was on it, and it was me and this other guy from my end of the county. I don't want to say his name. I don't have his permission, but we were like considered some of the most experienced, and like we hunted and stuff. And so when you're going from lake to lake, they're called portages, and they're measured in canoe lengths, and they're called rods. But the portage, and this was like maybe 100 rod, 300 rod portage. It wasn't huge, but it wasn't small, and it was it was flooded, and the adults in charge sent me and this other individual to try to find ways around it to get to our next portage. The mosquitoes were so bad, to your point, Blackbeard, and I'm not joking around. This is how you can understand how people do this. I was right on the verge of panicking. Like, they were hundreds, thousands of mosquitoes. And I had to take a breath. I probably ate a couple of them, got my net out, put my net on, smushed my net on my face to kill all the mosquitoes in the net. And then I was able to focus on what I needed to do next. But I was one step away from just running, screaming through the middle of the woods with no idea the direction I was traveling. So it is that easy for people to do.
Yeah, definitely. I've had it happen, myself, and I don't know if this is a real thing. I do feel like I wouldn't rely on this exclusively unless there was no other option, and that's not usually the case. But I do think that people have like an innate sense of direction too. I've often kind of just like felt, and it's like, yeah, that's kind of right. But I mean, again, it's not something that I would necessarily rely on. Certainly, if yeah,
there's just a little bit of magnetite right in the tip of your nose, if I remember
correctly. I had it injected,
Yeah.
Hey, I did just want to give props to everybody who's given us comments. Redbeard, I'm also going to scold you. You handled the private chat. Let me handle the comments. You're bringing
nobody left for private. They're all here.
Well, yeah. Well, then you just stay in your lane. Let me handle the private. I'm like, who popped that one up? I'm like, you're freaking me out. I'm old, but we've got some really good comments here. But I just want to kind of bring this up. Like AVV is correct. I mean, everybody wants to condemn the military. I don't mean to sidebars here, but modern medicine, modern gear. I love it how people say, I don't like canteens. They're so military. I'm like, that's pretty much the shape of water vessels since the history we've been making water vessels. Like, that's not a military thing, dude. You're like, anyway, that just kind of make me chuckle. AVV, thank you for making me laugh. So yeah, it works both ways. You're absolutely right. I digress. Redbeard threw me off by jumping into my lane, and oh, here we go. And I got Double D going Daredevil. I'm just gonna call him Daredevil, not Devil Dog. My dad used to say in Minnesota, our mosquitoes are so big they got wood ticks on them. That joke only probably works in Minnesota and Iowa and the Dakotas, but it's a damn good joke. Thank you.
It's almost verifiable.
Seriously. Hey, let's bring it up to another person who starts with a D, because I know he's got, he doesn't have a lot of time. We're digressing. We're falling into the Blackbeard curse, which is we're doing Minnesota shit.
Oh, you want to go esoteric? I'm all about it.
Let's bring it over to DB though, because he's sitting in his car while his kid is crushing baseballs or basketballs or footballs or somebody else.
I'm just waiting for the game to start. The current one's still playing, so I got time.
Hey, tell us wherever you want to go. So it's our final mission critical episode for now. I mean, maybe we'll bring it back later, but for now, where do you want to go with this? What do you want to kind of say to people? Everything you say is going to get, Blake and Blackbeard all fired up, and there you just heard it. So what do you got, sir? What do you want to talk about?
Well, one, your guys' comment section is unreal right now. I mean, some of the names I remember from other videos that we've done or other podcasts that we've done, but everybody's out there talking, and it's great because you know what? It seems like most of these folks would be perfect in here having this conversation, replacing probably me at least, any one of us, hopefully, right?
Any one of us.
Every single
and it just tells you it tells you what people need, what they're looking for, the kind of communities that they're finding the advice valuable, right?
Yeah.
And I can't imagine that. I don't know. I just think it's awesome. I love seeing it. I love seeing all the comments just rolling in. It's just good community spirit there, and that's fantastic.
Well,
but that's just my plug for them.
Well, but just to take that and take it a step further for what Blackbeard or Redbeard, there's too many beards here. Matter of fact, Blake, somebody called you Blackbeard. I'm like, no, that's Blake. He doesn't have a beard name, Blackbeard looks more
dumbass. I do answer to dumbass, idiot. Hey, get over here, jackass. Sometimes
you look more like Rasputin to me, honestly.
How many times have they stabbed me and shot me and tried to poison me?
Look at that! Look at how crazy eye he's got going on there too. He's up to no good.
But bringing it back to DB though, everybody who's been commenting, and it's awesome, and everybody who's I really do believe this. Like if they've watched this podcast, go out and do the same thing with your friends.
Yeah.
Sit around and play, Cards Against Humanity or, poker or whatever you're doing, and have a couple drinks and just have these same conversation amongst yourself. And that would have been my thing. And so we got Mike up here. Blackbeard is correct on the Michael Hastings comment. I have overlapping research and design in overlapping areas. There is even a video by Wired. If you don't know what the Wired podcast or wired.com, I think it is. Hackers remotely kill a Jeep on a highway. Very similar. Yeah, this has been demonstrated time and time again. You're absolutely right.
And beyond that, that's old tech now.
Yeah,
that's really like that shit you can do with the flipper if you really, really wanted to. If you're willing to dig into, I mean, they just demonstrated a couple of years ago on how to be able to kill the port side engine on shipping cargo vessels and move them. Funny that, right? Like,
dun, dun, dun.
My almonds are jogging. So. Sorry, I've had a few drinks while I was backstage. So
you're the only person who's drinking here this whole time tonight.
Yeah. I was water in the first 2.5 hours.
Well, in all fairness, DB is not drinking because he's in a vehicle, so he is not drinking. Redbeard's not drinking just because,
it's Redbeard.
It's Redbeard.
It's a good thing.
Blackbeard, first of his name, he probably is out of mead. And there's not enough wine to get him to want to go do some like remodeling or whatever. I don't want to do drywall without a bunch of wine. So it's probably actually only me and you, Blake. And you're the only one with mead. And by the way, I wish
I'm not drinking it.
Oh, well.
I think I got like 15 bottles left from that batch we did when Harley humped you, which was still really funny.
Only 15. No big deal.
I'm glad you focused on how many bottles of mead as opposed to his parents' dog trying to hump my leg. Whoever had my 6 on that one, I appreciate it. That was awesome.
I had to bring it up. So we have this batch of blackberry wine going. We have this batch of mead going in the brewing closet. Mark comes over one night and we had ate way too much venison, and he had a couple bottles of wine. And he laid down on the ground while we were making the mead and kind of bottling it. And Harley comes up behind him and starts giving him the pump.
I'm the first person that's ever happened to in the history of men and dogs. Harley's that's a good dog, though. I mean, come on, man.
He was a good dog. R.I.P. Harley. If I wasn't in my house, I'd dump this drink out on the ground to the dog.
Cheers, Harley.
Cheers to Harley. Mm-hmm. And by the way, though, but you're not getting off that easily. So if you are going to come and visit here somewhere in the next 2 weeks before the kid shows up, you are going to have to bring them a bottle or two of mead.
You got yourself a deal.
Yeah,
you got yourself a deal on that. Yeah.
And on that note, just for everybody, we haven't even talked about that stuff, and I don't think we've even done it in any podcast. Dude, bees. You don't even have to have your own bees.
Yeah.
You can get actual honey from people who have, I'm sorry, Blake, help me. I'm not aviaries, but apiaries. Yep.
I believe that's how you say it. I always say it was apiary, something like that. Or I pronounce it wrong, but it's somewhere spelled along that lines. But bees, keep bees, man. They're great. They save the world. They give you sugar and They're awesome.
Blackbeard,
I love them.
Blackbeard, you're kind of our resident linguistic guest. Is it apiary or apiary? I think you would probably of all of us would know correctly.
So, Mark, the correct pronunciation for that is.
Oh, thank you for muting yourself as you said it. We all saw what you did there. It's only two drinks there, Blackbeard. Yeah, and then again. Yeah. Great.
Well, you know what? To the point, though, of proper pronunciation and
Dude,
like
that was
going
just
through
so
the words.
awesome that you just did that. That was fucking funny. That was hilarious.
This is the fun part of language, though, is the precision and how you use it. It's a weapon, and it's the first weapon we should pull out of our toolbox. You know, I mean, there's some truth to the pen is mightier than the sword. Now, ultimately, at the end of the day, the sword does win, but there's a lot that can be avoided with the pen. So,
well, that's why they need to destroy the language, though. That's why they need to destroy the language. Yeah.
Some people are already pulling that one out of the toolbox.
Right. Well, we were talking about the Orwellian Newspeak Dictionary earlier before you guys were on. And it's that reduction of the quality of language so people can't express themselves.
I just have to do a point of privilege here, a little bit of pause. I have to throw Blackbeard under the bus. Double D, not Devil Dog, but Daredevil, David, is saying he's challenging you, Blackbeard. Now say that again with a Cajun accent.
I don't even know if I'd recognize a Cajun accent.
Dude, no, you should have just done it. Hit yourself on mute again, and you would have like, see, I just did it. Give you a
so none of you could hear it in your chat. Folks are from Minnesota also, but you all have a Minnesota accent. So
oh no.
Yes, they do.
The worst part is I'm not even from here originally.
We may have a Minnesota goodbye, but you know, I love it when people say, "Oh, how you know? You bet." I'm like, dude, we don't talk like that. You know, like
that's like, no, fucking Fargo.
It's in North Dakota. It's not even in Minnesota. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'll tell you what, though, I got a friend of ours that has the most sing-songy northern accent ever, and I could just hear her speak all day long. Like she could just lull me to sleep. Oh,
never heard that about the North. The South for sure, but
well, see, so I will say, when I was railroad and I worked all the way up to the border, and the farther you went north, it was like the farther or the deeper south or in the Appalachians you went, you just at some point it just was like you couldn't even understand. It's like, I'm sorry, what? Like I am pretty north, but I don't even know what the heck you said, Uncle Fester. Like what? It's a mix between Minna-Canadian or something like that. I don't even understand.
I don't think I've ever heard that before. Minna-Canadian? Is that a thing?
Oh yeah, it's really weird. You almost get some like some weird like integration of like the French Canadian with Minnesotan, and it all just like blends together in this abomination. I'm like, I don't even know what you just said. This is alarming to me.
I think Blackbeard and people from Michigan, you know, like I think they have stranger accents than we do. And you know, DB, you've just been gone out of America for too long. You're like so again. No, seriously. Yeah, I don't say you have I don't think you have much of an accent of any type at all, right? I mean
but linguistically, if you look at it, all the accents are on the East Coast, and they start to blend. So by the time you get to California, other than the idiot sounds they make, like there's less accents, there's less, you can't distinguish anybody from Oregon versus California versus Nevada, but you can kind of isolate where somebody's from on the East Coast, from the Northeast to the South, even up to where you guys are at. But the further west you go, the less prevalent an accent is.
Yeah.
Well, unless you're talking to AVV, he's saying some Swedes out west still talk like that in the small towns. Most of the old folks. Well, actually, that I can definitely see. Yeah, you know, the whole migration out west and everything. You know, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But all right, boys, here's the deal. It's 3 hours and 47 minutes.
We're killing it.
I'm having a ton of fun. But
let's keep it at a Minnesota goodbye. Then we got another hour and 15 left.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure, bud.
I don't know if I have enough booze left for that though. That's what I'm concerned about. Well, you know, let's just start moving in that direction. Let's start.
All right, I'll wrap it up real quick then.
In honor of Blackbeard. No, just real quickly. In honor of Blackbeard. He already knows what I'm giving shit about. One of our last podcasts where he was there. it literally was 45 minutes later, and like, okay, Blackbeard, final comments, and he's like, well, my final Minnesota goodbye comment is he was just rubbing our faces in it. You know, it was awesome.
Right in the heart.
Yep. All right, Blake, go ahead, sir.
Well, you really want me to delve into that shit?
I don't know what you said. You had something to say. I just
said, yeah, let's wrap it up. Let's talk about the eclipse.
I thought you were just going to keep everybody entertained for a couple more minutes. I don't, whatever. But we should start looking towards the door, is what I'm saying.
I was saying, I don't know if we should really start talking about the eclipse. There's too much weirdness. Oh, I mean, I guess I will really quickly.
Hey, hang on. On that note, stop right there. I didn't, again, I had these notes to bring up tonight as conversation. The eclipse is part of it, infrastructure, NATO. Right. Oh, by the way, NATO turned 75 years today, Jeremy. Yay, NATO. So
75 years of worthlessness. All right.
Yeah,
great.
75 years of like, what the fuck was that all about? And yeah. And then I did have a thing about mental health, but I don't know if we'll ever get back to that because that is a huge thing in survival.
After this conversation, Mark, I'm not even convinced it's even here in this chat right now. I think I'm totally off the reservation along with probably the rest of the guys. So, well, I don't know. Much. DB, he might be holding it down, but I think you and I lost it like weeks ago at this point.
Wow. Yeah. Honestly, Redbeard, why don't you, if all of our guests, if you guys can just hang on a second, and maybe this is where we'll go with that. Why don't at the very end here, as we start moving towards the door, why don't we, because we've never done it this whole podcast. Why are we walking away from mission critical? What's going on here? But maybe we should just move in that direction because that goes into be the difference. And we all have our personal issues and, And I think DB, Blackbeard, Blake, and everybody who's in the chat and watching. And by the way, God bless all you guys. You've made this like, if this is our last podcast, this is hands down the most fun I've had. And I've enjoyed doing every one of these things.
Yeah.
But yeah. And it isn't the alcohol talking. It's you guys have made it a great night. So we really appreciate it. But what do you guys think? Should we go in that direction, Redbeard?
Yeah, we could start to move in that direction and then just kind of slowly dovetail it into the end here. So
why don't you tell everybody what's going on
before you get too far into that? Really quickly, one thing I've noticed from whenever I first started with you guys to now, these live ones are freaking awesome, right? It feels more, I don't know, dynamic, but I keep coming back to the community thing, right? I guess that's my shtick anyways, but I just feel more community when we could actually read these comments that are coming in and engage those comments. It's like bringing those folks into the studio for a short clip, right? When you're like, I don't know, it expands it so much. I actually am excited about the live aspect of the podcast more than the recorded and published the next day podcast. Because even here, when I didn't talk about Reno Dads or any of that, but the social media type organization I run, we have our own podcast, which we haven't published in a long time. But I'm starting to think maybe the live format is the way to go. Because once you build up your small community of folks who chime in, it makes it so much more lively, right? We could respond.
Yeah,
well,
that's just my 2 cents on what I'm seeing here. I think this is cool. I like it.
Well, and Cleshon is driving all night long, so we should keep talking.
That was pretty good. That accent was pretty, but DB, to your point though, I mean that I'll echo that. That's what actually has made this more enjoyable too. We've had all you guys on as guests. We've done this and we've pre-recorded it. It's not the same as the live stream. It just is. It just is not. And I think that's the way to go forward in whatever it is that you do, whether that's Reno Dads or Centerline Systems, whomever you are. I do think it is. But I will just say this. Jeremy and I, we didn't coordinate it. We barely even got this thing put together for tonight. We were just like at the last minute doing shit. But even like there's only 20 people watching, but the engagement's pretty good. Like I'm trying to do the engagement. Jeremy's supposed to be doing the private chats. Jeremy stepped in. You got to like keep everybody in their lane. And like, what are you doing? You're screwing up my thing. So, that would words of wisdom, for anybody, whether it's you, DB, for Reno Dads, or anybody else who's thinking of doing this, this is about the max level that you can handle. Well, I can handle. I can't speak for anyone. Like, and we haven't even done justice to all the the comments that are coming in here tonight. You want to address everybody. You want to bring
Armageddon. I'm sorry. I actually heard something about this last week, and yeah, that's some interesting shit, Angry Viking.
See, and then there you go. And then you got a guest who just chimes in out of nowhere, like, dude, that's not even what I'm trying to talk about, like. And then you got that shit. Yeah, so you're trying to herd cats while you're like, seeing what people have to say. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about right there.
Dude, this chat is fun. I'm enjoying it. Like,
what did you just say?
So the freaking Angry Vikings talking about the double emergence of periodical cicadas.
God,
so
all right, give me a second. Slow down. Let me just pop it up so everybody can see it.
So there's this huge cicada gun happening this year where there's I think it's a 13-year and a 17-year that are overlapping, and like they're saying in the swath of all of the cicadas coming out, it's going to be like friggin' deafening, like for a month and a half straight. You're not sleeping. And I just heard a little bit about this, but like, and everyone's in here now, like eclipse, red heifers, lions, tigers, bears, oh my. Like, I love that comment, but it's like, holy shit, the end of days, man. Like, there's so much weird, goofy shit going on. I love it. Like, this is the craziest timeline.
Anybody who has spent any amount of time on Okinawa, that's like the cicadas are like every year, and it's deafening and it's horrible. It's like a infestation. I don't know. They're everywhere, and they're leaving their carcasses or their shells or all over your house, exterior. You're driving over them. It's like a plague. Like here in Nevada, we get plague of frogs or Mormon crickets, and when you're driving, it's just crunch, crunch, crunch. It's so disturbing.
As AVV has termed it, it's the cicada-geddon, It's the Armageddon of cicadas. Poor cicadas.
So when I bring up the Okinawans, so all those guys who've served there, they would actually know this. They'd be intimately familiar with the cicadas in Okinawa, and it was just unreal. This high-pitched screaming.
Oh my!
Well, I grew up.
You had to deal with the fox bats or whatever they were called, like that were the 6-foot wingspans and like bodies the size of cats. But we had all kinds of issues there. But the cicadas were the worst, the absolute worst.
Dude, Japan's full of crazy critters and monsters and things that go bump in the night. Like, I love it, dude.
AKA Godzilla.
Oh, Godzilla.
Well, seriously, this would be a good one to start taking us towards the door. Godzilla X, or is it Godzilla -1 or
Zero? Wasn't that what you were saying it was called?
Godzilla Zero.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I'm serious. I want to watch that freaking movie. It looks really damn good. DB, do you know what we're talking about? Are you a Godzilla horror movie kind of guy?
Nah.
Blackbeard?
I mean,
as a pirate, a man who's been on the seas, you got to be concerned about Godzilla if you're on the seas, because he fucking destroys naval vessels.
I'm not lying to you. I don't remember the name of this cryptid off the top of my head, but it is part of Japanese folklore. It has an affinity for cucumbers, and you have to be careful about diving in the water because it'll reach up your anus and steal a magical organ from near your colon.
Yeah. Yeah, is this the one with the puddle on the head, and if you stop it, you make it
like
yes, it's
or something.
Shit, what is it called? Yeah, there's some interesting things. Look into that one. That's a noticing sort of thing, but it is. It's crazy because you can stop them by making them bow, and when they bow, the water falls out of their head, so they panic and they have to put water back in their head. It's hilarious.
I apologize to every culture in the planet that we've offended here tonight. I have no idea how this is gone, the direction it's gone, but wow.
I think
so.
Mike's
Yeah,
right.
so now you know. Watch out.
Holy
Be
shit!
very careful if you go swimming in the rivers in Japan without a
Hang on,
cucumber.
I gotta throw this out there. All right, so we got AVV saying Godzilla -1. Like, okay, AVV, leave us a comment. Blake and I were just talking about this other day. Where in the hell can you even watch it right now? I think it's already been in and out of the theaters. I don't know. And I just looked for it like a week ago. Like, is anyone streaming it? I think the answer is is no. And then I've got to throw this up, Double D. I'm just calling him Double D now. Turtles all the way up. I mean, come on.
It's because the Kappa. He's depicted as a turtle. I'm looking for a picture right now. Hold on a second.
No pictures.
Just so you know,
No
something
pictures.
else is an interesting piece of Japanese trivia, also related to the anus. There's a phenomenon called, I believe it's pronounced Marika Ayoki. It's something like that. But basically, it's named for this woman who every time she walks into a bookstore, she feels the need to defecate.
What?
Yes, I'm serious. It's a thing.
Hang on a second. I don't know
Mariko
if that's
Ayoki,
Japanese
look that
folklore.
up.
No, hang on, slow down. When I
Is
was
it
in grad
Kanji's
school,
the butthole game?
No, when I was in grad school, every time I walked into the bookstore and saw how much money was spending, I pretty much shit myself. I mean, so is that a folklore thing? I mean, isn't that kind of the real world? I mean, like, dude, this is so expensive for books. Like, oh god, there goes a turd. Like,
yeah, Mariko Ayoki phenomenon. It's a Japanese expression referring to a sudden urge to defecate that is felt upon entering bookstores. The phenomenon is named for Mariko Ayoki, a woman who described the effect in a magazine article published in 1985.
Oh,
and we have gone off the rails officially. All right.
I love it. I love it.
No, Blackbeard, you should have done your thumbs up thing and got the sparkles.
He doesn't seem to do that anymore.
Oh, dude, maybe you got to put a book up your butt and then it'll sparkle. I don't know.
Let me go pass.
This has gone into just straight up potty humor.
Yeah. Hey, but on this note, though, I will just say this. I'm going to make a plug here for Japanese culture. This isn't quite Japanese culture, but it's old book. They did a movie on it, but that series, the remake of Shogun.
Oh yeah, I've been wanting to watch that.
I've heard that's good.
Absolutely, really like it. Oh, hang on. I'm going to share this one with everybody, just because you guys started this. By the way. Mike, exactly. Here's Mike. Yeah, I'm not going to read that one out loud, but you guys started that. Way to go! Now we've got everybody in the chat talking about this stuff. Like, good job, guys. Way to go.
I just
a nice clean
to
ending to our last podcast.
I have to say, I am so impressed with our constituency that's still watching. 18 people are still ascribing to this, and I don't understand why.
It's because they're drinking more than we are. That's why.
They're probably. God bless you all. Oh my.
All right,
goodness.
boys. Hey, all good things have to come to an end. We're at 4 hours right now. I'm gonna go pour one more drink, and I think we should really take it out. And I think we should start with DB, because I know he's the only one of the four of us who has any adult responsibilities going on here at all tonight. So
God bless you, sir.
DB.
Oh, I'm just watching baseball, man. It's the life. I can't.
Okay, I do got to give this to Double D, Lone Wolf and Cub. Oh, I have all the Lone Wolf and Cubs on Blu-ray. So if there is a zombie apocalypse grid down, I'll still be able to watch all of those on Blu-ray. So Lone Wolf and Cub, very weird, but back in that genre but a great story though too. I mean, but hey, DD, if you like Lone Wolf and Cub, seriously, go watch what is it on, Blake? We just Netflix, or is it Netflix?
Was this the one that we watched when we were over at?
No, Shogun. The remake of Shogun.
Hulu.
Oh, Hulu. Yep, it's on Hulu. Yeah, it's really good.
Paid advertisement for Hulu.
We've got somebody who's saying that it's not true, whatever we're saying. So, Clay Jean, that was my best New Orleans.
That wasn't bad. You're
better. I'll get better if I have another drink. Not true. What is not true, sir? What is not true? This whole conversation. You're absolutely
while we're waiting for him to answer that. I'm just saying we missed out because you should have looked for a sponsorship from your boy Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh yeah.
Dude, they'd have done it. Yep. Raid Shadow Legends in a heartbeat, man.
I mean, to be fair, I kind of feel like they're schizophrenic enough to where they probably would give anybody probably would have been super easy money.
Dude, I've honestly thought about starting a YouTube channel solely for a Raid Shadow Legends plug.
just a schizocast with Raid promoting it all the time.
You should do Raid. You should do that Shadow Legends with your Peep Show.
Oh, okay. So I'll say this real quick. While we're with this. So, okay, I'm building out my new shop, right? And we have some chickens on property. I've got about, what do we have, hun? We have 15 chickens, one of which is a rooster. We got a nice little chicken coop that we built for them and everything. Well, we put a security camera in there because we're updating security on property pretty extensively. And inside the chicken coop, we've got this camera at the right angle. And what we're going to do is we're going to build a little box and we're going to live stream it so people can watch. But when they come into my shop, this is where I'm going to fleece $5 out of every one of my gunsmithing customers. They come into the shop and there's going to be a little box and it says Peep Show on the top of it. And it's going to have like one of those old timey brass viewing ports and everything. You got to plug $5 in it. And right before the camera opens, it snaps a picture of your face. And then the camera opens, it sends a little feed out and you see a chicken's asshole. And now you're watching your Peep Show. And then it takes a picture of you after the fact once you've seen your chicken asshole. So now there's your Peep Show for $5. That's how I'm going to get $5 out of every one of my customers.
Hey, look, Blake, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying at this point.
Damn straight, dude. Well, dude, we're talking about doing a YouTube channel for the chickens and just live streaming it and super chatting a snack box. So be like, you want the chickens to get mealworms? $5. Pay for my chicken feed. So...
Oh man.
Okay, let's start wrapping it up. I mean, again, I saw somebody said, you know, nothing has to come to an end. Well, you know, good things have to come to an end. So let's start, you know, whether you want to be solemn, somber, serious, or talk about your Peep Show and how you're going to fleece people, which by the way, I still think is a genius idea. I would happily have given my $5 to fall prey to that. To fall victim to that prank. I would have
customers that fall victim to that prank will bring their friends to prank their friends with that.
Hey, hang on. It's on that note right now. Here's what somebody said. Blake, you are not right, but I like you.
I don't know about that, but okay, brother.
Mark.
Double D. That was well said, sir. Well said. All right. DB, let's start off with you. And we'll go down to Blackbeard, first of his name. We'll come over to Blake and his little Peep Show, the sick pervert. And then, yeah, we'll just kind of start wrapping it up right there. DB, finally, wherever you want to go. What do you want to say, sir, to the whole world? Because the whole world's watching right now. So what do you got?
How do I follow any of this?
You can't.
How am I getting tasked with some sort of topic? I can't follow Garzella. I can't follow the Peep Show. I mean,
this is a shit show.
Earlier, I was thinking of one of the funniest stories. And my wife's just pulling up next to me. Hi.
She's have her lean her head in and say hi. If she's
oh no, it's cold. I'm not opening my window.
Cold? What is it? 60 degrees? Oh,
35.
So
I'm
actually,
sorry.
That's actually cold. Yeah. Okay, I'll give you that one.
But I was like, so I was going to tell a funny story about, you know, our drunken diplomacy back in the day, because, you know, it's war stories and we get to share it. But after the Peep Show and all of this, it's not even funny. But hey, you know.
Hey, did you ever, everybody slow down. Everybody slow down. David, did you actually ever really tell the capitalist caliphate story? I think we may have. Did we tell it once, or did we allude to it? Because
I could tell the story if
yeah, that's a pretty funny
do
story.
this sounds fun.
If you guys don't hear from me in the next few weeks, you probably
good story then.
Because what I'm about to share, I don't know, whatever.
Before you do it,
anyways,
hang on. This is just bad humor. Before you do it, I gotta share it. This is the level of what we've reached here tonight. Double D says, "You guys are going out with a cluck." Dude, that's it's so bad. It's funny.
Hey, Dave,
dad joke there, Double D.
I just want to say real quick to you, Dave. I think you have enough guys that care about you at this point that there would be a substantial QRF coming for you if anything happens. So don't do anything to our boy DB over here. All right? Okay. All right. So tell your story. Tell your story.
So nothing too secret. Probably, I don't even know. Whatever. So God, am I allowed to say Benghazi? Okay, I'm not going to say that. But
I don't know. No, you're not. But it's too late now. So yeah. There you go.
So we're not going to say that. We're going to say some other place like Rengaza. So there was a point in time where we thought, you know, like, crap, these Libyans aren't going to be able to pull their heads out of their asses long enough. We got to figure out, is there another military, like an airport or a seaport or whatever? Like, what? We got to come up with a backup plan. So Mark and a few of his guys were going to go back east, drive 4 or 5 hours east and figure out. They had this a couple locations that they wanted to look into. And my boss in the country was a complete asshole. Is that sun too bad for you guys? Sorry to kill the story. Let me try and get the sun out of my face.
There you go.
But my boss was an asshole, so he told me I couldn't go with these guys. So I was like, okay. Jumped in the back seat and there we went. So I didn't care. I got in a lot of trouble, but whatever. So we're driving. And
but in all seriousness, you were a mission critical element. You had to go on that because
that's the way I saw it.
No, that's how I saw it too. Like, what do you mean? That he evolved? Like, I'm just a guy carrying. He's got to be here for this. Are you fucking kidding? Jesus, how many people?
Oh yeah. Well, that was my experience back then, dude. Those guys were dicks. But anyway, so we're driving back east, and oh my god, in a kind of a crappy country, we're like 4 hours east of Benghazi, and it's some of the most beautiful country we've ever seen in the world. It was amazing. The Green Mountains, the Mediterranean Sea, it was simply incredible. I mean, super dangerous. We were going into a very, very, very dangerous situation. But
hey, before you go further, just I just gotta throw this out there for everybody who's listening, because this is a serious. Now I'm gonna get a little serious. What is that? He's kind of a left. Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore, I think last week did something on the whole Libyan, and it's worth everyone's time to go and find Jimmy Dore. He's not a conservative. But he isn't wrong. And I watched that podcast. David, you should watch that podcast too, specifically as to what you're going in for the conversation about to have. It's worth watching and listening to. I just had to throw that. We're having a little bit of fun, but on a serious note, Jimmy Dore had a really good podcast regarding Libya somewhere in the last 10 days, and it's worth watching. So sorry, David. You're somewhere east of Ben. Hang on. What did he say? Gonzaga. Yeah.
Benghazi. Anyways, so we're out there. Beautiful country. In fact, one of my favorite places in the world is this place called Apollonia, which, if you look at it, it's just Roman ruins for days. Nobody's ever been there really, because it's not the Libyans thing, right? They don't have tourists. It's not a big deal. Like, we're probably the only Americans, Westerners even, to be where we're at in many, 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 many years. So we're driving, and this is the time, 2011 or so. This is the time of where there's a caliphate getting set up everywhere. Like throughout the Middle East, everybody and their uncle are running a caliphate at this point, and it kind of became a joke. And we're just sitting here looking at the beautiful mountains and the Mediterranean Sea and thinking, you know what would be amazing? If we set up a resort, had some scuba diving off the coast, some, like cruises out on the Mediterranean, some paragliding off the mountains. And
little bungalows along the beach, the nice resort.
We can make a fortune, and we're going to call this the capitalist caliphate. And our whole, it took all the danger out of what we were doing. It put our minds, it was a distraction for a little bit. We knew where we were going. We knew what was happening.
We were whistling past the cemetery. We were whistling past the graveyard.
Oh yeah.
We were trying to make fun and have, because honestly, dude, that could have went just as easily in the other direction,
Well, that kind of humor saves your life.
What's that?
Yeah.
That kind of humor can save your life. It's like we were talking earlier, gallows humor. I wouldn't have made it this far in this fucked up world if it wasn't for the fact that I could laugh at it.
Right. 100% agree.
And it was, so that's our capitalist caliphate story. Obviously, the really fun stuff is what we were doing afterwards, but you'll have to watch the movie or read the book, or you'll never see the classified reports. Thank you, Hillary. But everything else, like the capitalist caliphate, I'm telling you, some of the most beautiful country I've ever seen in the world. You would never expect it. I think we are mostly in shock. It just how incredible and how lucky, ironically lucky, that we were to be the ones who were getting to see it, and how much potential we could see in this war-torn country that's a complete disaster, that's been a complete disaster for many, many, many years. And we're the ones who are getting to see it, and the beauty and the potential and everything about it. Those people, you know, if they had the freedom to do what we were talking about, they'd be some of the most blessed people in the world right now, just living in paradise. And you would never believe it because we told you it was in Libya, but believe it or not, that could be a paradise. It was amazing.
There are Roman ruins along the north coast, you know, in Libya, along the Med, the southern Med, that are better than any ruins you'll see in Italy. I mean, like, so prestigious still, you know, and you know, you got to give some props. I mean, you know, look, I don't want to turn this into a political conversation. We're trying not to do a political podcast here tonight, but like, to David's point, I fell in love with that place. The scuba diving, the history, the ruins, the people, like the culture. I mean, like, it's a really beautiful part of the world. And just watch the Jimmy Dore special. That's all I'll say. Just watch Jimmy Dore because it's so fucking sad. But David isn't giving himself enough props. We laughed our asses off, or laughed our way past the cemetery, whistled past the graveyard, however you say it, because there was no close air support. There was no indirect fire. There was no QRF. There was nothing. It was 3 round eyes and a translator, and our asses hanging out in the breeze, and only not even enough weapons to fight off a Boy Scout troop. I mean, it was a great time, honestly. And David, it's only great because we didn't get our heads chopped off. I mean, seriously, man.
That's typically a plus, right?
It's a huge plus. Yeah,
I'm sure somebody was taking bets. I'm sure.
Well, it's probably the people who didn't want to reach out on the 6 forms of communication I had to notify us that we just killed bin Laden. You know, like, I don't know, maybe those people. You know,
I know that's the story you wanted to tell.
No, here's the funny part. So what is that? It's not really a Marvel movie, but it's Suicide Squad. And what I liked about that is the gallows humor in the op center, talking, because they had their 2 different groups, and like, who's gonna make it, you know, and all the guys, people are dying left and right, and they got their little bets on which the quote unquote super villains is gonna last the longest. I almost feel that's what it was like back in Langley. It's like, yeah, like, you know, hey, bets, let's see if Mark's team makes it, you know, to how far will they make it? I say 30 miles. One will be like, I'll bet $100 that they make it to their objective, and then we'll see them on a snuff film. You know, I just feel like it was something like that. It's like, you guys didn't let us know. Like, we didn't know that bin Laden had just been killed. Do you know what I'm talking about, DB?
Oh, yeah, I know that story. I mean, I was unfortunately part of it on the other side.
The feeling I'm talking about, like, so here, just, you know, for the closing parts of Mission Critical, I had no idea what was going on. And I had PACE++. We just talked about this earlier. I had primary, alternate, contingency, emergency, and 2 other forms of commo. No one reached out to me. And I wasn't privy to know that we were doing, you know, an operation, you know, to capture bin Laden that night. And here's me, DB, another round eye, and a translator hanging out with like known and suspected terrorists who were fighting the Gaddafi regime. No one even bothered to tell us, like, hey, you guys might want to turn around and come back to base, because if shit goes south, there's no one and nothing that's coming to save you. No
the worst part is
air support, no medevac, no QRF, no indirect fire, nothing. You guys are on your own with your little pew, pew, pew pea shooters.
All it would have taken.
Horrible.
They didn't have to tell anybody anything. They could have just said, anybody in these hot regions, stand down for the rest of the night.
Yeah. That's all you had to do. Stand down in operations. Just out of nowhere. No one else.
Don't ask questions. We'll figure it out eventually, but just cancel what you got going on. Move on.
If you have an asset meeting tomorrow, then go ahead and go to your alternate and just do your comp plan, move it to an alternate, you know, and no one will be any of the wiser. Nope. No one even fucking reached out and talked to us about it. That's how fucked up that was. Oh,
You know, I will say, like, in the story that you brought up, DB, about like how you guys noticed like how absolutely beautiful that area was that you were going along, and I can't help but think it's like, you know, that's where people really do need to stop and just look around every so often and really realize like how beautiful life really is, how beautiful the world is. And because there's a lot of hope in that, right? Like you guys saw a glimpse of hope through the beauty of that countryside and saw the possibilities of what it could be versus what it predominantly is at that time. And it's like, if more people just, even if they didn't stop, if they just slowed down enough to really say, hey, you know, like things are bad, but like there is a light on the other side of this. It's there. It might be very, very dim, but it's there. And it's like, if you can appreciate that moment and then build off of that moment, like, dude, the sky's the limit. That's why I've said so many times, like, there is hope. It's just you have to slow down a little bit to recognize that it does exist.
Hey,
if
this
you're going,
is what makes you, Redbeard. So like you have that level of empathy. That's one of your superpowers, and that ability to look at it from just the eyes of a normal human being. So I don't, DB, I can't speak for you, but challenge me if I'm wrong. But I think from the things that we saw, we were probably some of the only Westerners, in maybe some other people, but like so few. I mean, like I maybe count them on one hand. We've been to places in that country where most let's just say Americans, because maybe if you were Italian or something, maybe you had a little bit more leeway, but from as Americans that no one had seen since probably World War II. And to your point, Redbeard, but to
why
Redbeard's
would they
point,
have gone?
But to Redbeard's point, if we would have looked at this and approached this situation from a different perspective, two cultures could have come together, learned how to better interact with each other, and everybody could have benefited from the glory of the history, the glory of the beauty, the glory of the wilderness, the nature. I was DB, you back me. You might remember this. I was leveraging to go on a wild animal hunt. I don't know if you remember the guy, the dry cleaning guy. He was big into hunting. I was like, dude, I'm going to work it out. I'm going to go out in the middle of the desert with this dude and his buddies, and I'm going to shoot fucking gazelles. I mean, like, this is are you kidding me? Like, man, if I can turn that into an intelligence thing, okay, fine. But, you know, knowing that, of course, everybody's going to be watching me, and, you know, he's going to have to get permission from his government. So, you know, I really can't do the intelligence officer, but I can still collect data about the region and, you know, where hardly anybody's ever been, right? Except for spy satellites. And I'm not going to lie. And I could have got a great, like, you know, opportunity for me to go out there and use my bow or shoot some guys old World War II, like, you know,
would have been amazing.
Lee Enfield rifle or something. I mean, that would have been awesome.
Yeah, to talk about going to do a big game hunt there, like that's the kind of stuff that you can only dream about because it's not accessible to the Western world. I mean, coming from someone that loves big game hunting, man, you're talking about like one of the holy grails.
Yeah,
but
Mike,
I got it.
Sorry, just real quickly, got those up there. I just saw the comment. This is why you guys are awesome. Mike is 100% on it right there. It was the gold back. Dude, you just nailed it right there. Without even getting into the politics, Mike, God bless you, sir. That seriously, I really believe you're 100% correct right
when
there.
you try to divorce the central bank will beat you.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we did. So to Mike's
Andrew
point,
Jackson.
I got a baseball game.
All right, brother.
That's literally about to start. I've pushed it as far as I can. This has been great. I love it. I love the live to all the folks commenting and listening. That was the highlight of my evening. Just being able to engage with people, being able to be part of a dynamic podcast. I just love it. It's fantastic. It was fun. It was well done. I'm always around when you guys need to get started on the next thing or random podcast that you do with this, whatever you guys do, you know, I'm always in.
I'm going to be talking about some of the shorter kind of conversational training things over on Centerline Systems, foreign travel, SDRs, that kind of stuff. And then I want to talk to you a little bit more about Reno dads and maybe starting to do some of the articles again. So look at you getting all.
Dude, it's cold out there. I don't mess around. I'm in ski pants, a thermal, like
Oh,
I
man.
have heated jackets. Well, heated jackets for my kid because if he pitches, got to protect his arm. But I don't mess around, dude. I'm not going to be cold tonight. I'm going to be warm watching baseball.
Hey, before you go, DB, I'm going to share a quote that just came in, a comment from AVV. The CIA may have been cool, but a father watching kids play ball makes a real man. AVV, you are.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Greatest time of my life is right now. I love
awesome.
it. All right.
Yep.
All right, brother.
All right,
Peace out,
DB,
guys.
we'll talk to you.
Appreciate
We'll
it.
talk to you later.
Yeah.
Thank you so much
Appreciate
for coming
you.
on for more than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
That, whatever. It's awesome.
All right. Catch you guys.
Thanks, man.
See you later, brother.
All right, we'll see you later, man. Be good. Hey, monocle. A little monocle. You should
A
get
little monocle.
And the reason I just said that because when he did the capitalist caliphate, it was the Monopoly guy with a monocle. That was part of the T-shirt that we're gonna do. Boys, we're at
I need one of those.
4:20. Blake, I know you just said
You're a
let's go.
trooper, Blake.
Yeah,
I
no,
keep
Blake-
going. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's keep going. Let's start
I'm
wrapping
down.
up. It's
Hey,
getting
wife
to that
said I'm
point.
down. I'm
You
free
know,
for the rest of the night. So
I want to bring up something real quick because we're talking about, how like seeing something like that can really like, it is the sensation of hope. It really brings hope, right? Like, because you can see the best in something and what the potential of that is. And Mark, you and I have talked about this numerous times, and I've brought this up to a couple other people, but it's like, could you imagine if we weren't pissing in everybody's pond, if we weren't starting proxy wars, if we weren't dumping worthless amounts of money into the military industrial complex, like, dude, like we could have new era cities. We could have situations to where we would have already been into places that we never could have imagined in our wildest dreams. We would have already had fusion power for nuclear plants, and we're just getting there. We could have realized so many of these things that we dreamed about in the 50s if we hadn't been sitting there screwing over other countries, making stupid justifications as to why we got to go bomb this place or depose this regime or get into the affairs of other countries.
Redbeard, if I can just interrupt you, like I'm not disagreeing with you, but I disagree on one point. But I'm in agreement with you because we didn't do those things you're saying because of greed, and that greed was short-sighted. Because if I follow your argument to its logical conclusion, we're doing things that benefit humanity. Like, do you know how much money that you could make from? Because we would be on the moon, we would be going to Mars. Like the profit margin potential of that is so great, but instead we were focused on short-sighted, greedy, right in front of our face, right here and now. Fucking, greed.
And that's and it's funny because like when you really think about it, a lot of people say, "Oh, there's money to be made more." Yeah, there is, but what makes more money is when everybody prospers and you can take care of your own people. Because if you take care of your own people and they make more money, and then in the end of the day, that money gets put back into new businesses, into new developments, into better homes, into better, just better functioning infrastructure. People are going to want to contribute to a place like that, but instead, we're so focused on on killing other people. And look, I'm not saying you shouldn't have a defense, but my point is look at the budget. Every year they increase the military budget. For what? For what?
Yeah,
and we don't even have infrastructure we have an infrastructure that's barely existing at this point.
Well,
we can't even take care of our own people.
There's an argument if it even exists, but Blake, you were about to say something and we were all talking over each other. So
it's all right. I was just going to say, I mean, he's spot on. It's like I was talking a little bit earlier this evening is as an individual on your own property, if you have the ability to do it, you can augment what you can do tremendously with a little bit of technology, a little bit of know-how. You can do what it would take 50 people to do a few hundred years ago. Yeah. If we take this principle and we expand it to the greater community and instead of
it's not, but Blake, I think your timeline's off. Not even a few hundred years ago, even 50 years ago.
Absolutely.
A few hundred years ago, it would have been 500 people to do.
And
what
we're
I
talking
like.
about an individual being capable of doing this kind of work. So if we take this philosophy and we expand it to the larger quote unquote country or governmental scale, all right, where we realize and we respect the fact that currency means nothing. The only currency that matters in the end of the day is the labor a man is capable of doing. That's the only thing that really truly has meaning in this world, that has actual fiscal value, is the labor that we're able to provide. And if we look at it in the perspective of that, and that we expand our own capabilities on our own property, and we take that to our even city levels or small town. I mean, my town is 890 people, basically. It's not very big. We could outproduce that town. We could feed a town of 10,000 people with just a little bit of elbow sweat and still have time to go out fishing every single night if we wanted to. But we do this now the way we are because it's a control scheme. It's how we keep people working their jobs, just scraping by, only making enough to make ends meet, not enough to expand, to grow, to create new philosophies, new art, new forms of thinking, new technologies. 100%. We have to neuter the population if we want to control them. This is their ethos.
Yes.
I just gotta give some props here. So Double D said, going back to where Jeremy was, and I don't want to detract from what you just said, Blake, because that's so spot on. I think if there's a way to capture the transcript of what he said, and that's the title of every book and everything that you talk about for the rest of your life, that's the intro right there, because that isn't 100% the truth. We all, so for everybody watching, the three of us, we all talk personally offline, you know, because I'd rather sit and talk to these guys and have a cigar than go to a bar.
You're here.
And it's these type of conversations that we have. Like the podcast is, you guys can back me up. Call me if I'm, call my bullshit if I'm right here. The idea for doing the podcast is like, dude, we just talked for 3 hours about something. Why aren't we doing this in a podcast? That's how it all kind of developed. Is these are the things we think about and talk about as men and what we believe in. Well, why not just trying to share that stuff? That's
I was gonna say, Mark, I don't know how many conversations we've had that are over the time limit of this very podcast right now.
Right. Oh yeah.
I mean, come on. Like, it's amazing. My wife's a fucking saint because she's still with me. She's given me a son and she loves me. And she told me tonight, hell, talk as long as you want to. Like, what the hell? Like,
right.
Oh, but Redbeard can talk. But what was that, Redbeard 2 weeks ago? One of us looked at her phone like
6
been on the phone for
hours. 6 hours. And I'm like, Mark, we got to go to bed.
We got to go. We got to go. We got to end this. It's done.
I just want to kind of put this out there. I mean, I know I've said it so many times, but I will always find the hope in a hopeless situation, because there is hope. The biggest weapon that they have, that those in power have against us, is to convince us that everything is hopeless. Amen. I refuse to be hopeless. I refuse to let them win. If they are going to take me out tomorrow, they're going to have to do it knowing that I never gave up hope and capitulated to exactly what they wanted me to do for them. I refuse to do it. I won't do it. And I don't know if this is defiance or however you want to say it, but I refuse to bend my knee to the fact that they want me to be hopeless. I refuse to bend my knee to this idea that they're better than me, that they have power over me, that they get to determine my life, that they have the ability to tell me how I'm supposed to raise my future children or take care of my family. I won't do it. And I will reach across the aisle and talk to the people that have different opinions than me. And I'll do the best I can to cultivate a good community and enshrine a sense of community with people around me. I refuse to sit and be told this notion and to be told to believe this notion that I'm powerless, that I can't do anything, because I can. And I've said this numerous times. It all starts with each and every single person. It all starts with being the difference in you. Be the difference in your life, and then take that difference and spread it to somebody else. Even if it's opening the door or sitting down and talking to somebody for 5 minutes, it might save their life. Or just doing something super small, being considerate, be empathetic. Do not let them take your hope. That, above all, is the thing that they are counting on the most. And I refuse to be party to any of that, because if that's the case, there's no point in living.
Dude, you just got everybody so inspired. Why don't we just use that as the platform, the plank, the segue on our way out right there? Let's just everybody take what Redbeard just said. You got everybody fucking fired up now, dude. Why don't we kind of end it on that? Because I can't think of a better way to end what we've been trying to do other than to take what you said, either Blake, add your personal opinions, expound upon it. You know, people in the chat, you know, I'll keep bringing up people's comments, but dude, Redbeard, you know, you've got a great outro, and that was a great, again, if I had the software, I would capture that little thing you just said, and that would be the short right there. Cause that
we can do that, Mark.
That was spot the fuck on right there. That was spot the F on.
The thing I would say to that is what you were describing, Redbeard, was basically when you can't find hope, be the hope for others.
100%.
Because that's really where we're at in the end of the day now. If you look at the dire straits that we're up against, what's going on in this world, the all-in moment we really all are finding ourselves in, the theaters of war breaking out across the globe, the talk of pestilence and famine and potential lockdown again. You talk about the government control and the thing like that. This is a hopeless world for a lot of people. In my opinion, and I know that you two are both in the same boat on this, the one true hope that you can rely on is Christ. But we can shine that light of Christ through ourselves.
Christ and our fellow neighbors and
exactly.
Just,
and that's the thing, is if we can shine that beacon, if we can be the beacon on the hill to others, we can rally people to our cause. And by being honest, by being open, truthful, we can take the hill.
100%.
So I'm going to pose something to the two of you again on the hope and what we're trying to do. And I'm just going to throw this out there. I'll throw myself under the bus for a second. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way. Anybody watching this live with us right now, anybody who watches this on demand afterwards, or, you know, the annals of history 20 years from now. But like, I can only speak for myself, but like this last month, 2 months has seemed very strange to me. It's like I've actually had myself checked for my testosterone levels. I like something's not right with me. Like everything seems wrong, and I don't know how to describe it. And I'm not a person who lays down and die. I'm the guy who's like, let's find another way to dig ourselves out of this fucking, you know, collapsed mind, right? You know, you never fucking quit. But there's been something that seems like an anchor dragging me down, slowing me down, destroying my motivation. You know, like, you know, the world is collapsing around us. Like nothing makes any sense. Leaders trying to get us into nuclear war. I mean, like the litany of is so long. And this is what we've been trying to talk about in the podcast. So to everybody in the chat who watches this on demand, but to you guys, what do you guys have that sense, that feeling? Or is it just, you know, like, does everything like, what the fuck am I doing this for? You like, or what is this all about? Like, it almost seems like it's part of a plan. And I know this is going to take this hat off, pretend this one's tinfoil, 5G or something, but it almost seems like, wow, are we all just being beat down? It just, every day it's negative. It's negative. You can't even keep up with the negative stories that 20 years ago would have been blockbuster stories all of themselves. Now it's like 5 of them a day. You can't even keep up with this shit anymore.
Static.
So
they're trying to
take it. I hate to say to take it on a negative thing, but maybe there's a positive here. But you guys see what I'm kind of talking about?
Yeah.
Well, it's like the world's collectively holding its breath right now, waiting for the other shoe to drop. We all know something's coming. We all know something's around the corner. We don't know what's going to punch us in the eye yet. And I think when the world gets in a state of flux like this, great change happens, upheaval happens, the zeitgeist switches. And I mean, if you want to look at some of the crazy stuff going on in the world, I mean, we talked just very, very briefly joking around about it, but some of the other events that are taking place, like the solar eclipse, and those that believe in chaotic things partaking in that, or you look at the state of the wars around the globe, and just all of these just events coinciding with each other. Eventually, this bubble can only get so big before it pops. The question is, when's that next Franz Ferdinand moment? And when that next Franz Ferdinand moment finds us, where will you be? Will you be building a community, trying to strengthen those around you, trying to put away preserves so that when your neighbor comes with an empty bowl, you can go, I'll help provide? Or are you just keeping your head in the sand to what's to come? Because the only way we're getting through this is as a community. The only way we're building and we're making something better is together. We cannot do it as individuals. As individuals, we must come together and become strong.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. It's you're saying as individuals or
because let's the old joke. Individuals, if we get a bunch of individuals in the same room and they'll go around like, what the fuck are we? Are we a collective? Like a collective of individuals? I mean, that's the thing. Like, we have to say the fact, because everybody here, for the most part, I guarantee you listening, has some kind of an individualist streak among them. They think that they're capable of defending themselves in some way. And absolutely, that is the core principles of the United States. Individualism is a absolute core tenet of being a good civic citizen of the United States. But in the same breath, as individuals, like we've talked about all night, we all have different things to bring together to the table. We must bring our individual strengths together into a community to weather the storm that is to come.
Yeah.
Redbeard?
Yeah, no, it's one of those things, man, to where the reality of it is like, again, I preach the message of hope, and again, you know, I don't know how much better to put it than how Blake put it, talking about individuality and coming together, because look, we're all unique creatures, right? We all have something to offer.
You all got problems.
You know, and that's, you know, there's a lot that we've talked about here, and I've brought up in recent times empathy towards your fellow man. And right now we are in a situation to where not only are we driven to hate each other in this country, but we're driven to hate people thousands of miles away for seemingly ludicrous reasons. Why? Because our TV told us to. I have no reason to hate these people. I have zero reason to hate these people, and much less at the behest of a government who has no foreseeable goodwill towards me or towards any of my countrymen. That's for sure.
Did you see the post, the comment that I just posted there by Mish? Her comment came in as you were saying that. I don't know if you guys are on the same wavelength, but dude, level each other up. Like, you know what you just said, I have no reason to hate you. So what's the other side of that coin? Level that person up. Because if we all, well, what is Blake? I know this, it's not really a scripture. You know, you already see what I'm saying.
It's the rising tide raises all ships.
All ships. That's it. That's what I was trying to think of. Yep. Thank you.
And one thing I want to put out there too is, you know, where I think right now is a very uncertain time, and there again, you can have that realm of hope that can be lost in translation, if you will. It can be kind of lost in the mist, and your sight becomes a little obscure. But look, I mean, the hope is still there, and you do have to lift each other up. You have to be willing to step forward. What is it? What is it? The saying that goes, right? It's from the Bible. Whom shall I send? Send me.
Send me.
And the thing of it is look, like, you're not. It's not a matter of being courageous. Just say, send me, and God will take care of that. He'll give you the courage. He'll give you the ability to do that. You don't. When you're able to say, send me on this mission that you want me to do. Send me to do that which you ask of me. Send me to do right by others, and to be of service of others, and to do the right things, and to build the better community, and to do all these things. You will find your strength, and you will find your courage to be able to carry out those duties. And the thing of it is if your fear is, I may lose my life, then I would say this, like, when that time comes, I have no doubt that you will be right where you're supposed to be in the moment you're supposed to be in. And that'll be the last thing, more than likely, that you'll be concerned about, because you know that you did the right thing. You know that you were the guiding light that people maybe need in their life, or maybe that you needed in your life. You don't know, but there's a greater plan out there.
I would like to add one more thing.
Blake, before you do, let me just, because I think this is going to feed in. I'm trying to feed both of you, because you guys are more elegant at saying this, but to what Redbeard just said is because I'm going through that on my own personal levels as a human being, right? I've talked to you guys about this offline, and I actually had a great conversation with Steven. I hate to say this, I was so busy looking at these things, I missed Steven's private chat that he was bouncing out. Blackbeard, I had a great conversation with him the other night. We were just talking about this, and these feelings of, like, these stressors and just anxieties and feelings of trepidation and doom. But to what Redbeard, what you were just saying, and then Blake, I know you're going to add to this. So I just wanted to throw that out there for anybody who, again, whether you're watching this live right now or you watch it later, you're not alone. There's so many of us that are thinking this stuff, and it's only through community, and it's only through, like we were kind of echoing, finding the other people that you can reach out to and have it doesn't have to be in a live stream or a podcast. I sat and talked to Steven for about 3 hours the other night, and he was busy, and I had shit on my chest, and we just sat and talked.
Yeah. Those are some of the best discussions I've had.
You have to find that stuff nowadays, right?
Yeah.
So Blake, I know you want to add to that, so please do.
Well, I think, I mean, at the core of everything, I've only done, 3 or 4 podcasts with you guys. Loved every one of them. And if this is
we hated having you on every one.
So disappointing.
What?
If this is truly,
I gotta throw a little humor. We're getting a little bit dark and serious here.
If this is truly, though, to be the last, there's something I've been wanting to say for a long time publicly. Community is really at the core of everything. If we want to weather the storm has come, we've beaten this like a freaking dog tonight and every podcast I've been on. But you want to talk about the real thing that irks the powers that be, the one thing that they can't stand more than anything else, the one thing that if you are capable of doing is an absolute imperative to extend our ethos into the future is to have children. And AAV just brought that up, and he talks about it sucks knowing my grandkids will never know the America
right
I grew up
right
in.
there it is, right there. Yep.
And media, government, and evil people are breaking it on purpose.
Damn right.
The America I grew up in, I wasn't racist. I had a lot of friends of a lot of different colors. It wasn't until Obama came back this world became racist, that this world started cutting at each other's throat.
No. Sorry. Your generation can't steal what my generation created. We didn't give a shit about that stuff. And when I was a kid. Dude,
and that's the thing.
Our singers, our music,
didn't care anymore.
No one saw color. Like that's where that's where shit started breaking down for evil. Because, dude, like we're all in this together.
It was
like,
race
and
politics.
I love it to hear.
Critical race theory.
Though for all the geeks out there, like, oh, there's never been a black. Are you fucking serious? We all love Wesley Snipes and Blade. We all love like,
Blade. Wesley Snipes was like one of my biggest heroes growing up.
Eddie Murphy. Are you curious?
Right.
No one gave a shit that they were black. Are you fucking kidding me?
But if we look at the world that we once knew, the world we grew up in, the world that was amazing, the one that I didn't come home until the lights came on at night out in the road, and I didn't have to be concerned about my neighbor.
Heck yeah, man.
That world, that safe world, that world where we left our front doors unlocked. You want that world back? Have children. Raise them to bring that world back. Because if we don't bring in the next generation, it's going to be nothing but these drug-addicted, SSRI-filled freaking goons that are raised by the state and do nothing but suck up the teat of the government. You really, really want freedom? Bring children into the world.
Well, I hate to say that, but that is a great place to start. But it's a little, you got to get like I'm going to feed into Jeremy's his autism. You got to like reduce government too, because
yes, absolutely,
like,
you do.
I've just and Blake, you know this, Jeremy, you know this. I'm not going to share too much of this with everybody, but like you guys know what I've just gone through here in the last 2 weeks, both with the VA and then Blake. I'm not going to call anything up, but like dude, government at all levels right now has it's out of fucking control. It's out of fucking control.
It's a cancerous creature. Yeah, it's a cancerous creature that's hanging on because we let it, because we give it the power. I mean, all we have to do is collectively stand up from our chair. We don't have to fire a shot. Nothing violent has to happen. We just got to go fuck off. Enough's enough. No more. We're tired. I just want prosperity for my children.
I just want to add to what you said, Blake, about children. One of the greatest acts of rebellion that any society can have is to have a family. Because, historically, when you're trying to persuade a population, when you're trying to control a population, I mean, they de-incentivize the family. They try to destroy, people getting along and people having tradition and stuff like that. I mean, you strip the family, you strip the culture, you strip the traditions, you take away the identity. And the thing of it is I don't disagree that, we're in inherently turbulent times, the thing of it is like, look, a lot of people tend to forget that it's sometimes small acts of rebellion that oftentimes have the greatest, like, look, we're not taught, like, a lot of people, I just want to say
walking
that,
onto a bus, and then even when everybody's saying that you can't sit in the seat, you keep walking, you sit in that fucking seat.
I just, like,
small acts of rebellion.
A lot of people, they're so fixated on this, this is terrible and this is terrible and this is terrible. Like, dude, like, if that's what's consuming your mind, that is going to be what the perpetuation of your world is going to be.
Absolutely.
Like, at what point do you stop and you change the effing narrative and decide to take control of even if it's a little grain, that a mustard seed, if you will, for my Christians out there, a mustard seed, right? That's all it takes. And in the end of the day, if you can ferment a small act of rebellion, like having a child or having a more traditional household, or just being neighborly, like, a lot of people are like, oh, that's not going to change the apparatus of government. It might not for a couple of years, but guess what? You have now created a foundation. And that's what people don't understand, is it's the small portions, it's the small acts that become the behemoth of full rebellion. And rebellion has many looks. Like you were saying, Blake, it doesn't
Before you go
require
further,
you
just to
having
be
to pick
clear,
up a gun.
hang on, Jeremy, just to protect all of us and everybody in the chat and everything, we're not talking armed rebellion. Rebellion is like,
no,
dude,
you don't have to pick up a gun.
I can argue with you, like, I just, see, but that's the other thing. We've reached that point in time where it's like, oh, you guys said rebellion.
And I can only speak for myself, but look, if that's how they want to persecute me, make me a martyr. At that point. Like, I'm here to tell you, like, look, I'm not afraid of you. You're man. You're flesh and blood. You bleed the same as I do. Well, I don't fear you at all.
And this is the thing without.
That's a damn good. Hey, Jeremy, I'm gonna have to give you some points as being a little bit of an accolade right there. That's a damn good point right there. Like Gandhi right now is probably smiling at you, saying, "Oh, well done, Redbeard."
These people are not gods; they are humans, and I will not look at them as anything of such as being gods. You bleed the same as me, and if you think that you're going to have that power over me, you've got another thing coming.
Well, and that's the thing. These guys don't realize. Well, they do realize, and that's what they're terrified of us realizing as well, is that we do not need them. We are just fine without them. Yeah. They need us. And the thing is,
there it is right there. That's the problem with the evil, is because they need us so much. They are doing everything to bring us under their controls and within
they
their
have nothing without us.
Their short little T-Rex arms to make sure we're close to the body. Because if we get too far away from them, and then we become even more independent, and like look at everything that's damn it, maybe is this going to be a 10-hour podcast?
Man,
look at how they're destroying.
I'm gonna have to piss,
farms.
But like,
yeah,
look
at how they're destroying farms in America. Look at how they're destroying the family. Look at everything that we're talking about. The foundations, the bedrock of what we're
and that's the thing
is under assault right now. It is being assailed. We are we are in a fucking war right now.
Absolutely, we are. And here's the thing: talk about destroying the family unit. 100 years ago, under one roof, we had kids, we had the parents, we had the grandparents, probably multiple more generations. And yes, a lot of people are living under the same roof, but the elderly had assistance. The young had assistance in raising. Knowledge was passed universally across the board. And on top of it, wealth was not dissipated into the government's hands. It was stayed within the family, allowed for the family to build, creating generational wealth, creating security against poverty in the future. And what happened? We went in, we broke up the family unit. We started taxing both the mother and the father because they were both working. We started educating and of course, we're talking the government started educating the children. Exactly.
We incentivized all of those actions.
And that's just it, dude. So this is a plan. You want to really look at when we fell as a nation, it's 1915 or before. But around that time period, everything changed. We went of the people to for the people to of the people. I mean, dude, this is the corporatization of the United States we're talking about. Institutional capture. We have been put under it. We are dealing with the yoke of it and the burden of it now. And these tyrants must be held to account.
but they're more than tyrants, as Fioxer has just pointed out, in the sociopaths. There is a truth in his comments. I'm sorry, his or her, don't know who you are, but I like it. I think people must have some kind of collective consciousness. The way that more and more people are starting to realize our quote unquote so-called leaders are sociopaths. Sir, ma'am, you are 100% correct. And that goes to your point, Blake. Do you want to add to that and like maybe take that? And I mean, I think we've found the way out on this, where we're going to end this, and we're ending it in the direction that we're going right now. And it seems like he's resonating with everybody who's still watching. We all know this to be true. Everything we're all saying, we all know this is we all know this to be true. How many of the rest of us? So again, be the difference. If the 3 of us and the 20 of you know this, then make the 20 seem like 40 and make the 40 seem like 80, and get that out there, because how in the fuck else are we going to win this? Because we are in a fight. Now, these guys can attest to this. I've had, again, late night conversations. That 6-hour conversation with Jeremy may have been exactly this. I personally think I'm 55 years. Actually, I think I'm 56. I'm 55 or 50. Do the math.
You're somewhere in there.
I'm 56. I'm 56.
You are 56 now. Yeah, holy
56.
shit. What is time?
I do the math real quickly. You can see the gerbil running on the thing. But the point I'm just simply trying to make is this isn't a fight for me. It's over for me. The best I'm ever going to experience in my lifetime. And I hope it's a long lifetime. I really do. But if it ends tomorrow, it ends tomorrow. But I hope it's a long one. But the best I'm ever going to see is Obama era economics. And that era sucked. That's the best I personally believe. There it is. Throwing it out there. Is that a prediction? I don't know. But I think that's the best I'm ever going to see in my lifetime. I'm not in this fight for me. I'm in this fight for Jeremy's kids, or my cousin Devin's, for Ethan, I don't know, my cousin's kid, whatever that means to me, or his kids. We're not in this fight for us, boys and girls. If you're anywhere near my age, we're in the fight for the next generation. We're in the fight for, we've just got to keep the flame from being extinguished long enough for another generation of more vibrant, and maybe we can teach them to be more outspoken and find a way to break through. Redbeard, I've talked to you more about, Blake, I've talked to you about this as well, but you guys want to call me out? I mean, I want to.
I just want to. I just want to say one thing real quick, Redbeard. It'll take 2 seconds. We got to do this so they don't have to.
That's right. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, dude. Yeah. It's our fight. It's our fight to win or lose.
Thomas Jefferson said it best when he was talking about we have to pay our own debts and not pass them on to the next generation. Like, we have to solve this problem, because we can't kick the can down the road. We can't make our children deal with it, because it's better for us to deal with the problem now, pull this fucking Band-Aid off, and you know what? So be it. If we got to die, we got to die. But it'd be better than having our children have to deal with it.
See, and I know you well enough that hits a chord with you, because it's true. Yeah. And you're
I'm tearing up right now, dude. Like, it's
and everybody should be. Like, I don't even have a kid, and that when we talk, it fucking tears me up every time. I'm trying to be aggressive so I don't get teared up here, because we're in a live stream. But God damn it, this is exactly the fight we're in. And it's for your fucking unborn kid that I am in this fight. It's for my cousin's kid that I'm in this fight. It's for Jeremy's unborn kid that I'm in this fight.
It's for all of them.
It's the future of fucking humanity that we need to be in this fight. And it is our fucking fight. Whether I don't want this fight, I want to be left alone and try to run a fucking small business. This is our fucking fight. Whether we want it or not, the truth is on us.
There's 4 words that I think are 4 of the most 4 of the strongest words that I think you can put together, and you can use I or you can use we with the first one, but I will not comply. For it's one of the strongest phrases in the world, and it's the thing that those who have assumed or presumed authority don't want to hear. They want you to comply, and again, it's because they want you hopeless. But in the end of the day, look, like
come and take.
We got to stop. Like, there is hope out there. And the thing of it is like, look, it's like these guys have said, it's not for us. It's for our posterity. It's for our future. It's for those who come after us. And this change is going to require great sacrifice. And what that looks like for each and every person, I don't know. It's going to be somewhat different, but that's what it's going to require. And whether that's a sacrifice of time, whether that's a sacrifice of income, whether that's a sacrifice of perhaps even your own life, depending on what the situation is. The reality of it is I believe so much in the fact that we need to start community building again and to make this future even more of a possibility. But we have to be willing to sacrifice. And being a Christian man, being a man who believes in God, if you do this, he will show you the way. He will give you the tools you need. He will give you the strength that you need. You just have to you have to have a sense of trust and a sense of willingness to get it done. That's what it's going to require.
Amen. A young man walks down the road and sees an old man planting fig trees alongside the road, and he asks him, "Why do you plant trees in which you'll never sit in the shade of?"
Mm-hmm.
And the old man looks at the young boy and he says, "For posterity's sake."
Yep. Hey, and that's so good. So I want to highlight just a couple comments that have come in, and add a little bit to what we're talking about. As you just said, and we're doing this for posterity's sake, and to Redbeard's comment, right? So, actually, I'm going to do this a little bit differently. All right. So, Double D says, so we're talking about this. Why this fight isn't about us. I'm never going to see. I honestly, I hope I'm wrong. I hope 30 years from now, somebody's laughing at me because I get to obtain all the benefits that I've earned through my life, right? I don't think that's ever going to happen. Social Security, my military retirement. I don't think all this is. So Double D says our children, and our grandkids won't have any more can to kick down the road. And then though the comment was before that, it ties in. Mish says, think about what America's founders thought before they took on the world. And I think that I'm doing it a little bit backwards because I think that's exactly it. What the fuck were our founding fathers thinking about? How friggin' scared were they? Like, they actually plotted armed revolution. They were going to be hung, quartered, who knows what.
The worst deaths possibly imaginable at the time. They literally stood back and went, our lives are in God's hands.
Yep.
And then they had the balls to follow through and create the greatest republic that ever led to this day. I mean, and we are.
I think, when you say it, people just think you just made some words. Dude, those words carry weight, if this doesn't work, I mean, that took some friggin' balls, man. That's like, dude, I am 100% committed because it's either
what may come
or it's the gallows.
Well, and the thing is, and this is in the realm of speculation here. And oh dear God, I hope we don't come to this head. But is that day shaping up again?
I hope not. But I do think evil is trying to maneuver the battlefield and create a situation in which
they're trying to win the day.
If we do nothing, evil wins. If we resist, that's exactly what evil wanted us to do. So we are in a precarious situation.
Well,
let me just bring up some AVV said something here too. So you're absolutely right. Yeah. And I think this is another thing, AVV. So, no offense to Blake and Redbeard. They're great Americans. They've done service to this country just different than us. And, again, being in uniform doesn't make you a special. Like, there's so many ways to serve the country. So I never want to demean anybody saying, well, I'm a veteran or not. That means shit. Actually, sometimes me being a veteran is me admitting that I was running away from life's biggest challenges, like what Blake's about to experience. Dude, you want to talk about life's biggest challenge? Be a father, be a husband, raise some fucking kids. I ran away from that shit. I was addicted to the drug of being a cool guy and blowing shit up and people trying to kill me. Whoopie-doo. What did that produce in life? Nothing. But so to AVV's point, I think that's it. It's, We thought it would be easier. I'm retired. I'm supposed to be retired now. I've got 22 years in military service, active and reserve, 10 years in the age. You'd think my life, boy, AVV. I don't know if you're the same age as me, but that's where I've just been coming into this thing and kind of going back to my conversation that I mentioned with Stephen. The phrase and the thought of hardship keeps coming up in my brain and how I look at things. And here I was. I thought it would be easier. I did my time. I served my country 30 plus years of my life. And I'm in the most, that shit was easy, compared to where we are now. Blake, Redbeard, do you guys want to kind of talk about that and comment on that?
Well,
because it's a great point. Like, you're a veteran and you think, oh, I did my job. And it's, no, brother, no. And AVV, I'm not picking on you. I agree with you. Like, what the fuck? It's supposed to be easier for us. We did our fucking service. No, that's not God's will, I think, unfortunately.
I'm sitting here and I'm listening to like what you're saying, Mark, and I don't think it's coincidence that this kind of brings us to the whole reason we're having this episode tonight, right? Because I know, speaking with you and Blake, I know you got a lot going on too, but like in the end of the day, we all have our battles. We all have things that we are facing, and I'll just kind of elaborate on my piece, and then I'll yield the floor. But this is a conversation I feel, Mark, that we actually had in making the decision to do this final podcast, because you got a lot going on. I got a lot going on. I even admitted to you, like, my health is not where I want it to be. I'm not dying or anything, but I'm very disappointed in where I've allowed it to get, both physically and there's certain things with family that I'm dealing with, and I have different responsibilities that require my attention a lot more. I'm working to try and move. I have other things and considerations that I have to put my time and attention to that hopefully will be fruitful into the whole realm of having a family. Mark, I know you know about that. So, there are many, many considerations, and this was not something that Mark and I will say that we did whimsically. I mean, we had 3, 4, 5 different discussions about what's our plan. What are we doing to move forward? And
I think we talked about this over a span of 2 to 3 weeks. I mean,
right.
in our conversations, yeah.
And I feel that I need to really refocus my efforts on getting my health back, getting and meeting certain goals that are going to push me towards where I need to be, not necessarily where I want to be, but where I need to be in order to have somewhat of a functional, semi-organized life to where I can make sense of it all. But on top of that, this is not an end to my efforts, at least speaking for me, to what I intend to do to try and continue to fight the battles that we have today, because we need to continue staying in the trenches. We just have to, Mark and I talked about this, we just have to find a different way of doing it. And that's going to look different for me as it is for Mark, and as
it is for everybody else who watches or listens to this podcast.
Yeah. Well, and I just want to leave, I guess, my final comments, Mark. I just want to leave this out there and say, I greatly appreciate every single guest that we've had. I greatly appreciate the patronage of every single person that has come on here, that's left comments tonight, but throughout our struggles, starting through the mid portion of it and all the way up till now. Like, you guys have been fantastic. And I just want to say, look, you guys can make this difference. You can go out and I hope that our discussions have woken something up in you guys to go out and be a pivotal change in your communities, to raise your future and your posterity in the best freaking way possible. Raise your kids right. Take time with your kids. Work, money will always be there. Time you'll never get back. You can't go to the bank and get more time. make sure you're prioritizing what it is that you're doing and pay attention to what you're doing and be that difference. And, you know, I am forever grateful to you, Mark, to you, Blake, to every person that we've had on the podcast and just coming on and giving your time. And I'm forever grateful for everybody who's taken the opportunity to come and listen to what we have to say and to be a part of our discussions. This isn't the end, at least in terms of what I plan to do. I think of it as a new pivot and a new direction to do more, you know, bigger and better things, however that looks. So
something that grows us all.
Yeah, 100%. And
Wow.
and I will say also one final thing to the guests, if they happen to come back and look at this, and even, you know, to some of those who are watching that, you know, have my information, don't ever hesitate to reach out to me. I really suck at getting back to people, but I will get back to you. And I will do my best to make sure that, you know, that contact and connection is never lost. So
Blake, before we come over to you, I just want to say something on the heels of what Redbeard said. Is trying to figure out how to say this without tearing up. I mean, seriously. So I don't know who you are. I've never had a beer with you. We're talking in the chat. You're watching us talk on a video, but I don't really know who you are, right? I know these guys. I've actually been with these guys physically. I don't mean it that way, you freaking weirdos, but like, I know these guys, right? But I don't know you, right? But it doesn't matter. You know, I've met people in my life where I've only met them for like an hour, 30 minutes, a day, 3 days, you know, like not long, lifelong friends. And they're awesome human beings, and it's enriched my life. It's that experience has made me a better person. And that's the glory of that. It's like, yeah, I'm never going to meet that person again. Instead of like focusing on how sad that makes me feel, I'm like, God, I'm so fucking lucky that I met this person once. And I got 30 minutes with this person or 3 days with that person, you know, and I'm so better from that. I think that's what I would want to leave everybody with. It's like, there's never an end. The end isn't even an end. You know, like there's always something
just
bigger and better that you go ahead, Blake. You see where I'm going.
I was gonna say,
you know what I'm talking about,
it's
right?
just the beginning. The end is just the beginning. And that's the beautiful thing. If we are Christ followers, we know what's to come beyond this. In this mortal coil, in this realm we are here today, though, again, I'm going to stress it again because I think it's one of the few things beyond following Christ that's going to help to actually heal this world is build your community. Redbeard, you just said you were going to be looking at moving. Well, get your ass out here because we're building a community and we're making better things happen here.
Hey, Blake, don't. I'm serious. I actually kind of started trying to plant the seeds a little bit.
Good, because I was going to be doing the same.
Hey, but don't like expose my. Don't tell them I've got nothing but twos.
You know what? Here's the thing.
I'll be honest. I have a lot of dear friends. Or a royal flush or some shit, dude.
Yeah. Like, I have a lot of dear friends.
Trying to plant those seeds here, brother.
I've lived in states all over this country. All right, I know people all around this country. People I absolutely care for. Every conversation I have with them, if I love you, if you're one of mine, I'm trying to get you to move here. I don't give a shit. Not apologetically. I'm going to be like, you know, you're moving to me. Like, we're getting together. We're building the community we've been talking about for 14 years. It's time to stop talking about these things, guys. It's time to start doing it. You want to weather this storm.
Well, hey, come out real quickly. I'm going to bring up one post, and then Blake and Redbeard. I again, we're at 5 hours now. I don't know how you guys are doing it. I guess I'm old and my bladder is weak. I have to use the restroom real quickly. But Blake, take that conversation. Look, we're at 5 hours and 10. We might as well go to 5:15. But you know, either address ABV's post, but to where you're going, because Blake, I agree with you. The time for talk is over. It's now the time for doing. And doing doesn't mean we're not talking anything violent but it's
not. It's talking about building. It's talking about creating. It's talking about generating.
And so I'm just going to plug it. That's what I'm going to start doing with the training things on Centerline System.
Well,
I'm still gonna, like so to Claude's thing.
Yeah,
just real quickly. Claude's saying, like, you know, that's why you guys should do this podcast once a month. Well, Jeremy's busy, but like, I'm going to do this over on Centerline Systems. But the focus isn't going to be these conversations per se, but the idea is still there, and that's what Blake is just getting at. So Blake,
And
if
that's
you don't mind,
yeah,
running
I'll
with that.
expound on this. So listen, guys, this is not the end. All right. I have not been on all these podcasts. I've been on 4. All right. But I know these guys like brothers. They are my family. And the thing is we're trying to build something well and greater beyond this podcast, well and greater beyond what you guys know. We've been talking on the phone a lot about where we're going to go, what we're going to do. All right. Are we going to start training more? Are we going to get the community ready? Or are we going to just keep talking about it? No, we're going to shut up and we're going to start putting up. We're going to try to get our communities ready. We're going to try to get the people around us that we love prepared for whatever may well come. This is the reason that a hiatus is happening right now. Beyond the personal things, beyond the health things, beyond everything else, is because we are building for the storm that is to come. And I encourage you, I don't even encourage you, I implore you, do the same. The water is coming. Do you have your flood wall built? Do you have your shield brothers to stand side by side with for the storm that is to come? Because what we are seeing happening right now, what is fulminating underneath the surface, is unlike anything that has come in the last 1,000 years in history. We are in uncharted territory. This bubble is about to burst, and we do not know the ramifications of what is to come. So this is why there's a hiatus coming. There are bigger things at work behind all of this. And we all need to pull together as a community, and we need to shut up and stop talking about it and start fucking doing it.
Amen.
Freaking nailed it. Freaking nailed it. Yeah, you know, the thing of it is for me.
Before you go, I heard that last part. I just got to try to be a little bit, and again, I'm going to try not to cry here, but I mean it seriously. My cousin has a kid. It's not, he's actually like my second cousin. If my cousin were to die, would some more immediate family member of his take over, patronage of his child? Of course. If it fell upon me, would I do it? You're damn right. Blake, I love you like a brother. If you were to die and Kat has, Kat has your child, well, of course, your parents and your brother, you've got other people more immediate, but if that responsibility fell to me, of course I would rise up and do it. Do you guys see what
family is for?
Well, but Blake, it's to your point. It's time for us to shut the F up and just start doing shit. Period. And if that thing is okay, I've got to throw another 10-pound rock in my rucksack. Well, guess what, Lord Jesus, you'll help me carry that. And I went from
whatever may come.
Yeah, I went from 30 pounds and I'm carrying 80 pounds. Like, what am I in the light infantry now? Like, God dang, son of a bitch.
Here's the thing at the end of the day.
Just do it.
The meek shall inherit the earth. That is one of the biggest misunderstood verses in the Bible, because it says in the modern culture, oh, it's the weak shall inherit the earth. That's not what meek means. You want to know what ancient Greek originally meant when it came to the word of meek? It was he who kept his horse bridled and ready to ride, or he who kept his sword sheathed but ready for battle. It was those that were ready to stand.
What is that verse? What is that verse? If you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy a sword.
Yeah,
what is that?
Christ said that at the Last Supper. If you don't have a sword,
what is that? I
don't remember the verse. But yes, that's the point. We are not meant to be sheep. We're the wolf dogs.
Yep.
We are the ones to watch over it. We're the ones to hold the gate, to stop. And you know what? If we have to stand in front of the wolf and drop our life.
All right. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, no. And again, and whatever that responsibility or that burden or that task is, carrying a wounded person on your back for 10 miles, helping another family in their time of crisis, becoming a foster child. I don't know. It's going to be different for each and every one of us.
Yeah.
But damn, that itch is there. And I guess that's I see some comments like, well, this is why you guys need to do this once a month. Well, maybe we won't do this,
something,
but we're going to do other things that are, quite honestly, to Blake's point, I think are just as important.
Yes.
Okay,
if not
now
more.
let's start sharing some skills. Like, hey, do you guys know how to garden, or do you guys know how to can food? Hey, maybe there's a ton of people who carry concealed. Well, we'll do a little thing on just some things. Hey, if this works for you, it works for you. But here's some little techniques and
just Just a real quick teaser for some of the stuff that we've been talking about behind the scenes. We're through my company that we have right now, and stuff that me and Mark are talking about doing. We're looking at expanding our training courses from concealed carry to pistol 1, pistol 2, pistol 3 to EMT classes to survival classes to surreptitious clothing. I mean, we're looking at a lot of things that can help to better everybody else, because you know what? We have skills that other people need, and you have skills
Yes.
that we need. So let's come together and let's grow.
And it doesn't have to be. This is a great medium for it because we can reach people from disparate areas.
Yeah.
But damn it, but if this doesn't work, look, I'm not joking. We were kind of teasing about it earlier. Blake brought it up, but Blake kind of like, you know, showed how many cards I had. Look, you never want a case officer American. I wasn't trying to use my little Jedi mind tricks on Jeremy, but part of me was like, I'm going to start trying to get some Jedi mind tricks on Jeremy. Like, dude, like, seriously, I'm not joking, Blake. And like,
here's one of the biggest Jedi mind tricks on earth. You want one of the greatest skills ever? Make somebody else think your idea is their idea. I mean, seriously, dude, it's all it takes.
When you say that in the middle of time out. When you say that in the middle of a podcast to the guy I was trying to do that to, you kind of stole my fucking thunder, dude.
I mean, Blake, if we're being completely honest here, I knew what Mark was up to from the very beginning.
Oh, I knew it.
He's getting a little rusty.
Hey,
he's getting a little rusty.
He is in his old age. It's okay.
Maybe what we'll do is we'll send him back to the farm for a couple of weeks. He'll brush up on his skills. He'll come back and he could try it all over again.
Well, I will say to the point he's trying to make, though, Jeremy, is I've got a mill. I've got 2 lathes. I've got a lot of bench space, and I know you're a gunsmith.
And he does cerakoting and gunsmithing work and et cetera, and beautiful part of the country. And if there was a war, ain't no one coming north, you know, like be a pretty good place to hole up, you know. I don't know.
You know, I will say, Mark, his pitch sounded better because it sounded like a job proposition. Yours was just like, you should do this. He delivered it better. So I mean,
job is not the word I would use. Independent contractor is the word I would use.
Oh, contractor.
Hey, I just got to throw up this last kind of point. What do you guys think? It's I can't believe this has been the fastest 5 hours and 20 minutes of my life. I think,
dude, it's. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll tell you what.
Does this
I got
even
one
seem
story.
like, Redbeard, seriously, does this even seem like 5 hours?
No, not at all.
We just did a 5-hour podcast, dude. Joe Rogan is embarrassed right now. He's like jealous. He's like, holy shit, those guys did a 5-hour podcast. Wow.
I'll shut the fuck up after I tell one story that has nothing to do with what we talked to, because I was alluding to it in the private chat, and I actually have an audience right now, and I love telling this story whenever I have an audience.
All right.
Is that okay? Can I tell the story?
Schizo time. Do it.
All right. Oh, it's not schizo time.
Whoa, stop. Did you see Mike's comment to you? And maybe this is part of your story. Mills and lathes are so underrated. Mike is spot on. I mean, we've had so many spot on comments from everybody. Where are you at again, Blake?
We're in northern Minnesota.
It's MN, not MT is Montana, right?
Yeah, no, we're not Montana. I'm in northern Minnesota.
Yep.
I've got a gun shop up here. It's me and one other gunsmith. We do custom rifle builds, Cerakote, custom pistol modification, a lot of teaching stuff. I can get about anything you're looking for. I joke around, but anything from armored vehicles to MREs to full autos, if you're licensed, and suppressors, I can get what you're looking for. So,
and the Cerakoting, and
yeah,
by the way,
Cerakoting, customizing all that, and custom machining work, and hey, how much money you want to spend with me? That's really the question, right? I got a rifle on the shelf right now. I'm selling for $12,500 if you want it. So,
but putting that aside, I just want to give a plug for you. But it's also like the unique modification. So I have a Keltec. I had a Benelli M4, but it's, which I'm accustomed to. And you have to actually learn how to manipulate a Benelli M4 assault shotgun because it sometimes won't go into battery if you don't know what you're doing. But it's long and it's heavy. And with my back injuries, I went to a Keltec, and it's a great home defense weapon. Platform. But there was one little thing about it. I was like, well, you know what? But if I could just make this little modification, I could switch my tubes without coming off of my grip. I could just do it with my wrist. Blake and and his buddy Patrick, dude, boom. Now make they made an extended thing where I could be here. I'm shooting, I'm pumping, and then when I switch to another tube, I'm just flipping my wrist.
Yeah, you
that's
break
all
your
I'm
wrist.
doing.
Is it? It's awesome. You don't even break your grip.
There. I'm never breaking grip. I'm just flipping my wrist and I'm going to the other tube. So So it's not, you know, and they've done great Cerakote work on a bunch of stuff. I mean, like they,
So, Mike,
I'm not
to your
just
question,
saying that because, you know, we have beards and I think he's sexy. They actually do really good. They do really good work.
So, Mike, to your point, but I'm over in a little town called Walker, Minnesota. We're
Yeah, do you see his comment right there?
Yeah. Our company's called Fog Firearms, Finger of God Firearms. The reason we named that company that is I actually learned under a gentleman named Speedy Gonzalez. He's the 14-time national bench press champion shooter in the U.S. And he always, back when he did some, let us say, less than above board government work, he used to refer to it as reaching out and getting touched by the finger of God. And that's kind of where the name of our company came from. Both we're a Christian company and we deal a lot in high-end firearms, especially ELR rifles. So, you know, that's kind of just a really quick primer to those of us, or those of you that don't know what I do.
Well, and I'm just going to interrupt. I'm going to interrupt you here because, you know, we're always our worst own advertisements, but Blake and his dad have also have the fortune to have done some really high-end, you know, really high-end type of hunts. And I'm not talking like money. I'm just talking like
dream
very
hunt.
serious, like very serious.
Yeah. Well, and that's actually, like
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to say, not a guy just going and taking a whitetail in his backyard. I'm talking like some serious, it takes education. It takes dedication. It takes perseverance, like type of hunt. So they're not just guys who are working on guns. They're guys who know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, when I was 6 years old was when I was first starting to load ammunition with my father at his bench and doing custom loads. I mean, I was raised in this stuff. I love it, man. Like, I can remember seating primers at 6 years old and getting explained how this shit goes down. So anyway, this is actually the story I want to tell because you know what? I love telling this story. It's one of my favorite stories. It does have to deal with the hunting trip I was on, but it's not actually a portion of the hunting trip. I'll save those for another time. But we were this was in 2007, I believe. And I was in Africa. We had gone, this was actually on a safari. We were over for 6 weeks. We were in Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Botswana. And while we were in Zimbabwe, this is the last night we were in Zim. It was kind of a neat hunt. It's kind of a neat place. It's really unique. And how the area was set up was the camp was set up like an L. So there were 3 semi-permanent tents that were on raised platforms that had privies off the back of them. And then at the center of the L was the mess tent, all right, where you'd go and you'd have breakfast. And then off to the side of that was where the PHs and the trackers would be located at, you know, your PHs and professional hunter. And this is the last night we're in Zimbabwe. And I mean, we'd seen amazing things. I'd been charged by 15 elephants. We had gotten stuck in a herd of 300K buffalo. I mean, we saw things that like you only read about from back in the days when Africa was first being colonized and conquered. It was just incredible stuff. Like I felt like I should have a pith helmet on. Well, anyway, the last night we were there, I'm in the very, very last of these 3 permanent tents. And then off to the east of me is just proper thick bush. I mean, really, really thick jungle stuff. And I'm laying in the tent about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just not even going to bash around this one. I had to take a mean shit. So I get out of the bed.
No decorum whatsoever. I'm just going to throw it all out there.
It's all the best stories start.
Right. So anyway, so I get out of the little cot that I'm sleeping in, and I open up the back of the tent where this little privy's at, and they got a chem toilet in this privy. And so I'm sitting in there, and just to kind of put this in perspective, right? There's like this thin little bamboo wall to make it look pretty. Then there's some like tin canvas tarp, and then there's the bush, and there is nothing else in between us. And I'm sitting there taking a shit, and I'm a pretty young guy at the time, and I'm reading a Maxim magazine I picked up in the South African Air Terminal, and it was the European Maxim. So it had the jugs in it, you know? So I'm enjoying the meeting, if you get what I mean. And I'm sitting there, and I'm taking this shit, and all of a sudden, I hear some footsteps. I'm like, what in the hell is this noise? And then I hear a second set of footsteps coming up closer to me. And then I hear this kind of shuffling sound. I'm like, what am I hearing? Well, it keeps coming closer, and then I hear whatever this is lay down, and it's close. I'm assuming 10 to 15 foot away from me. And it finally dawns on me. This is a male and female with their cub lion that we had seen earlier in the week in the area. So here I am sitting on the toilet, relieving my bowels at 2 o'clock in the morning. And these lions are sitting there within 15 foot of me, and they're teaching their cub what a human is and what I am and where this area is. And I sat there for about 3.5 hours until the sun came up. And they finally got up and they left. And I was just sheerly panicked. I was like, this is the end of my life. I mean, I truly cleaned my bowels out, if you get what I mean. And anyway, finally the sun comes up and I heard a couple voices up at the mess tent, and I got the balls to get up off the toilet while my bottom half was fully asleep. I crashed forward into the privy, broke the bamboo in front of me. And I finally got the balls to stick my head out of the front of the tent, make sure people are out there. And I walked up to the mess tent at the time and I said, there was a lion in camp, to Tice, which was our PH. And he goes, bullshit. There wasn't a lion in the camp. I said, no, there was a lion in the camp. I guarantee it. So we all walked over there. And you could see where these two, the male and the female and their cub lion, had laid in the sand. You could actually see where their tail had swayed. I mean, they were so close, I could hear their stomach growling. And at that point, Tice said, he goes, well, we did have a lion in camp last year. So then we got this story, which was an interesting story too. And he paid out one of his trackers in a quarter of a Cape buffalo as well as capital. But the problem is at the time, nobody would really trust anybody else taking their meat. So usually what you would do is you take your meat and you tie it up into a tree so that, you know, no one would get at it, but it was safe. Well, this guy instead took his quarter Cape buffalo and he put it in his tent. And that night a lion came into camp and grabbed him out by his nape and killed him in front of Tice, the PH, and drug him off. Now, Tice, he's not going to bullshit you, dude. This guy's a Rhodesian war veteran. I mean, these guys are seriously hardcore. They've seen the shit. And as soon as he saw those lion prints right next to where I was taking a shit, he's like, oh, yeah, we had a guy die last year.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if you saw the comments I was making. I was kind of poking a little fun, like what really happened while you were in the outhouse for 3 hours. But what you just pointed out right there, which is a great story, and you only get to experience by being out there and doing stuff. So again, kind of the message.
Yep.
Each and every one of us got to get out there and throw ourselves in the front line and try to figure this stuff out. But you got to do it smartly so you don't end up like that other guy. And to your point, though, Blake, the harsh reality, I don't want to make it into a not funny story, but that shit will happen if you don't take things seriously. Yep. And I don't care if it's in northern Minnesota where it's timber wolves, black bear, and white-tailed deer. Every one of those things will kill me. And every one of you watching this, unless you have a weapon and the mindset and the wherewithal to do it. So I think Redbeard, to try to bring this over, and Blake, you're a big part of my life, and you've been on the podcast a bunch of times. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are the things that we cannot take for granted. No. This is the stuff that we need to, again, if we're going to rise up and make things better, this is what we have to start taking seriously. These type of comments. Hey, I'm going to share a post here or a comment here from Mike. Thanks for sharing. Miss bow hunting this season. So all I saw in northern Minnesota public land, no scouting, was some grouse and fawns. Hoping for an elephant maybe next year.
I'll tell you what. One real quick one too, just because I'm on the topic of these. And so I've almost died 6 times in my life. 3 times were when I was in Africa. The 2 other real close times that were really, really cool, and I'll make them quick because I know we are running really long right now. But we were on a
this was your idea. You said let's just keep going until like midnight.
I'll keep going. I'm all about it. I've just got to piss. So like I'll just keep going. I don't care. If this is the last one, I'm gonna drag it out. I don't give a shit. So anyway, and plus, I'm not gonna lie, LaShawn is still driving to wherever the hell that mountain place is. So we've got to get him there.
Mountain Iron.
Yeah, there you go. So
Mountain Iron. Yep.
Mountain Iron. So anyway,
what a dive.
So
I can say that because I've worked up there. So sorry, but not sorry.
Hey, before you go into this, Mish brought up a good point. I mean, this just happened earlier this week. The 2 guys out in California, one guy was killed, the other one mountain lion. No like again, like you know, over on Centerline Systems. You know, and unfortunately, I don't know if it resonates with some of my, and I'm not picking on my customer base, but you know, you just have people who just like think everything's like, you know, rainbows and unicorns. Like, dude, it's mother effing nature. The moment you want to go outside of the confines of this that you can control and you go into the bush, Dude, it's
Kills
game.
you so
It's
quick.
got to be game on, man. You know, like it just has to be. Have fun, but if you're not thinking about it, you're probably gonna die.
Yeah, so this actually reminded me of another story. Like, okay, while we were over in Africa, this is actually not the one I was going to tell you. This was a really weird part of the whole trip while we were over there. So this is while we were in Zimbabwe too, and we're out in the proper bush, and we'd been at this time we were still trying to find a 70-pound bull, which a 70-pound bull is referring to the tusk weight of the elephant. We're looking for tusks that are 70 pounds apiece. Okay, so this is a pretty hard thing to accomplish in modern hunting anymore because, you know, I mean, the old bulls don't really exist. Well, we've been at it for a while, and you know, a lot of
hang on a second. You just said something I don't know. Are you saying in Africa, depending on the preserve, are you saying that there's not a lot of old age elephants there? Like that is
there's not a lot of elephants that have achieved the 70-pound tusk classification.
Is that because they're being culled or for?
There's a lot of poaching that's taking place. Yep.
Oh, okay.
And then there's a lot of issues too, and just not letting the herd get as old as they are. And then you do run into issues, and this is getting now on a side tangent. You do run into issues with older elephants starting to lose their gourd and starting to cause a havoc inside of local villages where they actually have to cull these older animals as well.
Gotcha.
A different story for another time, right? So what we're on these we're looking out for these big 70-pound bulls, and the biggest one we ever found was one called Goiter. He had this big old neck tumor, and he was about a 65-pound bull. We thought about taking him because he was running with a little herd, but he was pretty much at the end of his life anyway. And that's really what your goal is. You're not looking for one in its premium. You're looking for something that's really not in its breeding age anymore. And this is really, when we're talking about conservation, this is what we're talking about. You know, people think, oh, elephant hunting, it's a terrible thing. No. You don't understand. That elephant's going to feed a village for 3 months. All right. Like, it's a real, literal part of their life. This is providing funding into their location, and it's maintaining the herd, because once humans are introduced into a location, we have to maintain the local wildlife, or the wildlife goes bye-bye. This is something a lot of people don't understand. So anyway, though,
and then just to add one element to that, no, you're absolutely right, because as a conservationist, in which I consider myself, that older animal in the herd, if it's not being predated upon by like the natural predators, lions, you know, tiger, you know, that kind of stuff, well, then it's going to be ostracized at some point in time from the herd. If it's a herd type of element, that's just how it works. And then what does that animal do? It could kill a human, right? It could do some other type of damage.
It causes problems. It needs to be maintained. It's the maintaining of the balance of life.
Yep.
So anyway, so we had a pretty unsuccessful morning tracking. We'd found a couple small herds and nothing really we were looking to try to stock up on. So we had decided we'd take lunch. Well, because the Dutch culture is still really prevalent in there, and a lot like United Kingdom, you stop for tea. You know, you have tea, you have lunch, you have a little snack before you go back out. And because of everything being done the way it is, like Africa's things beat to a different rhythm there. I love it. I could talk for hours about Africa. But anyway, so we stopped, and we used to operate in these old FJ62s, troop carrier models. They were the safari versions, though, so you had the seats, outriggers on the outside and all that kind of stuff. So we'd stop. You'd pull out a little table. You'd have some salami. You'd have some cheeses. You'd have some crackers. You'd have some tea. You had lunch, basically. So we're doing this one day, and we're out in the middle of the bush. I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere. And right hand of God, strangest thing, a Rolls Royce is driving down this two-way lane in the middle of nowhere where we're at. And Tice walks up to this, our PH, while we were in Zimbabwe, and he walks up to these guys. And there's two guys in the front and one guy in the back, and the guy in the back's crying. And two guys in the front are both in suits. Tice talks to him for about 15 minutes, comes back over to us and goes, we got to go. We're taking off out of here. Never really got a good explanation as to what that we saw, but read between the lines, that guy probably was buried out there. Thing is, things beat to the different rhythm out there. Africa's different. You know, you think we're uncivilized here. Oh, you have no idea until you've gone to Africa, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Botswana, any of these places. And that's the thing, is people haven't realized we've moved in the United States from a high trust society to a low trust society. And we're now existing in that low trust society. All right. Things have changed. The random hit squad driving out in the middle of the forest in a Rolls Royce to kill the poor bastard that saw too much. Welcome to the United States now. All right. This is the world we live in here. We are in a low trust society. We are in the breaking down fabric of a first world nation. Rome didn't fall in a day. It took 200 years for Rome to fall. Welcome to what our children are being born into.
You know, I just want to say, Blake, I believe, depending on who you ask and the pronunciation of the location you were saying, I believe it was they enunciated. Well, I was going to say it's called South Africa.
Yeah,
South Africa.
So
hang on, slow down. I can do this better. This one I can do. And if you're gonna do God dang it,
You're gonna speak Afrikaans to me?
No, hang on, no. What, Lethal Weapon. If you're gonna do it in the Lethal Weapon, South Africa.
South Africa.
Yeah.
That's
well, and that was, dude. You want to talk about like the difference between the haves and the have-nots? So we were in Cape Town in South Africa, and they have these 3 towers that are called the toilet paper tubes. And I think it's like 10,000 residents that live in these 3 towers. Yeah. And I can remember, so like it was like $1,000 a night. And me and my family were staying in a 23rd floor penthouse. And me and my brother were smoking freaking $10 Cubans on the back porch, drinking in the US what would be a $200 bottle of scotch, looking out over a fence that split the city in half. And on the other side was a fucking war zone.
Yeah. Well,
like
so
people don't realize the dystopias that exist out there.
So I don't know if you just saw Misha's. Misha's made a comment as you were talking. We're just shy of warlords ruling upon us. Probably why elitists are building bunkers. So I mean, I think honestly, so I think Misha isn't far off. It does seem that we are moving towards that dystopian future where it is haves and haves nots. And I think everything that's taking place in our society right now is moving us closer. Like, you're either part of the system or you're not. And if you're not part of the system, we really don't give a shit about you. But we're going to set you up to be animals that we think you are, and we're going to try to control you. And then the rest of us will be in our floating cities or like what you just described, Blake. And, you know, and
yeah, dude. So like, all right, we're in Cape Town, Zimbabwe. All right. This was a jewel of Africa back in the day. This place was beautiful. I mean, amazing. When we flew over Cape Town, where Vic Falls was, or not Cape Town, I'm sorry, in Victoria Falls, rather.
Yeah.
When we flew over Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe, it was me and my brother in a little bush plane. And the pilot goes, "Do you guys want to see Victoria Falls?" My brother hates flights, hates them. I love them. So I was like, I want to see it. My brother's like, no,
of course I want to see it.
Right?
Come on, man.
So the bush pilot dips over, flies us right over Victoria Falls, right along the face of one of the natural wonders of the world. My brother's screaming like a little girl. I'm loving it, right? So you're talking.
Your brother is probably going to punch you in the throat when he sees you next. If he sees
I'm going to send him this podcast
part of the episode.
tonight.
He's going to be like, "Oh, you are so fucking dead right now, dude. You are so dead."
But here's the thing. So we got to see both from the air and on the ground the beauty of Cape Falls, or Victoria Falls, rather.
Victoria Falls.
But while we were there on the ground, we went into a bazaar. All right. And in that bazaar, you could buy anything you wanted to, but it was like soapstone statues. The guys would trade you the freaking Adidas on your feet for something that they spent the last, 46 hours carving. It was sad. And I had this little girl walk up to me. She must have been 8 years old, was it? And she probably had a month to 2 month old machete wound on her right arm where somebody had taken her arm off right underneath the elbow. And she was asking for sweets. And at the same time, I'm handing this little girl a Tootsie Roll. 3 boys, the oldest of which was probably 13 years old. The youngest of 2 were 10 or 11. They both had machetes and the oldest boy had an AK. And they were just walking through the bazaar, just doing their own thing. They were just there to cause shit. People don't realize the thin veil of civilization and how quickly it absolutely just falls apart. We're so protected here in the US, even with the chaos we're dealing with. You don't realize how bad it can get.
Well, just so on that note, I mean, Mike just made a comment, and it's not quite to the line. He made a comment before you made that statement, but I think it ties in. And I think that's a great way to maybe, if you guys want to, like, we really should start wrapping this up. I mean, it's almost 6 hours now. I think this is the world record for podcasts. And God bless for everybody who's like drinking. No, I hope you guys are all drinking like the rest of us, you know, like, or maybe even drinking more. Or when you do watch this on demand, you just say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna get a pony keg and strap in."
This is my work shift for the day.
If you're a union guy, maybe, right? But no, but to your point, like, so Mike's thing, right? So we really, I think it's a salient point, seriously, Blake, because, and Redbeard, you and I have talked about this. Yep. We are so secluded, and it's a great thing, but God, I'll have to go and pull it up. I already posed it earlier, but one of the comments was, and it's something that we've seen, you know, good times breed bad men, bad men breed bad times, you know, da 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 da.
Yep.
It's that type of thing. So
The
other
cyclical
parts of the
society.
world, you know, everybody's like, oh, I'm an American. That's not how the rest of the world works. I mean, like, I haven't been around the world, but I've been in a few places, and I'm here to tell you, none of them are like America, even Europe. Oh, Europe. You hear everybody on the left, oh, Europe, we should be more like Europe. I'm like, have you ever really been to Europe? Have you actually lived in a culture, a society in Europe? Dude, they're the most racist motherfuckers. You know, no offense to anybody from Europe, but like, goddamn, we're not racist in America. Going back to our previous point, in my generation in the 80s, we really didn't see skin color. It's only now in modern days because people have realized, like, oh shit, people were actually starting to get along. We've got to like destroy that, because otherwise, how are we going to get people to da da da? We actually were. I think we are very unique, but to your point, Blake, we've kind of lost it. And then to what Jeremy and I have talked about many times on different levels, and we've never had it because most of us have grown up in good times, you know, and most of us don't go out hunting. Most of us, as we talked about, most of us, we might be interested in it, and a lot of people are. I think the people watching this podcast are, on learning how to, like, you know, be better at individualism and survival and field craft, and learning how to fish and hunt and make shelter and forage for food. We already talked about all that stuff.
Yeah,
but that's not the vast majority of us anymore. We're in a really perilous time, because as a society, we have forgotten so many of these things. You, my good man, have not forgotten it, because you learned and you grew up with it, and it was part of your life as a kid growing up, and you're blessed for that opportunity. Me, I grew up in northern Minnesota. This is just the shit we did. Every 12, 14-year-old kid was running around with a 22 and a 410.
Yeah.
Redbeard, he was probably just doing it in goddamn West Duluth, because he's just a crazy goddamn mercenary.
Actually, I was not born in the city. I will make that correction.
Yeah, but you probably were running around the city with a 410 or a 22.
I didn't see the city. I didn't see the city really until my teens. I never went inside.
Thanks for ruining my joke, Redbeard. I was trying to be funny there. You're trying to turn it into serious. Okay, so you're not from the city.
That just tells you how much I actually detest the city, though. So,
no, dude, I would rather.
I will ardently defend the fact that I absolutely despise the city. So
how about that? How about we take it out on this? Is the real issue here, and I'm kind of coming around to this. I do think there might need to be a change in this country if this country survives this year. And I mean that seriously, boys and girls. I'm not sure we survive 2024, but if we survive 2024, we're going to have to take a step back, and we're going to have to reassess how we do business. And there's a constitutional process for this. You know, our electoral college, I don't think is fair. If you look at the vast majority of quote unquote blue states, it's not the state, it's the cities, it's the urban area. To the point you just made there, Redbeard, what you were taking offense to. You're like, I'm not a fucking city boy. Don't call me that. Minnesota, we're a blue state, but we're only a blue state because of Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Duluth.
Yep.
The rest of the state is fucking red.
Bleeds
California, New York, Illinois. It's the major urban areas. So I personally think that what we haven't addressed in this country is, like, there's a huge disparity or contradiction or potential conflict between the rural areas and the urban areas. That's just my humble point. You guys want to take that where you want to go?
Well, the only thing I was just seeing, I just saw the chats, and Misha said she's still waiting on the freaking eclipse discussion. Well, I know that's got to be another time, man. Well, we're all going to see on Monday, right? So,
well, here, but okay, but to that point, DD, I thought, you know, races were fictional characters. You know, same thing. DD, there was 2 black people in my county, Cook County, where Sheriff Eliason's from. One was the sheriff at the time, and then my first exposure, I was 17, 10 days after I turned 17, I'm in Fort Benning, Georgia. And, you know, the vast majority of my infantry company, you know, half of it, there's whatever. I don't know what the fucking actual number was, but a lot of blacks. I had no problem. I didn't have any black people who hated me because I was white. And like my battle buddy, I was cue ball and he was 8 ball. You know, figure that out, right? You know, because we were both clean shaven, no hair, and I'm white and he's black. You know? Okay, so Clashan's from Frogtown. Okay. All right. There's Misha's thing about the eclipse. Do we want to end maybe on just that? Hang on. Give me one second.
I could like
hang on.
crash
Give me
course
one
it real
second.
quick.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. And then here it is right here. AVV. Dude, I agree with you. I did not see anti-Semitism or racism in earnest until I was first, and my second duty station was Germany. I agree with you right there. I was like, what the fuck did I just walk into? That's not the 1980s America I grew up in. I agree with you, AVV. I mean, that's what it was like for me. That's not America, but that's the direction we were going in my personal opinion. The powers to be, call it what you want. That's what they've turned it into, because we can't have, as Redbeard said, no family, no religion, no community, et cetera, et cetera. And we've got to have like race wars. Are you American? Okay. Are you a human being? Okay. Your skin color's there. What does that have to do with anything? Like, do you want to rape little kids? Well, then it'll be an issue.
Are
for
you
me,
an
but,
American?
Yeah, seriously.
Because that's the thing. Like, and all right, if we want to really quickly just talk about the eclipse thing and like some of the stuff that's going on with Israel and all that kind of shit that's going up real quick. Ben Shapiro is a prime example of this today. All right. Are you American or are you not? Ben Shapiro just had some comments where people called him out. Are you going to talk shit about Israel or not? He wouldn't do it. He would refuse to do it.
He's a warmonger.
Yeah, and he's a chicken hawk. All right, and that's the thing. You've got Americans, and you've got people that don't give a shit about America, and that's really where it is at the end of the day. But if we're going to go into the eclipse thing real quick, specifically the red heifer, because what we're talking about here is some real historical events taking place at this moment. I mean, you're seeing Israel on the Mount of Olives has built a sacrificial altar overlooking the Temple Rock to purify the tools to build the third temple. So regardless of what your opinion is on the event itself, this is an absolutely inflammatory event to another one of the major religions in the point that will lead to a holy war. One that you could argue we are currently in to this time right now. A holy war is unfolding across the United States. You think World War III is coming? That's not what's coming. What's coming is something well beyond World War III.
Slow down. You're saying that... Add a little bit more to it. If you're going to claim that a holy war is about to envelop us, you're going to have to give a little. I'm not going to agree with you, and I'm going to call out unless you give a little bit more, because the red heifer and like Misha's comment was like, well, what about the eclipse? I don't think the eclipse necessarily indicates that a holy war, although there is the red heifer and there are other actions that are taking place, but you're just going to have to break that down a little bit more for me.
And I can do that relatively quickly because, Redbeard, I know you're getting tired. I know we're going to have to end this here soon. So I'll try to make it as quick as absolutely
possible. He's been drinking too much this whole podcast, by the way, Blake.
Yeah, I haven't drank too much. I've had about...
No, not you. No, Redbeard. No, I'm talking about Redbeard.
Oh, okay.
Redbeard. Yeah, Redbeard's been drinking too much this whole podcast.
Too much water, right?
Yeah.
All right. So the reason I think it's
water and coffee.
It was about 3 weeks ago, the leader of Hamas, or one of the leaders of Hamas in the Free Palestine Daily, transcribed and translated, had stated that reminding his Hamas fighters why they initiated the war they did, and it was because of the blasphemous sacrifice by the Jewish population in what they view to be their ancestral lands. So they're looking at what the Jews are doing right now with the sacrifice of the red heifer as destroying one of the holiest monuments inside of Islam and creating the third temple. Thus unfolding a true impasse between the two religions, the holiest site from one religion being destroyed to produce the holiest site for the other religion. This can only lead to a holy war that likely Christians will get enveloped and involved in. So what we're talking about here, because realistically, if we're looking at the red heifer from the perspective of the Jewish population, is they're looking to bring their Messiah into the world. Now, depending historically, and I got to be kind of careful here because, well, we all know how the world works nowadays. But historically, if you look in the year 1666, I believe the rabbi's name was Zavi or something along those lines. He had a philosophy that all the world's evil had to be utilized before the Messiah could come back for the Jews. All right. There is a certain demographic.
No. Hang on. I just got to throw this out there.
Yep.
Just and anybody who watches us now, who's watching it right now in live or on demand, Blake, I just got to throw this big, because if I remember correctly, there is and I'm going to screw this up, so I got to be careful, but there is a sect within Islam on the Shia side that calls for, you have to create conditions to bring in the 13th Imam.
Yep.
I think
It's
that ties in
similar.
a little bit to what you.
It absolutely
it's not
does.
necessarily directly correlated, but it's very
well, and I
hand
think
in glove.
It is, and it even talks like so in that group that Shia that you're talking about, they even talk about a mark that's laid on their heads for true believers. And a lot of Christians believe that is referring to the mark of the beast. And so what we see inside of these Abrahamic religions, these Semitic religions, is there's a lot of end day prophecies that are talked about that at the current time, no matter what you believe, is irrelevant to the fact that there are certain groups that are trying to bring about both biblical, Talmudic, and different prophecies of the Middle East into existence right now to bring back their political goals for whatever reason. Whether this is actually divinely implemented or not is irrelevant to the point that there are groups trying to do it. So what we are seeing, because if they are to stick to the accuracy of the temple's building, they must do so during the Passover. To do that must be within the window of April. All right. So at that moment, then what we're looking at is the eclipse that's taking place on the 8th of April, being a high holiday over the course of the month, with the Passover being a potential date for the sacrifice of the red heifer. And what's interesting is that the last two totalities, the eclipse that took place in the United States, including the third eclipse, the one that's taking place on the 8th, happened to create a crossover symbol of the United States of the Hebrew alphabet of both the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. The characters for those are produced inside of the transit of the moon that's taking place right now. On top of that,
just slow down a second. I'm trying to add a little bit of scientific data to what you're saying. Wow. The 8th, which is when the eclipse is taking place, that in April, unless I'm looking at some bullshit data, they're claiming it's a waning crescent, but it's actually a new moon. I mean, it's like the 8th, the period of darkness, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. You're looking at a new moon. So technically, new moon is technically period of darkness 9 to 10, but period of darkness 8 to 9 is going to be pretty much a fucking new moon. So I don't know if that has any impact on what you're talking about.
It does, actually. There's some occult significance of a new moon and the rebirth and the washing of karmic debt, basically. And on top of that, what you have to include as well is NASA is launching 3 rockets, one 45 minutes before the totality, one during the totality, and one after the totality. They're naming these rockets APEP, A-P-E-P, APEP.
So I just did this. Mish almost got it right, but it's not Aleph, it's APEP. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
It's APEP, and APEP is another name for Apophis. Yes. So what we're dealing with here, whether we believe in it or not, is a lot of very esoteric forces at play right now. I mean, CERN is firing up the Hadron Collider at full power for a special test on the same date. These are the people that in 2016 did a mock sacrifice to Shiva on their property and admitted to it being authentic. So we have some very
I can't sing you guys right now. I'm reading it just to add to this conversation because, hey, Mish, you asked for this. We're bringing up. So APEP, also spelled the Peppy, APEP, right? Anyway, but on that. So here's kind of the highlights of APEP and how NASA would use this is beyond me, right? APEP has always been depicted as a kind of a snake, right? So if you look at the Eye of Ra, there's part of APEP in there because there's a relationship between Ra, a solar deity, and APEP, which is a chaos deity, right? So without getting into too much, and I guess I could share the screen right now, but just go do your own fucking research. But APEP, Alpha Papa Echo Papa, that is the name of the rockets.
Well, and
Blake is spot on. Go look at NASA.
Yeah.
3 rockets.
And the thing is, NASA, its logo is the serpent's tongue. NASA in Hebrew means
what I'm saying.
lie.
That's
like,
that's what so hang on. Slow on. To your point, maybe I could bring up the screen. What I'm reading, the Lord of Chaos, that's APEP, was seen as a giant snake or serpent, leading to such titles as Serpent from the Nile and Evil Dragon. Some elaborations said that he stretched 16 yards in length and had a head made of flint. But dude, you're fucking spot the hell on right there. I mean, seriously.
Well, and it goes deeper than this too. So let's look at the actual real world events that are taking place. And again, I know, Jeremy, you got to go. So I'm trying to make this as quick as possible. So, all right. You've got New York State locking down all of their prisoners during the time period. Everything in the path line of the totality right now is referring to as a state of emergency being in effect. They're telling people in the path line of the totality to have 2 weeks of food in supply in case something goes down during that time period. Now, we do know there's going to be a massive amount of people in the pathway of the totality. Little towns of 2,000 people will be swarmed and swollen to the level of 5,000 to 6,000 people. They cannot support this infrastructure. It is primed for a massive casualty event to take place if something goes down in the pathway of the totality. There's some crazy stuff like it's almost like they're trying to just say all this stuff and they don't have anything planned, but they're hoping people lose their freaking minds and do something.
Well, Redbeard, let's get you talking so you don't pass out on us, because we're way past your young man bedtime apparently. But isn't this just strange?
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Well, because I'm going to go in this whole question of why are we freaking out about a solar eclipse? Yeah. So Redbeard, Mish asked the question of okay, the solar eclipse, what the hell's going on? Let's maybe use this as a good place, actually a great place to end, what we're trying to talk about here before we do an outro.
Yeah.
But what we've had solar eclipses throughout the history of humanity. No one's ever freaked out. Well, maybe back in the day, it was used for twisted for personal reasons, and religious. But why in modern society do we have the New York State is locking down all of its prisoners, like a lockdown, as though there was a riot? I think it's Texas. The state of Texas has said, "Hey, dude, emergency, have 3 to 5 days of food and water," and they're not the only state or municipality has done this. Why in the hell is this taking place? Because there's an eclipse. Redbeard, what are your thoughts on this? Something tells me that something wicked this way comes, because it isn't just, there's no way we're doing this over an eclipse. I mean, do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, so I've told you several stories about my dealings, faith-wise, and I would almost say like the supernatural, if you will. I hate to be that guy that says, "Oh, well, I have experience." I actually do have experience. And
I just got to throw that little quote up there because I just pulled it up there for anybody who's not.
Yeah.
AVV, Angry Viking Veteran, just said, "Well, this got deep."
No, yeah,
it kind of did, AVV. I mean, but you can, hey, don't blame us, sir. Blame Mish. She's the one who wanted to talk about the eclipse. We were ready to go off on a good note. Now we're back into this, AVV.
And I know this might seem kind of irrelevant, but you'll see where I'm going with this. So I've had, I've experienced certain circumstances with a lot of I guess perhaps supernatural, otherworldly things that I've talked to you about. And I don't remember if I talked to you about it, Blake. I think I did, perhaps, but yeah. So you're also muted, by the way. I think.
Yeah.
So,
hello.
You pulled a mark. But no, so there's so this is where I'm going to kind of come from this angle, which is I think there's a lot that's going on that's unexplainable. But I will say that we see people creating and fermenting this panic, and like you said, Mark, this stuff happens very often, right? Eclipses and stuff like that. Well, what hasn't happened very often, which has seen a very stark rise, is the amount of incidents of sacrifice.
Oh my gosh, so much.
And so when you look at sacrifice, you look at specifically human sacrifice within the past several decades. I mean, this is a stark rise. So not only are we seeing an uptick in stuff like this, I mean, you've got to understand that stuff like this has very, very powerful implications. So
yeah,
go ahead, Blake.
Well, Mish actually just brought up a really interesting point going into the human sacrifice and some of the occult aspects and some of the deities that were worshipped by ancient men that have to deal with the cult sacrifice and things like that. Well, Mish just brought up that it's going through 7 towns named Nineveh. There is and I can't remember the name of them, but there's a rather obscure Jewish cult that believes the Messiah is to be born in one of those 7 towns of Nineveh during the full eclipse that's happening on April 8th. Okay. Now these are two different, there's two different really big factions that are kind of fighting over the position of the Messiah right now. One is this group that believes one's going to be born in Nineveh. One is the group that there is a Jewish Messiah that's already existing, that's about 32 years old, and he's performed about 6 miracles according to them that have been verified. And what this is, I mean, from a Christian's perspective, we're looking at this as this is potentially the rise of the Antichrist or a precursor to that. This is now we're in like some real speculative time frame here now at this point.
But slow down a second, and I'm not making a joke about
Cliche,
which is hey, just keep driving safely, sir. Like, but he did. Like, I don't know, maybe that's some kind of biblical prophecy too. But I just want to throw this out there because we kind of already referenced it, and then just to add another little twist to AVV's point, we suddenly got dark really quickly.
Oh,
so that sect within Shia Islam and Ahmadinejad, which people may forget, he was one of the lead characters in the Iranian our embassy in Iran, the Iranian hostage situation during the Carter, and he was then president of Iran for a while. But Ahmadinejad is in that kind of sect or cult, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, cult, however you want to phrase
extremist
it.
Muslim indoctrination.
Well, again, of any religious, right?
Yeah.
But within the Shia form of Islam, that believes that it's the 13th prophet that brings about. But in order to bring about the 13th prophet, you have to bring out about a cataclysm. So.
And that's
see what I'm trying to tie that.
And this
into
is a reoccurring concept in a lot of the perverted religions of Earth to this day. It's that there's a certain wellspring of evil that must be utilized for us to attain the next level of enlightenment. So it is the due diligence of these practitioners to utilize that global level of evil to exhaust that level of evil to bring about the next stage. So it literally could be like, hey, so Zavi's a prime example. At the time of his preaching, when he came out of the holiest of holies in the tabernacle and he was yelling Tetranonicon, Tetranonicon, all right, and all of his people were like, whoa, you can't say that. That's God's name of the holiest holies. That's a big no-no. And he's like, no, you got it. I understand it now. We got to use up all the evil. And a full third of the rabbis at that time and half of the Jewish population were like, we got to use up the evil, baby. Yeah. So, like, I mean, this is when. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, like, I don't. If you look at the whole realm of things, and I know that we're getting fairly spiritual or religious here, but.
That's what happens after
But how can you not though? Because I mean, look, people are going to sit there and be like, "Oh, well, I can science this." No, you can't. You can't. Like you just like there's certain things that science itself cannot explain. And when you look at something like an eclipse, and then you look at the amount of sacrifice that's happened, and you look at just the level of degeneracy and deviancy, and it's not by mistake, because when you look at this stuff, like it's almost like there was a gap, and then it like started hitting all at once in the past few decades, and it just ramped up more and more and more. And with each of these different events that have gone on, these astrological events, I mean, there's been very, very specific moments astrologically that have lined up, and then there's always the event, and then there's always the offshoot of that event. So it's and the crazy thing of it is people don't even know the offshoots until the primary event is done and over with. Like a week later, it's like, oh, did you hear that this happened? It's like, nope, I have no idea. And people end up dead somehow.
Yeah, Cortez is considered one of the greatest villains of history, because he said the Aztecs were sacrificing humans to such an unbelievable level that he had to destroy an entire civilization. And for hundreds of years, because of the smear diary of one of his first officers, the whole world thought he was chaotically psychotic and killed an entire civilization. And not but 20 years ago, we found the sacrificial altars that he spoke of. We found the evidence that he said.
So here, I hate to say that this is a great example of modern education. So when I was and boasting about your academic, background, it's pretty much like saying you have a small penis. But I'm just saying, I studied, so I had a minor in Spanish, and so for some of my electives, I looked at Spanish history, especially in the New World, and so I actually studied like the real books and so Blake, what you just said right there, like I don't know if you saw me like screwing up my face, like what are you talking about? Like that's not what, and that what you just said, that's not the history I grew up understanding and reading. And I actually read the books in Spanish. Like Cortez was only able to take over because he had so there was the so it's Teotihuacan, but he had the Teotihuacans. He had like
all the
6
tribes.
different tribes.
That's
that
what
helped
saved him.
Yeah. So there, you had all these things that are going. Matter of fact, you can just take that back into relatively not too distant American history. And I'm going to screw this up a little bit. Give me a second here. When you go back into like the 1700s and early 1800s in our history. So Redbeard, I think you and I have talked about it. I might even have the book over my shoulder someplace.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
I know what you're talking about, Mark.
So it's the Frontiersman, and it's it's a nonfiction, but it actually tries to take historical events and then give a little bit of the insight, like what may have happened. But part of what they're talking about when we look at I just can't remember a very, very prominent Native American leader that tried to rebel against the inclusion of white Europeans into the continent. But that motherfucker knew the movement of the celestial bodies, and he knew there was going to be eclipse here. And he said this thing, and everybody, because he suddenly became a prophet. And he's like, no, I just knew that there was going to be an eclipse because of this, that, like that.
But it shows you how much power you can hold over the sway of man's mind when you know the celestial movement.
Yep. And I'm just trying to bring that up to your whole thing, like Cortez, because Cortez only was only
because of the tribes that were enslaved by the Aztecs.
And he hey, you guys don't like these guys? Them. Okay, well, there's no way 300 men, I don't care in their plate mail and their swords, they limited horse, limited cannon. You don't take the causeway
of hundreds of thousands of people.
Right.
Dude, they would have slaughtered those guys.
Well, and on top of that,
it would have been a bump in history.
Good accounts. I mean, really good firsthand accounts on both the Spanish side and the Aztec side that the Aztecians had a field lieutenant who was 15 foot tall that carried 3 boulders into battle and waved or threw them into the Aztec lines. And this was recorded by both sides on the battle. Giants.
Hey, like AVV. I'm sorry, sir. It's a great comment, but like you guys see it, like I don't know. It's we've been at this for 6 hours. I don't know. We're just kind of being stupid now, but you see what we're trying to do with that comment right there. It's like but dude, what a great rebuttal, AVV. I appreciate
crap.
This truly, I actually, when I first saw it out of the corner of my eye, I thought it said, "This truly is the end of conversation." That's what I thought he said, but this truly is the kind of conversation. No, seriously, that little meme about women think we're thinking about the Roman Empire. No, we're just having these kind of conversations. That's what we do.
I do think about the Roman Empire a lot, though.
Yeah, this is the norm. Oh my God. Okay, we got. See, now this is where it goes too deep. Now somebody's learn me something's talking about Nephilim. Oh gosh, we just got to wrap it up, guys. We got to wrap this up.
I just want to ask one question.
Hang on, I just got to throw this out there from you, quoting some scripture. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but the power and love, and of love and of a sound mind. But of power and of love and a sound mind. If we can maintain that's what we should be striving for. Yep. All right, Redbeard. Sorry, go ahead.
No,
I thought that was pretty good.
That is good.
I like that.
Yep. Brings a little levity to all this insanity, right?
Well, now I just got to see your next thing. But now, after that, now Misha's saying Rome has risen and has taken over America. Well, that's not very nice. I mean, come on.
I don't know, the whore of Babylon, man.
Seriously, Babylon.
The whore of Babylon. It's not a person, it's a place.
Yeah, no, good point. Good point.
Some people might figure this out, but I'm just waiting for when CERN does its thing, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, the Doomslayer ends up coming out, and it's just like, okay, we need to go back in time And it's that meme where it's like when the doom music hits, and then it's just like all chaos happens. When the doom music hits, and then all you see is just ripping and tearing. It's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna go in my corner, let him do whatever he needs to do. He's fine. He's been doing this literally for eons. I'm just gonna go home, just have a cup of coffee, let him save the world, and we'll be okay.
That's what. Speaking of CERN firing up real quick, I don't know.
Well,
how
hey,
many
just
years
real quickly,
I'm
CERN,
grateful.
before you say your CERN thing, I probably won't be able to find it in time, but I'm not a big fan of Conan the Barbarian, the sequel. But when he fights the horned monster at the end, that's what you just made me think of, Jeremy. And and then seriously, Blake, that's what's going to happen when CERN fires it up on the eclipse.
Well,
it's going to be. We need to have Conan the Barbarian, 100 million of them, ready to fight whatever fucking monsters come out of the portals that they're gonna.
I just hope we get Doomslayer. That's all.
I'd be all about that. That'd be better than nothing. So, Really Graceful is a channel I really, really like on YouTube, and if any of you in the audience don't know her, I highly recommend her. Her most recent video.
This comment? This is what we've done here tonight, boys. This is what we've accomplished. Apparently, we've accomplished chicken buttholes, raccoon sacrifices. I don't know, Double D, where you came up with that. Jeremy,
think the
you're not
Peep
to have
Show
a conversation with David.
I think we have.
And now he's adding another one, Conehead the Barber. Okay, we've taken this far.
Unfortunately, Mark, I think we've broken our audience.
I think we're all broken in this day and age is really the takeaway. So anyway, Really Graceful did a video on the eclipse, and there was a part in it that really cracked me up. She came to the part where CERN did the mock sacrifice to Shiva, and she goes, if you're just now following my channel for the first time, you probably think I'm making things up, but all of this is 100% real.
Yeah.
But the comment that I liked the most is she said, and all the low-level CERN employees are twerking to Lizzo in the Godfrey Tunnel. And I don't know if y'all know the reference she's talking about, but the Godfrey Tunnel is a very, very I believe I'm pronouncing it wrong, but it's a very interesting situation between Switzerland and France. There was a pathway between the Alps that was right there. And there's an old story about a goat farmer who was trying to bring his goats through the mountain, and the devil was there. And there was a boulder who had stopped the pass. And the devil said, I'll move this rock if you give me the soul of your first kid. And he goes, done, deal. And he did, and the devil moved the rock, so he gave him the soul of one of his goats. And CERN, when they opened up this pathway to get there easier through the Switzerland government and France government, actually did a ceremony to honor the devil and the pact that was made with this goat when they opened that ceremony. Like
they had people dressed up like, what's that human goat?
Pan.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Pan. Yeah, they had people dressed up and dancing.
It doesn't matter. If we as the individuals believe in this esoteric bullshit that the elite believe in, doesn't matter. They believe in it. They act on it. They practice it, and they partake in it. So we have to plan accordingly.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, I just got to. So we got some final comments because seriously, we could just keep going forever. I mean, because.
I'm good for
whatever. Without making this sound negative, but this is the reality that we're living in. Blake's not wrong. Like, I know there's people like, and CERN is even trying to come out and say, oh, we were just making jest. Dude, you don't make jest of something like that. And then
why don't you just come out and answer what the looking glass floor is for?
CERN is certainly not trying to rip a demonic hole into the world.
No, they certainly didn't build the Hadron Collider in between at all 5 points of the largest pentagram that humanity's ever created.
Yeah, no big deal.
There's no satanic symbolism with anything that has to do with their logo, the design.
It's literally not sitting in the center of a 666 kilometer wide fucking pentagram.
This whole experiment couldn't have been done on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. It's going to be done on Monday when there's a celestial event. No, there's nothing to see here, boys and girls. You crazy.
I may be by myself when I say this, but when do we bring the Crusades back? Because it's far beyond time when we need to do that.
And
shit
this
again.
is what I was talking about when I said a holy war is coming. Christianity.
Did you guys just see Mike's comment? Hang on, just real quickly. Did you see Mike's comment? I want to have a little bit of fun here at the end. We've been talking about holy wars and stuff too much here tonight. Like, So according to Mike, the highlights of tonight were chicken buttholes and the road sacrifice raccoon. Thank you, Mike. I'm glad we could be of service to you. So,
I 100%.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Double
If I
thumbs up
could,
for
if I can go back in and then you know, what is what I'm looking for, tag or you know, what's I can't think what else on pin. If I could pin that comment to the beginning of this video, that's what I would pin. That is the comment of all the comments tonight.
Oh man,
just so people can know what they're getting into. Chicken buttholes and road sacrifice.
If it sounds like confused, discombobulated wording at the very beginning, that's because that's the entirety basically of our whole thing. It sounds organized.
Yep.
Can I just say that Mike named the last episode chicken buttholes and what was the other part? Chicken balls and bracket
buttholes and road sacrifice.
Yeah, that's just the name of this episode. That's the name of it.
Hang on, just real quickly. And if anyone else watches this later, you know, even 10 years, 5 years now, and then you name your band that, you're going to have to pay Mike some type of royalties because Mike is the one who came up with.
Are coming back to you, brother.
We're the chicken buttholes and road sacrifice raccoons. Wow. You know, so
better be a good riff.
All right, what the hell?
All right. Yeah. So okay, here we go. So just some last comments here. Double D is talking about CERN and the Ghost of the Machine. If you don't know what Double D is talking about, seriously, go look it up. This he's not making that up. They've admitted this. They've admitted it themselves. They call it a ghost in the machine. There's some entity they don't know how to describe that is influencing particles as they're running particles through their test apparatus. So Double D's not wrong on that. Mish says that Mike's comment is like a White Zombie song. Actually, I could see White Zombie singing a song like that. Yeah. Double D says the Holy War is here. Blake, I think that goes back to your points on the red heifer. And you know what? I don't know what the fuck's going to happen next week.
I don't either, man. I got no idea, but it ain't going to be good.
I genuinely hate these conversations only to the degree that like Mark, I brought this up earlier. Like I've seen some things that if I were to explain them to people, you wouldn't believe it until you actually have seen it. Like I always get skeeved out. Like I never like bringing up the conversations about some of the things that we've talked about, simply because of the fact that it's not so much necessarily a fear thing, but it's like I don't like saying it very often, because to me there is a trepidation in saying it often enough in which you might accidentally bring in or invoke something.
Yeah, bring it to reality.
And I will say this: I grew up in a situation to where unfortunately there were, you know, not to the fault of anybody necessarily, but you know, there were some bad decisions made by one of my parents. They pursued a certain thing, and over the course of their life, they had to deal with, you know, some pretty unsavory situations. And unfortunately, I exposed to some things that, like, again, if I were to explain it, would sound absolutely ludicrous, ridiculous, impossible. But I can assure you that there are supernatural things beyond reasonable comprehension. You would have to see it.
So just Redbeard, you don't have to be shy and dance around it. Like, this is our final podcast, and we're just being humans here. I'll say what you're not saying. I've had one event in my life that I think falls into the realm of supernatural. I think yeah. See, I see you rubbing your arms. I was in my barracks in Germany, and I was asleep in my barracks, and I just had like something out of a Predator movie. Like, I knew there was something in the upper corner of my room, and I knew if I looked at it, I was going to die. It was and I'm here to tell you, like, I've had people try to blow me up and shoot me. Like, dude, that was the fucking scariest. And I wasn't on drugs. I wasn't trying. Like, I was fucking asleep. I'm like, holy shit, there's something over my.
the first
all the
time
hairs on your, like everything you just did by rubbing yourself. So you want to tell me that other things don't exist? Well, I'm just going to disagree because I don't know what that was, but it was real. It was something. It wasn't me having some weird, hey, here's some
I would be able,
or whatever moment.
I will say that like I've had my own experiences, unfortunately, because some of that stuff has been, again, bad decisions. My dad's rectified and overcome those certain things, and now things are a little bit more, they're better now. My dad, honestly, like he got a second lease on life is really what it was. My dad is, I'll say this much.
Hey, but do you see? Do you see? Like I made the comment to your comment, and then and I'm just now getting a chance to look at the comments in the chat. You're not alone in this, brother. I mean, so if anything that we're trying to do in the podcast, you're not alone. If you watch or listen, you're not crazy. Like these are real fucking things.
So my dad, most people don't know this, and I figure it's the last one. But my dad was he's one of, I don't want to say few people because it happens a lot more than people realize, but my dad went through a full-blown exorcism, which it wasn't one day, it wasn't a couple days. We're talking about something that is so aggressive. I mean, we're talking about something that it's not a short term, it's going to be done in a matter of hours. Like people don't understand, like there are things, and I'm not going to get too much into it, but there are things beyond your comprehension. And it affected his life horrendously. It affected my life. It affected my mom's life and so on and so forth. And there are indescribable things that if you were to sit down and talk to somebody about them, again, I never want somebody to go through it. Certain things, but unless they actually see it to some degree, they're like, there's no way that happens. That's why when we talk about stuff like CERN and we look at, the sacrifice, and we look at so many of the subliminal messages from Hollywood and some of the rituals that are taking place by people in all facets of power, it should be very concerning, because I think many of these people understand what they're doing, but I don't think they understand the ramifications that they're actually bringing about themselves. Most people, they think they know, but they don't actually understand. And by the time they figure it out,
just sorry to just before you end, just to add to your point, and I hate to admit this, but this is what I used to do. I was trained to do this. Like you distort somebody's reality. We're supposedly doing this for good, right? For for our country and for the betterment. But at the end of the day, it's what Jeremy said. You can use this for evil. You're distorting somebody's perception of reality. Jeremy might not even know that he's being led down you kind of see what I'm saying? Like this can happen. And that's that's that fine line between good and evil. I mean, and that stuff is that.
And to that point, Mark, like there's a reason why I carry some trepidation and I try to discern how to appropriately explain these things, because it was made very clear by the priests that did the exorcisms. They're like, look, you have to be trepidatious about how you talk about these things and how you explain them, and furthermore, the type of content and some of the things that you go and evaluate going beyond this, because to reopen those things is very possible, and you want to avoid that as much as you can. The first step to doing that is living a more Christ-like life, obviously, but there's more to it than that, to many degrees. It's wild, and that's why this conversation in particular, to me it hits home pretty heavy, because some of these people think it's a joke, but it's not a joke. It really isn't. There's nothing fun about it. There's nothing amusing about it. I don't like talking about it that much, because I worry about the fact that like even just the mere mention at times could reopen undesirable things. So.
And that's something very similar to a lot of the Native American culture beliefs up here. I have a lot of friends that are Native American, You know, for those of us that like to play in the esoteric, they like to not experience these things, but research these things. You know, we're all going to come across a lot of various different sorts of cryptids. And one of the most interesting one to our neck of the woods up here is what's called a Wendigo. And it's one of those things you're not even supposed to talk about, because talking about it can bring it into existence, into your reality. These things have a corporeal state. They have real tangible effects. And if you look at like the Voyageurs experiences with these quote unquote Wendigos when the furriers were coming through and that sort of thing, they would talk to the native tribes when they were spreading specifically Catholicism through there. And one of the few things that even the natives themselves would say was effective to stopping a Wendigo was to invoke the name of Christ. And once the name of Christ was invoked, this demon was invoked and it was stopped, you would then continue to slay the demon as long as you could. And until the sun came up the next day, you continued to chop, hack, and cut into smaller parts, and then cast those parts into a fire, and then burn that fire until the morning light when the heart finally stops beating. I don't know what is a demon, but I'll tell you, that sounds like a demon to me.
So just before we start going into it, hang on, fellas, before we go into another 6-hour podcast, because we're opening another door. But I just want to throw this in there. And like, so again, I don't think anyone who's watching this live right now is going to disagree too much with what we're saying. Everybody's got their own personal opinions. But for anyone who watches this video later and for his you know, for historical facts, right? For the historical record, you don't know what you don't know. And back to the early analogy. Well, why is that wall there? I have no idea, but it's been there for 300 years. Well, let's just tear that wall down. Shouldn't we maybe first figure out why the wall was there and really understand there's things beyond our comprehension? And then we're talking Native American culture. We're talking even just Christianity. We're talking so many cultural histories point to, you know, there's so much evidence that goes into like, dude, there's shit we don't know about. Like, is the Anunnaki, is that real? Like, I don't know, but here's some fucking tablets from Samaria that seem to indicate, like, did they just make this shit up and we just don't know how to, maybe the translation is all messed up. I don't know, man. But again, I can only speak to my personal life, and I'll do this on 2 different accords. Blake, I know I've talked to you about this a bunch of times because this has to do with hunting. And anybody who watches this, you know, again, live right now or later, there's been so many times, and Redbeard more than Blake. Blake's been to my original bunker, my original acreage. Redbeard has been there more. And he saw all my trails and everything. Dude, I used to just like, okay, what am I doing? I'm just going to go take a walk through my woods, you know. And then there would be times I'm like, something's watching me. Something's I'm being observed. And I don't know. I just felt it. And then I would scan and look over, and sure shit, there's a deer or there's a rat or whatever it is. So there's energy, whether you want to call that the force and science fiction shit. I don't know what the hell it is. Maybe it's a sixth sense. And then there was that time in the barracks in Europe. I'm like, dude, if I look over my shoulder, I'm gonna die. I like that. There's something there, and I will die if I look at it. Like, I don't know what the hell that is, but that shit's real. Telekinesis, ESP, you know, there's so much that we don't understand. We don't even know the depths in the map of our ocean. You know,
we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know what we don't know. Yep.
Yeah. And I think that in saying that, you know, we all have, I hate to even say it this way, but we all have lived experiences. And so like, if, you know, you don't, it's not incumbent upon you to necessarily believe it, but to sit and at least consider what's being said. And that's why I've always said, like, we have to do better as human beings to listen to understand versus listen to respond, because, you know, one person's story could be a warning to you or give you a sense of hope or whatever it is. You know, at least prudence to what you might be able to do or not do to hopefully get a better result or to heed.
I just want to give Theoxorus an opportunity. I want to give you guys a chance to respond. I think we're all in agreement and maybe slightly misunderstand. Theoxorus, you say, I don't know that I can agree. We are talking about divine prophecies and we can't know the mind of God. I agree with you. I have no idea what goes through the mind of God. I barely know what goes through my own mind. I can only rely upon my faith, my scripture, signs and, so, and that can always be interpreted incorrectly. So I'm not sure the point you were making right there, but I don't think, again, I can't speak for these guys, but I know these guys and I love these guys. There's not a single one of us that pretends that we know what God has in store for us. I mean, I think we're the exact opposite people. So not 100% sure what you're pointing at here, but I agree with you. There's no way. The only moment I'll understand the mind of God is when God welcomes me into his kingdom. And then he'll share his grace with me at that
It's
point.
not for us to understand. That's the thing people forget about. And I don't want to go down McDonald because we got to wrap it up. My wife's taking her meds right now. She's about to go to bed, all that jazz. But one thing I will say that's really, really interesting right now is James Webb Telescope launched a few years ago. Just recently, the James Webb Telescope found a superstructure in the universe that predates the Big Bang. Scientists have completely gone back to the drawing board, completely misunderstanding what the Big Bang is. Now, Michio Kaku himself, one of the big voices of modern political science, came out and went, "Hey, we got to go back to the drawing board. Big Bang ain't right. This is indicative of a creator." So now you have a lot of the astrophysicists freaking out and going, "Oh, well, simulation theory is real. Holy crap. Yeah, blah, blah." Well, simulation theory implies that there has to be a programmer. Are we going to call that God or not?
Yeah. Right.
Hey, and I like Double D's response to Phioxerus. So again, no one's arguing with you. I mean, and maybe we're just not, we're kind of speaking past each other, but that's Double D's position up there. No, that's always a possibility. But what is prophecy? What is prophecy other than it is a warning of what's to come? And so that's always open to interpretation from human, in religion and all that kind of stuff. So I actually don't think we're in a disagreement here for Oxyrus. I think we're saying the same thing. Honestly, I think I think I agree with you. And I think if I would have stated something better, I think you would agree with what I'm trying to say. And I think Double D, and to Blake's point, what he just said, and Redbeard, I see you nodding. But I want to bring up one other comment here. I skipped past it. This is, AVV. AVV brings it up again. Evil Israel. I could not. So even on Centerline Systems, where I've been trying to not do political commentary, that's what, one of the reasons we did Mission Critical. I don't care what you want to call it. You want to call it Satan? You want to call it, something from the, from Hinduism, or I don't care what you call it, but you're absolutely right. There is something called evil. Even though none of us are born with morals, I really do believe this. In my humble opinion, the only imperative each and every one of us are born, the only common denominator is our desire for life. We all are birthed from the womb, kicking and screaming and fighting for air. That's a survival instinct right there. That's the only thing that we as humans have in common. Morality. I'm a Christian, but I don't think morality is inbred in us. We have to learn this, and that is why,
provided by God,
back full circle. That's why you have to have community. That's why you have to have good friends and family that you love and trust. And you'll know it. Like Blake, because if you were telling me to do something that I just inherently that doesn't seem right. He wants me to keep stealing cars. Like, I'm gonna go steal.
It's profitable though.
Yeah, I make some money. But somewhere in even that, somebody in that little clan is going to say, "Dude, this isn't right. We're taking other people's shit." So maybe on that sense I'm wrong, because maybe innately we understand that, but it is, in my opinion, a learned experience. But with the exception of the desire to survive, the survival instinct, But I think God as our creator, because what are we as humans? I can't, I've said this a million times. We even said it a couple times tonight that we were talking about hunting. Can any one of us go and fight a lion or an elephant or even a 6-point? Dude, I can't fight and kill. Maybe in my weird man love, I want to fight one wolf with a knife because I'm pretty sure I can beat a wolf. Well, maybe I'm old now. Maybe I couldn't, but in my days, I know I could have beat a wolf with a knife. Maybe a black bear, a grizzly bear. Oh, I'd be fucking lucky if I didn't even survive that, But you see where I'm kind of getting. I'm kind of having fun with the concept. But we as humans, we need other things to survive. Yeah. So even though our only natural instinct is survival, part of that instinct is to make sure I've got friends and a community like all of you who listen to this and these conversations to help me develop a good spiritual moral path, because that's what's going to help us as a community grow, and as a community we'll be stronger than an individual.
And because we can't
Here's
do it
this.
by
I could poke you all day like a Chinese martial arts master, or I could punch you as a community of 5. Which one do you think is going to hurt worst? Yeah. Sorry, I got that was a little bit of a Kwai Chang Caine from Kung Fu coming there from my childhood right there.
Well, this has been fun.
Yeah, that has been great.
I was gonna say, quite frankly, this is impressive. Like, hey, I think now we really are at the point where Joe Rogan would be like, "Damn."
All right, let's wrap this up, boys. We're at 6 fucking hours. Do you know that? We're at 6 hours.
6.5 hours.
6 hours and 36 minutes, Mark. You're closer to 7 there, bud.
God bless all the people who are still here with us.
I can't believe people are listening. What is wrong with you people?
I seriously thought, I'm not going to lie, I'm so happily impressed with this, because Redbeard, when we were like, Redbeard and I had almost no time to put this together. We're so just trying to do our own things. So we talked like what was that, like noon today? Like I hadn't even sent out the email to everybody.
You let me know this morning this was happening, and I was like, I guess.
Well, Jeremy had to do the Instagram or social. I'm like, Jeremy, can you do this? And it's like, okay, I can. Like, but the fact that there's still people listening to this right now is awesome. But to that point, I just want to say, what a great way to bring this out on a 6.5 fucking hour podcast. Joe Rogan. Take that, motherfucker. Let's see you do it, Joe. Come on,
you should have us on, Joe.
And I was just gonna say, in saying that though, drop me a DM, man. Let's do this.
Slide on into my DMs.
All right, let me just bring up some of the last comments here at the end. Mish, God's prophets. Well, Mish, to the point that you're trying to bring up right there, I just want to, I don't know.
Well, Mark's gone. So hi, everyone. Now you're at the Jeremy and Blake podcast, where we discuss the most relevant of topics, from a cult sacrifice to cult sunrises. I don't know.
This.
Oh man, this is a shit show. Jeremy, this has gone on too long.
Whoa, guys. I was clearing off some dust. I so apologize. I hope you guys had a laugh. I'm like, did you guys still hear me? I was like, did I just fuck this up? I mean, after 6.5 hours?
No. We're just laughing because Blake right away, he was just like, and this is the Blake and Jeremy show. And there goes another 6.5 hours.
Yeah, we're not going to start this all over again.
No,
but I did. Okay, just to end this, I just wanted to say, like, so Mish had a great point there, and that's what I was just trying to say. It's again, when you really think about this, people don't die for shit they don't believe in.
Yeah.
I'll just. How is there not? How is Jesus not real? I don't know. I wasn't there, but a bunch of people died for that, and people don't die for shit they don't believe in.
Well, and not only that, but like, governments don't completely demonize only one single religion and let the others have a friggin' pass if there isn't some truth to it.
Yeah.
Hey, we did lose a shit ton of followers, though. I mean, so we only got a handful. Like, it was 20 some people, and I just did my little.
It's still showing 22 for me.
Oh no, now it's different for me on my side, but that's okay. Let's bring up some of these last comments here and let's wrap it up, boys. This has been a great fucking night.
Hey,
I'm not drunk or anything. I got a nice little buzz going on. This is way more fun than going to a bar. I'm just gonna say that.
I just want to say, for controversy's sake, seeing as we're riding the controversy train,
poke the bear. Poke the bear as we're trying to wrap things up, mother effer.
Yeah, so I just want to say that to all the Daily Wire people, Christ is king, and if you don't like it, you can suck a nut or do something. Yeah.
Hey, I will say this though, one of the most fun times. Hang on, one of the most fun times I've had when it comes to like dealing with somebody from a different religion. I was in grad school, and one of our buddies in our program was Jewish, and we're all playing Risk one night because that's what we do. That's what grad students do. You get drunk and you play Risk. And he was getting his ass, and he was getting his ass kicked, and everybody was talking shit. And then he just very calmly, nonchalantly looked at us and goes, "My people killed your Christ." We're all like, "What the fuck?" Like, my people killed your God. You know, I can't remember. You know, my people killed your Christ or something. But it was so awesome.
Wow.
He was like, yeah, we killed Christ. He was just giving a shit. You know, it was fun. It was good natured ribbing, but it was funny. It didn't come across because none of you guys laughed. But
I'm sorry, I was talking to Patrick. He was walking by, and I was talking about
Okay.
the gauntlet of time we've been spending tonight.
Oh yeah, Patrick. Hey, Patrick should show his head and say,
He's already off doing. He's setting up security cameras on the shop tonight. He's a busy man. So,
Okay. All right, we're just going through this real quickly, and we're going to wrap it up. I just want to make sure everybody's comments get seen. Mish, I'm not going to show all of your things. All right, here, I'll just show this last one. Thank you for this evening. God,
thank you guys
all
for
over the
this
place.
evening.
Yeah, thank you guys.
I got to show Mike's comment. We all kicked Joe Rogan's booty. Okay.
Actually,
Mike.
I would say that you guys, the listeners,
that's what I was gonna say.
You beat every single one of Joe Rogan's fans. I'll say that much because I mean, you guys have been in there for the long haul, so y'all rock.
Yeah. I'm shocked, actually. This is the first podcast I did with you guys where it was live, and I love the audience thing. This is great.
Well, here you go, right here, Mike. I thought Mark went the way of the road raccoon. Yes, I got ran over by my own stupidity, Mike. That's awesome, right there. That is fucking. You guys are awesome. Seriously, what a fun night. Angry Viking. Comes next. Yeah, God bless you, sir, and thank you for you've been a part of a bunch of our last, I don't know how many episodes, but you've always been there. So thank you very much, sir, and God bless you, and I wish you the best in whatever you got going on in your life. And seriously, I'm not just trying to plug Centerline Systems. We just won't be as political, but we're going to do classes. So if you're interested in that and you want to contribute to that, just stay tuned over on Centerline Systems channel. Blake will be there at times. Redbeard, other, like David, who was here earlier.
We're gonna get trained up good.
No, it's time to get trained up because, learn me something. God bless you, sir. I know who you are. Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you.
All right. Mike says, so we got Mike saying Christ is king. Yeah, amen to that. But Risk is the shiz. Not 100% sure, but that sounded cool. Mish,
I like that game. It's fun.
Yeah. What does that mean? I don't get that. What is that?
Risk. You were just talking about Risk the game, dude. Come on now.
Come on,
guys,
Mark,
I'm sorry, Mark.
No. I apologize. I apologize. I thought the game was shiz. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck. I've never heard of played a game.
The shiz is good. It's good. Like
yeah.
What's the name of that place? Carrying
Honestly,
Angels. You need to do Carrying Angels.
That is actually one of the most fun Saturdays. Like let's just play a couple games of Risk or Risk is such a great fun game. And then we've got one final comment here that I got to show before we go. Clishan Mish is asking, hey, how's Clishan? Are you okay? I don't know what that means. Clishan, you did a smiley
because he hit the raccoon.
Oh,
yeah,
he hit a raccoon.
He's driving. Yeah. This is like what Clishan's like one of the reasons we kept this going.
Yeah.
He needed entertainment on the road. Like, it's all for you, brother.
Yeah. Guys driving in the middle of nowhere, just listening to us knuckleheads. Got to keep him, his eyes on the road. Yep, Mish, he hit a raccoon. Gotcha. Yep. Mike gave me a little prop for one of our belts, and then Mish, he hit a raccoon. Angry Viking. Hang on, last thing here. Is it Centerline Systems webpage, or do you have a YouTube channel?
There is a YouTube.
Yep.
Yes, AVV, my YouTube channel on. Well, honestly, I guess I never really have typed it in. I guess just go to YouTube and type in Centerline Systems. What is my YouTube channel over there? Right? I think it's just Centerline Systems.
And it's a pretty awesome YouTube channel, I will say.
It is.
Well, and we've been doing a lot more of the lives, 30-minute lives talking about products, asking questions, stuff like that. So Angry Viking, hope to see you over there. I do them on Mondays and Thursdays now we'll do them at 1700. It was different.
All of our ugly mugs.
Yeah. And then again, so even on the standard live streams, I'll still bring in some of these guys to like 5-minute cameos, 10-minute cameos to talk about something. But then I think the goal going forward is to take what we did over here in Mission Critical, but over on Centerline, and then we'll actually take this into try to being a little bit serious for like 30, 45 minutes and talk about and try to share some of our experiences and our knowledge. You don't have to follow it. And we're not experts. We're not saying this is the only way to do it, because there's never just one way of doing something, but just to share our experience in our background. And then hopefully that helps people make more informed decisions or be better prepared or whatever the case is. So yeah, I'm going to start doing that probably once every 2 weeks. I mean, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I mean,
and on top of that,
these
Mark,
guys tonight, but say again, Blake?
On top of that, we're looking at doing in-person classes and things like that as well. So like, if this is something you guys are looking for, we're going to be doing in-person. We're going to be doing Zoom classes. We're going to be doing the live streams. I mean, we got a lot in the works. It's just going to take some development time. I hope you guys can stay with us on it and just be patient while we're doing a lot of that stuff. But we really do want to flesh out some programs that can assist everybody. So, and
at the end of the day, because everybody needs to figure out how to build their own community, and you've got to figure it. And your community, it can be a community of you and your family. I'm like, whatever you consider that, but like, boy, if you think you're going to do this by yourself, honestly, I wish you the best of luck, but I think you're totally wrong. I think it's misplaced. So last conversations here. Clishan is, yes, I killed a raccoon and I'm highly entertained and he's still driving. So Mish, Clishan is still on the road. Angry Viking said I should have been pushing this. Well, no, this is mission critical center line,
We kind of kept them separate for a reason, but
that's that humility we're talking about earlier. Is like, it's hard to like push your own shit. It just don't feel right. So
yeah. I mean, when we first started, we were doing some giveaways and shit like that. Maybe I should have embraced it and had more fun. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Centerline Systems.
No. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by a dead raccoon somewhere in northern Minnesota. Like that's what tonight's episode is sponsored by. And on that note right there,
finally bought the phone.
Mish says, so yeah, be good. Glad you're safe. Safe travels. Then we've got in for the counter surveillance. That'll actually be a class. That'll be one where I'll probably have Patrick and David involved. Maybe Jack from Black Scout. We actually talked about it the other day. It's just a scheduling thing, but he's got experience, but from the military training perspective of it. So yeah, I mean, we'll just see. But that's exactly the type of stuff we're gonna do. Again, I'm gonna try to get Blake on, and we'll maybe talk about some handgun stuff. Blake and Jeremy will talk about some weapons platform stuff. So it's just going to be, we'll just see how it goes, right?
Play by ear.
But we all know we have an itch that needs to be scratched. But on this side, I think everybody's got enough information and everybody gets it. If you're still watching or if you watch us on demand, you know what you need to do. So now it's time to
hang it up for now.
Have a great night,
It's just moving it into another level. Now it's like, let's start talking about, okay, how do we do these things? That's why I think it. That's why I view it. Oh God, you guys, now the comments are coming in.
It's everyone saying goodbye.
Well, I'm trying to give everybody a chance. Okay, so Double D says peace and love to everyone. Yep. And Double D, I love you too. God loves us all, right? So you're absolutely right.
We love you guys. Yeah.
And then Double D just gave Misha a hard time. It's okay. He butchers his own name. AVV says, see you there. Okay. He just subscribed. All right. Have a good night, AVV. If we're still there. Mike, he's dropping out too. Yeah.
When you got your watchers dropping out, you've had a long podcast.
Well, dude, it's like almost 23:30. Yeah. I think that makes sense. Mike, thank you very much. God bless to everybody. And then Mish, same thing. Blessing. And she's given Double D. Thanks for all and everybody in their community. So, all right, let's roll it right there, boys. It's almost, all right. Yeah, let's roll right there. Blake, you should start it because you just yawned. So you start it. And then Jeremy, one last good outro, bro. So Blake, final comments.
It's been a blast.
Redbeard. Outro.
It's been an absolute blast.
And then one last question. Learn me something. God bless you too, sir. And may he bless you with good fortune. All right.
Well, to that point, it's been a lot of fun. I love doing this. I love these conversations. I love having them both privately and publicly. These are the kind of conversations, even when we do get off in the weeds, that eventually are productive and do help us to move that goalpost forward, that ball forward. We need to have more of these conversations offline. We need to have them with each other. Hell, you need to have them in the supermarket, even if they are only a few minute versions of these things. If we want to continue to espouse our concepts and we want to continue to try to make the change that we need to be in the world, we have to be that hope that Redbeard was talking about before. When there is no more hope left in the world, be the hope you need to see. Well, that's all I got to say.
You are the hero you've been waiting for.
That's just it. There's
to be.
no one coming to save you.
There it is, right there. That's it, right there. There ain't no one coming to save you,
Yep.
except maybe the people in your little group, in your community. That's all you can trust. That's all you can rely on.
That's why these two guys are moving out to me. You know, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be huge. We're gonna have bigly times. So,
hey, Redbeard, he just said you're moving out to Walker. I like that. I really do. I'm looking forward to see you out in Walker, Redbeard. Hey, on that note, seriously, before we do a Minnesota goodbye, because Steven will watch the end of this video and be like, yeah, and then I had to keep fast forwarding for 30 minutes until you guys finally ended the video. So Redbeard, on that note, take us out, my good man. Final comments and an outro. Look at
I'm not gonna lie, Steven.
Like, that was scary. With your beard and you yawning, you look like a fucking goddamn weird polar bear, grizzly bear, werewolf. That's kind of scary for children. This is a PG-13 channel.
Wait until my son is born; he shall be terrified of me.
I will say,
or he'll take after you. All right, no more Minnesota goodbyes. Redbeard, final comments and outro, sir.
I feel the overarching disappointment from Steven. I can just feel it emanating from Michigan towards us all.
And yet the Minnesota goodbye continues.
Yeah. So
dude, final comments and outro, bro.
I just want to say I really, really appreciate you, Mark. I appreciate you, Blake, and all of the guys that everybody. I should say that we've had the opportunity to have on our episodes, and it's humbling to be able to learn from all of you guys and to hear your opinions and your thoughts, and you're using your experience to share and disseminate information amongst us, but as well as the people that watch. And thank you also to the people that came out to support us in this endeavor, and who continued to support us for nearly 7 hours tonight. You guys rock. And this is
or what is it?
And
that's not psychotic. What are they? Sadomasochistic or something like that. Whatever.
But I will say, like, if you guys and gals can hang in here with us for 7 hours and really enjoy this, like, that really just emphasizes how much you all are capable of doing, going out there and staying in that fight and getting involved with your community, getting involved with your families, doing what you need to do to make that change and being that change. I mean, you guys can stick around this long through all of our autism, then you guys and gals certainly can go out and do the work that needs to be done. I have faith and I have hope that you guys and gals are able to do that. I believe you can do that, and it doesn't stop here. We might be going doing different endeavors and pursuing different ways of doing this. And for me, getting my life kind of back into sorts to where it needs to be. But it's been real, and I'm sure that at some point we will see some of you down the road. I hope we see all of you down the road, and perhaps even in person. I know we got quite a few Minnesota watchers here, and even people from outside. So thank you.
Jeremy, before you do your outro, just on the note you said, we've got some Minnesotans here and people from outside of Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
But I just want to add to that. It's kind of a rip-off of a movie line, but I really love it. It's like, so even we don't know who you are. We may never have a beer with you. We may never laugh with you, cry with you, embrace you, shake hands, punch, whatever. But I mean it seriously. I fucking love you, and you guys and gals.
Amen.
It's up to us. We got to go out and do this, and I mean that seriously. even though I may never actually meet you in person, I love you.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm just heavily grateful for all you guys. So
yeah,
it's been one hell of a ride. I raise my mug or my glass or whatever proverbially to all of you guys. Thank you very much for all of this. So
take us out, Redbeard.
So listen,
it's gonna make me tear up. I love your outros, bro.
So
This is the
listen.
last one. Take us out, bro.
the flame of liberty shall not and will not ever be extinguished so long as there are good people willing to support and defend it. And that is incumbent on each and every single one of you. You are the difference. Don't wait for the difference to happen. You are the difference. You can be the difference. You not only owe it to yourself and your community, but you owe it most importantly to your family and to our posterity and our future. Our future is dependent on you. So we have to get out there and do the work. We have to not be afraid, and we have to be able just to go into that fight ready and willing to do what is necessary to get it done. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. It's going to tax you physically, emotionally, and mentally, but we can do this. There is hope. There will always be hope. And sometimes, even if you have to create that hope, it's there. In the end of the day, that's what it's going to take. Don't give up. Don't give in. Don't comply, and do what you know is right and what's laid on your heart.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Amen.
Amen. That was damn good. Brothers and sisters, we'll see you wherever we see you again next. Thank you for being part of our Mission Critical podcast community, and especially tonight. You've made it so much fun, and we'll see you where we see you again.
Absolutely.
And God bless, and the best of luck to everybody in the endeavors to come, because we ain't out of this yet. So we'll see you later, and then maybe we'll see you on Centerline Systems.
Hop over to Centerline Systems
for some training videos.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to everybody. Blake, thank you for why you decided to stick with us all night long, but thank you very much, sir.
That was kind of fun.
Because Blake's good people.
He is good people. And all of you who watch us are great people. Thank you
Stay
very much.
frosty.
We'll see you wherever we see you again next.
Thank
Take
you,
care.
everybody.
All right, everybody. See ya. Bye.